Wait, time out. Oh, we're live. Okay.
Yes.
My sports jacket, but I'll do it without. Hey, everyone. I'm here without my sports jacket, but I'm glad you're joining us. It's Alan Schimmel at Techstrong TV, and we're continuing. This is our day 3 coverage for AWS reInvent here in Las Vegas. We're at our studio in the Wynn, which is kind of next door to the Venetian Palazzo where the event floor is, and so we're out of the way of the 60,000 odd people or whatever that's supposed to be here. I'm really happy to be joined by a friend of mine who I know from the media world, but now he's an official Red Hat guy. It's been about 2 years, still, right?
3 years, Alan, if you believe that. Yeah.
Yep. If you follow tech media, you may have seen him over the years on theCUBE and SiliconANGLE. He's my friend Stu Miniman. Stu, welcome.
Thank you, Alan. And hey, you know, when you're talking to Red Hat, you know, you don't need the blazer. And it's funny, when I used to go to the Red Hat shows, you know, I actually had a couple times, like, I had a lovely, like, it was a tie that had these little penguins all over it. And I'm like, for Linux and everything. And the CEO at the time, you know, Jim Whitehurst, was like, why are you wearing a tie at our event? I'm like, but it's Linux and it's penguins. I'm doing it and everything. So, like, you know, I've been at Red Hat 3 years now. You know, the only time I ever wear a blazer is like, oh, I'm doing a meeting at like an IBM facility.
Right,
or you know, I'm doing a thing with, you know, the Germans or the Japanese or things like that.
No, the government still
But even though the U.S. government, like, I've done lots of stuff, you know, DOD, Lockheed Martin, things like that. Nah, you know, I'm the tech guy. I show up. It's like, you know, I just wear some nice red sneakers and stuff.
So I'll tell you something I've observed, and I observed it at KubeCon last month, and we were at a DigiCert conference we covered, well, it's about a month, here in Vegas, about a month and a half ago. I'm seeing more people dress up a little bit.
Yeah.
Not T-shirts. Maybe they're not wearing a blazer.
Yeah.
But they're wearing at least a collared shirt, not a T-shirt. It goes, you know, I think someone should do a correlation of this. As the economy goes, people tend to dress up more, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because you got to be on your game. I also see another manifestation of that, of companies hiring more traditional salespeople and less of the DevRel evangelists with different color hair and the hats and all of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mix. You know, we definitely an ebb and flow of some of the things there.
But I think it's correlated to the economy.
You know, we always want to make sure at Red Hat, you never want to confuse our attire and think that, you know, we're working for IBM, even though they are a parent company. So
yes,
I think I do have a blue shirt underneath there, but
all right. Well, it's supposed to be the white shirt anyway, with the red or blue tie,
and everything there.
But you guys always wear red hats. It's easy to pick.
Yeah, we actually we're giving out in the booth.
They were
giving the fedoras.
They always do.
No, we do it in Europe. This is the first time I've seen it in North America.
Oh, really?
Because you go to the KubeCon shows.
Yeah, that's what it is.
We did it in Barcelona. We did it in Amsterdam.
So Paris coming up in March.
Of course, I sure hope to be there. So
we just confirmed it up today. We'll be there. Yeah. We digress.
Yeah,
we go off the tracks here,
come on, Alan. It's like, this is my 10th year doing reInvent, so we have some longer conversations. We go a lot of different ways. And we'll do like Amazon, Alan, is we'll spend a couple of minutes going through something, and then we can spend the rest of our time talking about AI, like everybody else.
Okay, so we did our, hi, how are you? So Stu, you are with Red Hat. We should tell people, what's your role at Red Hat these days?
Yeah, so I'm a senior director at Red Hat. I'm in basically the OpenShift product group. We call it hybrid platforms. And what's really interesting is, you know, Red Hat's been talking about hybrid for a decade now, and it's this really nice confluence. We talk about the economy. Everybody's talked about cloud optimization. What am I putting? Does cloud cost make sense? Do I put in my data center? Edge is changing a lot. So the conversation in general has come very much to hybrid, and oh my God, Alan, AI is the gift that keeps on giving when it comes to that. Because we all know, like AI, where am I going to train stuff? Somewhere where I have all my GPUs and I have lots of compute. So it's either going to be a data center or it's going to be cloud. But where do I have to do my inferencing? Where the data starts. So that's some edge collection. You know, we've got, you know, our stuff running on satellites. We've got our stuff, you know, it'll be going to Mars soon, and it'll be going
the
all
fact
these
of the matter
locations.
is, it's like the movie that won the Oscars.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't quite get the movie, to tell you the truth. I watched it 3 times. I still don't understand the whole thing. But
I loved it. It was.
Did you? My wife
it's like Inception. It's one of those movies that kind of makes you think, and you don't need to kind of get all of it, but it was weird and quirky and different. It was like it was what the Marvel multiverse should have been.
Maybe that's what it is, because the ADD in me kept trying to figure out every kind of nuance.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's some weird stuff in there that are like, what are they doing?
I hear you.
You know, you just gotta, Alan. It's like open source. Some of it'll stick, and some of it'll go
right? And 96% of the people just use it or watch it.
Yeah.
But in any event, you're right. That is the world. You know, I think, to be fair, COVID sort of hearkened this environment of do everything anywhere all at once. Yeah. We work from anywhere. We data from anywhere. We compute from anywhere and everywhere. And, you know, sometimes we forget that somehow this all has to be orchestrated.
Yeah. I mean, Alan, you remember coming to the show for how many years, and it was like, you know, as time goes on, everything will eventually be in Amazon, and we were all like, come on. Amazon's still got lots of growth ahead of them. They're doing phenomenally well.
Absolutely.
They're always an impressive. They're a phenomenal partner of ours. The customers keep showing out. The show keeps growing and everything. But at the end of time, will all data be in Amazon?
The cloud?
No.
And it won't just be, and if it's in the cloud, it won't just be in Amazon cloud. There are real alternatives, and not beyond Google and Azure. There are other real cloud alternatives that are coming out here. Here's another interesting thing, though, Stu. You mentioned AI, right? And of course, you can't swing a chicken over your head without walking into something about AI over here. But it kind of changes things a little bit in how we view what we do in the cloud, what we use in the cloud, what we do somewhere else, and how we're going to interact with all this. Now, if you want to jump into that now.
Yeah, I'd love to. So first of all, Alan, it is one of those things, you know, back when I was an analyst, it's like, okay, what's the hype cycle? What's going to be real? Certain technologies. The last time that I remember technology that I think will be as broadly important as AI is,
the internet itself.
Cloud. It's the internet itself, just for the reason that
I agree with you.
I mean, it is something that everybody will use. When I was talking to some AI startups here at the show, and it's not. Yeah, they'll run on Amazon and everything, but it's going into the Apple and Google App Store. When I get together with family members, I can talk to my niece about, you know, generative AI.
No, you got to
kids
talk
in high
to your
school,
older relatives too, because they think it's magic.
Yeah.
Here's how I explain it, Stu. And you and I, we have no hair.
Yeah.
We've been around a long time. There are certain technologies that change our tech world. And we're geeks at heart, and we have a lot of. The cloud was one of them. To us, the cloud was, wow, no more data center, don't have to rack servers, everything's virtualized, it's scalable, it's elastic, blah, 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 everything we've said about the cloud. But to grandma at home or to your niece, the cloud was, oh yeah, that's where I store my pictures up there. It wasn't civilization changing. The internet changed civilization.
Yeah.
The cell phone has changed civilization.
Absolutely.
I would say in our lifetime, those are not in our lifetime, but let's say in our working careers, those are probably the 2 biggest civilization-changing technologies that we've seen.
Yeah.
This is the third. This transcends technology for technology's sake.
And just to harken back, I remember in some of the early days of the internet, it was one of those, this is going to change everything. Well, what are the killer use cases? I'm not sure yet, but in the next 2 to 5 years, we will really find out. We're in those early days for AI.
Oh, absolutely.
Are there certain things, we talk a lot about what are this, developers and builders and, artists and things like that. But like today, like one of our first use cases is, IT ops. So how do I help, in our Ansible product line, how do I help create playbooks? We have Ansible Lightspeed that runs that to just, hey, how can I get in? And some of the basic things I can ask questions. So instead of me having to Google it and go to Stack Overflow, do all these things, I can ask it questions. Amazon had a nice looking demo of their like queue.
I've seen it. I mean, look, the fact of the matter is Stack Overflow has done it now too. Right? Sure. Stack Overflow took all of their material and dumped it into an LLM.
Yeah.
And it kind of sits, let's call it the short-term memory on top of a larger, the LLM. I think that is the future of things. And I'll be really, I'm not a Microsoft fanboy. I never was. Yeah. But I got to give them credit, what they've done with Copilot in GitHub.
Yeah.
And it's even it's built into Microsoft 365, Microsoft Office, whatever.
God, it feels like, it was funny. I just went on LinkedIn, of course, this week and checking on something, and there was hey, AI is doing this, and you want to learn more and sign up for premium, and we can help you some more. So everything will. The news we have this week actually is, Actually, we talked about IBM and Red Hat. Well, some of the areas that actually we work really well together. A couple years ago, IBM had said, hey, all of our software will run on AWS. And the way they actually enable that is it's the Red Hat OpenShift on AWS. We are the underpinnings for that. Well, same thing, IBM has said Watson X, which is their AI platform, is going to run also in AWS.
Really?
And what we're announcing at the show this week is that that's also going to run on the Red Hat OpenShift on AWS. So we are the underpinning for a lot of what IBM's doing. And we've had...
And look, people, Watson, I know a lot of the cool kids will say, Watson, why, that's nonsense.
I mean, the Jeopardy thing was awesome, but...
And the chess thing and all of that, but it's still
Alan,
cutting edge.
I was one who was like, hey, it had its time and it's kind of old. It's like part of me wishes that it wasn't called Watson X, that it was something new. But it's a totally new generation. It's everything else is different.
The underlying technology is built on foundations that are decades old. Yeah. It's going to be great.
Yeah, well, Alan, I was listening to Swami's keynote, and he's like, we've been doing AI at Amazon for 25 years.
Most of these companies have been. This didn't pop up last November when OpenAI decided to release this.
Yeah, well, and that's one of those things. You got to be. You say some people think it's magic. You might appreciate this. Adam Slitsky in his keynote, he's like, oh, foundational models. Then he called them FMs, and I was like, no, I was told, we have no FM, in tech. It's I'll keep it clean. There's no F in magic, in this technology, and that's something, I harken back. Ada Lovelace 150 years said, if it's in code and I can describe it, it's not artificial intelligence. It's augmented. It's something like that. So that's where just the caution I think a lot of us have is, hey, we want to use this stuff. Understand, the bias, the security, what are you getting? Are you getting hallucinations? We've all seen things. It was like, I played with Google Bard when it first came out, and it was like, Stu Miniman is really well known in the cloud thing.
And he has a PhD in molecular biology.
I had a best-selling book on cloud computing
We all
that had all these things, and I was like, cool, can you give me the link to the book? No, I can't. And it was like, I was like, wait, you're Google. You have all these webs and everything. You couldn't get
Where did it pull it from?
I stole a quote from somebody. I said, the most human things about all of these AI is they don't admit when they're wrong, and they are more confident with their knowledge than they should be. The more you tell
the lie, the bigger, right? Yeah. But I'll tell you something. We did an interview with some of the folks at Salesforce yesterday. Yeah. And they're building, I'm going to mess up their words, but let's call it a trust layer between the AI, here's Salesforce with their trust layer, and the Salesforce customer. And they're claiming that this trust layer is taking out the toxicity, the poisoning, the hallucinations. Now, is it working today perfectly? Probably not. I didn't see it myself, so I can't tell you. I didn't play with it. But this is, they keyed right in on that. That to them, this is the open door, right? Once they can put that trust layer in, now we can start using it.
I mean, Alan, this is where I have to say, we know what the best disinfectant is for that kind of stuff. It is sunlight And
let the market use. The market will tell you.
Open source is where we are going to have a big opportunity for all of this, because we want it to be secure, we want it to be unbiased, we want all of these things. Open source is the default deployment, development model for software, and absolutely will be a huge piece of what
this
happens
AI
in
software.
the AI piece.
I don't disagree.
That is an area where
I think we're still seeing that happen.
Yeah.
I wanted to return something you said about IBM and Red Hat, right? Yeah. Running the Watson X on AWS. Now, look, one of the kind of things we're all hearing about is that to do the AI right, you need the NVIDIA chips, you need these GPUs.
Yeah.
Is it? And it's interesting. Salesforce had a similar story. They're moving off of their own private Salesforce cloud onto public cloud.
Yeah.
AWS today, but they're not married, just to AWS.
Sure.
I think that's another revelation that AI is helping to drive, Stu, is that if maintaining a cloud infrastructure, that physical infrastructure, is not core and critical to your business, why wouldn't you spread it around at these, hyperscale cloud providers?
Yeah, and... Well, yes, I agree. There's some customers I've talked to that were like, hey, I can't get enough GPUs, or the prices, or I'm going to use it all the time. So it's always the the rent versus buy discussion. Yeah. And if I have certain things, like I loved one of the early use cases for Amazon was, I really need to do a supercomputer, but I only need to do it for weeks.
Yeah.
So do I spend 18 months building it and spend millions of dollars, or it was Cycle Computing, who Amazon actually bought later, and it was one of those, that's where it's phenomenal. Those are the no-brainers to do it in the cloud is, of course, I need to do it fast, I need to do it shorter periods of time, or very variable, as opposed to the, I'm a gaming company and I have this much thing that I'm going to do always and ever, and hey, public cloud, you were too expensive, and I moved it back to my data center because I could do that.
We saw that, right? We saw there was a migration to cloud, and then some people said we outgrew the cloud.
Yeah, and it's
cheaper to do. But I'm wondering if the GPU AI stuff has not kind of changed that equation fundamentally.
So we'll see. NVIDIA is in a great position right now.
Yeah.
Jensen on stage got a big applause. And the funny thing, of course, is he's at every show. He's at the Microsoft show. He's there.
Well, because they're not the only game in town, but they are the game in town right now. But there are companies. I'm seeing a ton of startups that are designing next gen AI chips. Let's call them.
Absolutely. Yeah, and all the cloud providers have their own chips and are looking at that model. They're not quite there yet, but when they look at their overall cost, I mean, for years it was Intel here at all the shows, and now NVIDIA is the darling, and they've got a few years to do phenomenal, but everybody will be gunning for them.
Right. There's a lot of people nipping at those heels.
And I tell you, one of the things I've seen from our standpoint, we've talked for years about its consistency and to be across all those environments. We've done a lot to make sure you can live across multi-architecture. Because our customers, do they still have a mainframe sitting somewhere? You better believe they do. They got Power, they got x86, they've got ARM, the cloud, Edge, all those things.
This is part of everything, everywhere, all at once.
That's the 30-year experience that we have at Red Hat, is living in all those environments, because we partner with them on their hybrid environment, and living in a customer's environment is difficult. We all know the infrastructure people here, it's like, oh my God, everybody builds their own bespoke things there, and getting that to work, is
I had a conversation with this yesterday. Mitchell Ashley, our CTO, him and I co-founded Still Secure together. So back in the day, we came up with this great idea that we were going to sell security on an appliance.
Yeah.
It was a Dell box.
Yeah.
And then, people didn't want the Dell box. They said, can't we just buy the software? We said, sure, buy the software. But then you had to support every I/O controller, every hard drive controller, every graphics card, every different kind of disk. It was a nightmare.
Yep.
You have to standardize. Who wants to be in that business?
Yeah. Luckily, I love being on the OpenShift side. I've got Red Hat Enterprise Linux sitting there, and that runs pretty much everywhere, and most applications are certified on it and everything like that.
Sure.
So we just ride that,
I got to ask you a question about RHEL. Difficult question, because I know you're an open source advocate through and through.
Yep.
I've been involved in open source myself for 25 years. We're seeing Red Hat kind of change the licensing a little bit with RHEL. Hashi changed their licensing. Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, this was, Alan, I've been talked to a bunch of friends in the open source community this week here, and it was a rough year for open source. So, number one, I think some of the headlines overblow it a little bit because, hey, look, is open source dead? Nope. Strong.
It's not dead.
Phenomenal. Is open source
the problem is long live the king is dead, long live the king.
So, I mean, Alan, I used to talk to Amazon I've talked to Red Hat for years about this. And like when we had all the databases and they went through all of their changes and everything. And, Red Hat was like real simple on this. They say, hey, look, open source has never been our business model. Open source is our development model. We're a software company.
Right.
So we have to do that. So, absolutely, did we make some changes as to, everything we do still is 100% upstream. It's there.
Absolutely.
Everything. But, how do we, I mean, you go to the KubeCon show, one of the biggest challenges we have in like core Kubernetes is everybody's like, hey, it's there and it's really good and everything, and maybe we don't need to contribute. It's like, no. We need more contributors to come help. We didn't create it and we're there. So, and the Linux community is vibrant and doing well, but we had to make some. Where is the value stream of activities in the community and what we do and everything?
To the choir.
It was.
I come from
the
a security background.
Well piece was. I think. Could have been communicated a lot better and clearer, and hopefully people understand that community and open source absolutely. I mean,
it's core to Red
Hat. Red Hatters. That's all we do.
So I view it as another thing. I view it as it just took 3 years or 5 years for Red Hat to figure out the CentOS to RHEL kind of thing, and in the meantime, you had things like Rocky Linux and some of these other Linux distros that are kind of nature abhors a vacuum, filling the vacuum. But we also got to remember we are in a golden age of open source software. The Linux Foundation has done a tremendous job. I was at the CNCF event last night. It's crazy. We shouldn't. There's always people looking to throw stones.
Yeah.
But generally, those are the people on the edge of the audience, right? And you got to look at the bulk, the body of work, and that's where it is. Anyway, we've got to run because we've got another interview. We probably run over, but I can't help it, Stu. We should schedule you for an hour next time. But anything, last thoughts, ideas, advice for our audience regarding Red Hat?
So it's funny. We actually have like, you walk around the strip or you go in like the Ubers and everything and they have the ads. And we've got one, we had like, I'm on the OpenShift side. We had like, finally had a Gartner Magic Quadrant that talked about the container space, and we were happy to be a leader in that space. It's like us and the three main cloud providers were there, in the farthest top right there. And the ad was, let us reintroduce ourselves. And I had one of my guys on my team was like, hey, I don't understand. What do you mean? And I'm like, look, Alan, if you walk up to most people in the show and say, hey, do you know Red Hat? And they're like, yeah, and I wanted to grab a hat, and absolutely, and let me tell you my Linux stuff. And a good percentage of them know that we do containers and Kubernetes and stuff, but the toughest thing any company or any person has is when I learn about you first, I don't think that how much change you've gone through. So like the Kubernetes world that we live in, if you look at today versus 2 years ago, it's totally different. So are there still some things we need to work at to make it easier and things like that? Of course, but it's just like, hey, it used to be like, oh yeah, if I haven't looked at it in 5 years, I need to update. Now it's like, if you haven't looked at something in a year, it's totally different. And oh my God, it's like, come on, I asked my ChatGPT thing, I'm like, I don't know anything past 2021. So it's like, wait, if you don't know 2021, half the people I know have changed jobs since then.
It's crazy. I see this at KubeCon. I mean, but I don't know, maybe because I live in that bubble. It would be you should do this because this is your job, but you should do a survey of what's the first thing you think of when Red Hat. How many people say RHEL or Linux versus how many people say OpenShift or Kube?
It's still RHEL and Linux. Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't. I think of it as open source and Kube because I live in that bubble.
The cloud native world, and absolutely there. So it is. So it is again. It's like, especially here at Amazon, like we've had a first party in console offering for OpenShift for 3 years now, and we're still introducing people to that a lot because there's hundreds of services.
Well, there's work. That just says me there's work to be done.
So it's good. I'm glad. I'm not ready to retire. retire for a while, and happy
we got a
meet
job
with lots
for
of
you.
customers. Thanks, Alan.
Stu Miniman here from Red Hat Linux. Happy to have him here at AWS reInvent. We're going to take a break. We're going to be back on in just a minute or two with our next guest. I think Shira Rubinoff is going to be hosting, and stay tuned. Guys,
And we are back at AWS reInvent 2023. My name is Shira Rubinoff. I'm the Chief Cybersecurity Officer for Techstrong, and we're streaming live this whole week over here in Las Vegas. I'm here with Rafi Sable, the CEO of SciSite. Rafi, such a pleasure to be speaking with you again.
Hi, Shira. Thank you very much, and it's an absolute pleasure to always talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafi. So, Rafi, I'd love you to introduce yourself to the audience. Tell them a little bit about who you are, your background, and then we'll jump right into SciSite.
Sure. Rafi Sable. I'm the CEO and founder of SciSite. And I've been working with customers of all shapes and sizes for many years in network monitoring and cybersecurity and visibility of networks, really some very large companies, some of the largest on the planet. We've helped government customers and universities and campuses and financials to help them gain visibility. So that's what I've been doing over the last few years.
So wonderful, and I'm very excited about your company. You're really in a wonderful space. And let's jump right in. Why don't you introduce everybody to SciSite? Who is SciSite, and tell us your story.
Sure. So, look, as I say, we've been around in the space for a long time, understanding the issues that customers are having with visibility. And, SciSite was ultimately born out of the recognition that the traditional approach to cybersecurity, which often relies on fragmented and isolated tools, is just no longer sufficient to protect the valuable digital assets, especially in the face of the ever-evolving threat landscape. So, there's several drivers that led us to the development of SciSite. In particular, we saw how the lack of visibility, coupled, especially now with the sudden and exponential use of encryption within networks, presents an entirely new challenge to customers. And we've entered the age of encryption. This is a time that we've hit a period where data in motion, 98% of data in motion is encrypted. So, that means that traditional tools are not able to see what's going on under the veil of encryption. They're collecting minuscule amounts of data out of those networks. And, we see companies unprepared to deal with these risks, thinking that they have the visibility that they need to manage risk, but they're in danger because a lot of issues and malware is really sneaking undercover at the moment.
So, what does SciSite do? What do you come in and do for your clients and your customers?
Well, SciSite is unique in that it collects data out of the network and it scrutinizes all the interactions between the servers, between the clouds, the data centers, the users, the applications, and it evaluates all the risk of each of these different aspects, whether it's country risk or site risk or dark web risk. And we're bringing all of this information in. We're using machine learning and baselining, and we have a level of retention within our solution that provides over 20 times more visibility than most tools combined. And that means that we can use that AI detection to overcome decryption limitations. We can provide a level of visibility of identifying what's going on below the surface of the traffic. And essentially, we are providing an integrated solution that is a comprehensive tool that covers both the networks, the endpoints, and it's essentially a managed detection and response suite in a box. So we're covering and integrating network detection response, endpoint detection response with deep forensics, and we're using AI to pull out the needles from the haystack to show what changes are occurring within the environment and the servers and the data at risk. Whether it's reconnaissance that we're identifying, or infiltration or exfiltration, and data going across VPNs and Tor networks and BitTorrent, and we're triaging that information together. So we really are providing a very unique, highly revolutionary cybersecurity solution.
Oh, very interesting. And let's dial it down for our audience in terms of, cybersecurity marketplace is very crowded space. How are you different from your competitors out there? What is your secret sauce? What is something that people say, SciSite is the way to go?
Well, firstly, it all starts with data, because if you don't have access to big data and a large learning environment for machine learning to take place, then you're going to miss a lot of the patterns that we can elicit out of the data. And other tools in our space are collecting, around 1 to 5% of the top of the data, whereas SciSite at its base layer is collecting and absorbing and retaining and using a large amount of the metadata that is running through the network. So we really have a huge resource at our base that nobody else has, and then we use that resource to learn about the environment, to baseline the environment, and to detect change within the environment, right down to the server level, the user level, or on a larger level, a micro-segmenting the network, so that we can provide levels of trust within the communication of what's impacting what part of the network and where, and what the cost and impact is going to be to the business at the end of the day.
Well, certainly trust is a key factor when it comes to all of this. So who would be your ideal customer? A lot of people are watching these interviews and they're trying to learn about all these new companies and these great companies that are taking the top headlines over here. Who would be the ideal customer for SciSite?
Well, look, any customer that has data centers, has data sensitive assets that they want to protect, has difficulty with visibility in seeing what's going across their network. These are the kinds of customers, and that really then splits into the different verticals, whether it's financial institutions or healthcare or ISPs and MSPs, who are also tasked with the cybersecurity of their customers. Mm-hmm. Government organizations or government bodies who have a high degree of compliance. And some of these can be smaller bodies, and some of them can be incredibly large. And each one has a different value orientation proposition. If you look at the banking, I think the stat was more than 60% of global financial institutions with at least $5 billion in assets were hit by a variety of cyber attacks in 2022. So, that's the financial sector alone. You look at government organizations, there's leakages, there's healthcare, there's data leakages of social security services, smart cities. The more we go into data, and the more we go into giving our data to organizations, the chances of that data being made public becomes that much higher. And we're trying to really protect our customers, provide them a level of visibility that is unprecedented, help them to see both the real-time issues as well as the backtrackability of those issues, because sometimes you only discover things well after the fact.
Very true.
The sunburst virus was a case in point, which is still rattling through the government in various governments around the world and large organizations. And that was a very difficult issue to deal with, because here we had only after the fact the IP addresses published of those particular sunburst attackers. And now we had to wade back through the history of the data to try and find what was impacted and which services and servers were party or conversing with that malware. So backtrackability or real-time functions, that both have a case, and we provide access to both.
Certainly, and I know that SciSite has been growing and coming out with all new announcements. And is there anything new you want to share in terms of the later scope that's been coming out of SciSite with our audience?
Well, we're continually innovating. I mean,
That's always important.
We've really we've really pushed the boundaries, and we're providing our customers a level of visibility. We're a highly revolutionary product in an industry that has solutions that are really only dealing with a slice of what we do as a whole. So we're addressing the industry challenges, we're addressing organizational challenges, we're addressing the individual challenges of the CISO within the organization. And, as part of a defense in depth strategy, we're helping to bring out layers of visibility that were or aren't available in the marketplace besides SciSite today. So that should provide customers with a huge peace of mind that there is a tool that is going to give them that level of visibility to detect and to track.
That's excellent. And I always ask my interviewees, is there any specific tips, any cyber tips you want to leave our audience with? Everybody's a wealth of information. I know you certainly have been in the industry for a long time, have many successes, and have great insight in the cyber world itself. And it could be about SciSite, it could be about anything specific that makes you feel passionate about the cybersecurity world.
Well, I think the thing that should be, that I really would like to tell customers is that you need to appreciate that there's been a really unprecedented change, and we're at an inflection point in our marketplace in cybersecurity, in particular because of encryption. So, encryption is a wonderful thing. It protects data in motion, and it sounds like a great thing because it's a secret code that keeps the digital messages and sensitive information safe from prying eyes. But at the same time, encryption, as it's flooded, the wave of encryption as it's flooded into the marketplace today is really causing many of our traditional tools to become obsolete. And a new tool is needed to provide the visibility of what's going on under the surface of encryption and the veil of encryption, because that's really, as we're dealing with advanced threats, malware that is now sneaking under the veil of encryption into networks and laterally moving around. So it's a good thing and it's a bad thing, and it's something that we should be facing straight on. And so many customers and so many engineers in the marketplace today are still thinking they're okay, but they're dealing with only 1 to 2% visibility. And, it's a wonder why, or they wonder why they're being hacked, right? Because you can't control what you can't see.
Very, very true. Well, Rafi, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for sharing your valuable insight with our audience. I know here at AWS and the world around, the cyber world, they've all really enjoyed this conversation, and I encourage everybody to take a look at SciSite. And I look forward to speaking with you again soon, Rafi.
Thanks so much, Shira.
Thank you.
Absolute pleasure.
And we'll be back with Techstrong shortly. Thank you.
is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We're here live. We're live in Chicago at KubeCon. It's day 2. And this is a special segment that I've been looking forward to bringing to you all out there. You know, the CNCF and Linux Foundation in general really eats their own dog food when they talk about trying to be all-inclusive and enabling for every segment of our community. And one of the vital segments in our community is our people who are hearing impaired, the deaf and hard of hearing community, which is part of the bigger CNCF. And they're represented here at KubeCon, Cloud Native Con. And I'm very happy to have 2 of the leaders of that community. To my immediate right is Rob, and to my far right is Destiny.
Hello.
And if we could say, and then off camera, because they said they didn't have as pretty a shirt as I do, off camera are 2 sign language interpreters who are signing what I'm saying right now to Destiny and Rob. And look, we didn't rehearse this, so we're going to give it a try, but we're going to ask Destiny and Rob some questions. They're going to sign their answers to our interpreters who are mic'd up, and we'll give the answers for you and our audience. So we hope this works. If it doesn't, we may stop and start. We'll give it our best shot. So first of all, Rob and Destiny, thank you. Thank you for coming here today. I wanted to ask you first a little bit about your background. Rob, you mentioned you were doing COBOL programming many years ago. Tell us a little about your background.
I graduated school with an economics degree. I came into work and I was seeing the workflow was very slow. It was paper driven. It was just not efficient. So then I came up with, just on the side, I went to the bookstore at that time. You know, this is when we had good bookstores. And so I got a computer book and got a copy of the book and started studying it and learning how to program just from the book. And then I asked my boss, do you mind if I have some time to develop an idea that I have? And came up with this idea, turned it over to my boss, and they were overwhelmed. They loved it. You know, here I had all this power in my hands, so it was quite amazing, just in my fingers. So that was it. I was hooked in software development from that day on. And so now I've kind of worked my way up. I do more managing now, but I will, you know, always cherish looking back on those days.
Fantastic. And Destiny, what about your journey?
Well, I just started in tech. I'm learning and studying up right now. I am involved in the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Working Group for the past couple of months, and it's been amazing.
Fantastic. So we mentioned the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Learning Group. If you could share with our audience, kind of what is the mission? What is the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Group trying to do?
Do you want to go or do you want me to answer?
Well, I guess I say our mission right now is to educate conferences and anyone really about what to do to accommodate us and provide accessibility for us. Also helping the deaf and hard of hearing advance their tech careers by providing and being able to request for accommodation for accessibility. So just make open doors for us.
And then also adding tools and giving back to the community where, you know, if they have better tools, better tooling, if there's better ways to do things, maybe there's a faster approach or a cheaper approach, we want to share that information within the community.
That's fantastic. Besides the CNCF Cloud Native Con, KubeCon, what other events are you involved in trying to, you know, bring this to the deaf and hard of hearing community?
We have each member of the group hosts a monthly meeting, like a happy hour, and we have that set up globally. And then we also have, we try to accommodate for all the different time zones. And then it's also really nice because the sign language, people might not realize it's different in different parts of the world. And so I'm learning signs from other countries and people in Europe, Germany, maybe Belgium, because the way they sign is different. And so we're able to exchange signs and share information about the tech world, and that is amazing, because then we can actually come up with signs. It's really hard there's not a lot of signs out there for tech. I sign, but at times it can be awkward the way that the sign that I use, and then I get what they're using in Europe, and I'll apply their sign to what we have in the US. So the programming language Python, we for a long time in the US were signing snake, but it's not a snake. So that over in Sweden they use this sign, Python, so I was able to adopt that sign and use that. So it just depends on the context.
Yeah, I think, like I said, this is my first time at KubeCon and first time at a conference, so the whole thing is new, and I'm happy to join. And we do the monthly meeting, like he said, and yeah, so I've been able to come here, and I've been really enjoying my journey so far.
I love it. Destiny. There's people out here in the audience, maybe they're deaf or hard of hearing, or they have family members and friends who are. You're new. Well, how did you talk about how you got involved, and how people maybe there's someone out there who says it inspires them to get involved. What advice would you give them? What should they do?
I would say go for it. If you see an interest in something, just go for it all the way. If you can't find support out there, find us. We will fully support you. We have a whole team. Before, I had no support, and I joined this group, and I have had this support from day one. And so I've been able to pick up all of these things, and now here I did a keynote, which was fantastic.
We really want to be a resource center for everybody out there, for the community. So anybody out there that's interested, we're resources for you.
So is there a website or anything that people can go to get information?
Yes, we do have one.
What's the website?
It's the Cloud Native, so CNCF, under accessibility. That's where you'll find our deaf and hard of hearing working group information.
Love
so
that.
Go there.
Now, let's talk about, in many ways, coding makes no difference if you could hear or not, right? Because you're just coding. And so it's in many ways an equalizer. Why don't we see more deaf and hard of hearing people, you think, in this field?
To be honest with you, many people don't think that we're capable of doing that type of work. We need role models for people to be seeing out there so that we can really fight to have that awareness out there that we can do it. But, yeah.
I guess I look at it differently, because I would think that, look, we all have challenges, but when it comes to coding, I would think regardless of a person's hearing or not, whether they code well is what they code well. I mean, that's...
Yeah, because, to be honest with you, again, many deaf people out there in tech are invisible, and people maybe don't know that they're deaf.
Okay, could be.
So, yeah, there was a guy who came here named Wes. He's amazing. He is involved in Gen AI and all this stuff, but we've never seen him before. And, maybe he hasn't been around particular parts of the deaf community. So people are out there. We just need to get them aware and show themselves,
I love it. Let's talk a little bit about, are there any special tools or special programs, courses? Like I know from personal experience, right? There are schools and programs for deaf and hard of hearing people, children. Are there any courses or programs that maybe the CNCF, that this working group can help bring to these schools so that we can get more deaf, hard of hearing children started early? Because starting early is key to this. Yes? No? And if so, where?
Yeah, we have a nonprofit called deafkidscode.org, I believe, is it? Yep.
Yes, and they have courses online that are posted. Deaf Kids Code. You can register, and then it'll teach Python. It'll teach how to interact with databases. I should probably add Kubernetes, I think, to that website.
Yeah.
Well, we're here at KubeCon, yeah, maybe.
But there are materials slowly going out there, and many companies are providing courses online. Most of the courses are pretty good. They're well built, and they have subtitles for the most part, and so that's number one for us. That's the accessibility that we need. As long as there are subtitles for all of the courses, that's super beneficial.
Yeah, and so we contribute. I'm hoping to contribute to Deaf Kids Code in the future as well.
So I want to make sure we got that right. It's deafkidscode.org, right?
Correct, yes.
So besides giving a keynote, what's been your favorite part of the conference?
Networking, meeting people, knowing what they do, getting to know all of them, and just interacting. It's been really amazing.
And finding people that we know. I think people I know in past lives, I'm like, oh my gosh, who are you? I recognize you, but I forgot your name. But seeing them again, and then also there's new faces. So it's great just meeting people.
It's a real community feel here. Just being around it, I love it.
That's fantastic. Very good. So the next KubeCon, of course, is in Paris in March. Yep. Will the working group have people there? Or is it just North America?
We are very much hoping.
That would be great.
No promises, but I feel like there will be at least 3 that should be there from the working group. We have European members, so I'm sure they should be able to go.
Excellent. So deafkidscode.org was one, and also cncf.org/accessibility deaf and hard of hearing working group. Right? That's where people can get more information.
Yep.
Well, Rob, Destiny, thank you for coming on today. We appreciate you coming out here. We appreciate our interpreters and speakers off camera. And thank you very much. And we're so glad to have you part of this community.
And
thank you. Thank you for having us.
We really appreciate you having us. And thank you for, sponsoring and supporting us in this.
It's our pleasure. Hey, one of the great feel-good things about CNCF, they talk the talk, they walk the walk. They do try to be inclusive. Check this out. If you know anyone maybe who's deaf or hard of hearing, coding is a great career for them. And there are people here who are living examples that they could be successful. So go check it out, and we'll be back in a moment with our next guest here at KubeCon.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We're here live. We're live in Chicago at KubeCon. It's day 2. And this is a special segment that I've been looking forward to bringing to you all out there. The CNCF and Linux Foundation in general really eats their own dog food when they talk about trying to be all-inclusive and enabling for every segment of our community. And one of the vital segments in our community are people who are hearing impaired, the deaf and hard of hearing community, which is part of the bigger CNCF. And they're represented here at KubeCon, Cloud Native Con. And I'm very happy to have two of the leaders of that community. To my immediate right is Rob, and to my far right is Destiny.
Hello.
And if we could say, and then off camera, because they said they didn't have as pretty a shirt as I do, off camera are two sign language interpreters who are signing what I'm saying right now to Destiny and Rob. And look, we didn't rehearse this, so we're going to give it a try, but we're going to ask Destiny and Rob some questions. They're going to sign their answers to our interpreters who are mic'd up, and we'll give the answers for you and our audience. So we hope this works. If it doesn't, we may stop and start. We'll give it our best shot.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi everybody, we are back here in Chicago at the great conference, KubeCon. It's a lot of great fun, great people we're talking to. The showroom is buzzing. I mean, it's kind of days of old here, so it's great to see things are back and big and a lot of fun. So great conversation we're having here with some friends from OpsMX. We're talking a little bit about what OpsMX does and dig into some new announcements. David Green, CRO, and Gopal, what is your last name, Gopal?
Dometi, Gopal Dometi.
And great. Well, why don't you start out by talking about what OpsMX is?
Yeah. So, Mitch, we started OpsMX with the vision to fully automate and secure software delivery. That's our vision. There are developers, there is sort of production. And so we, as people are going into Kubernetes and microservices, we realize that automating the delivery and the deployments is a lot of manual task, and we said we should bring intelligence to secure that delivery and deployment aspect. Now with the executive mandate, software supply chain, that's kind of become very, very important.
Yeah.
And so we provide like a deployment firewall, that's what we provide. Most of our customers are like large enterprises. We have some that are small and medium. They tend to have large deployments, Fortune 10 kind of customers. That's what OpsMX is.
And mostly deployment into the cloud, or can be private data center too? Or?
Deployment into, both cloud and private data centers. Okay. We have in large Kubernetes environments, we deploy into OpenShift, and that's it.
And you mentioned, of course, supply chain security. I mean, there are security requirements, standards, et cetera, but every organization kind of has their own thing, right? You got to adapt.
It's a huge focus right now, right? I mean, if you look at the work around the supply chain, there's generally been two areas of focus. There's been a lot of focus on the production environment when stuff's already running in the real world, or in the developers. But there hasn't been any work to connect those two, and that's really what we're focused on showing here today at KubeCon, is this idea of how do we start to get really an end-to-end view of that application lifecycle from when the developer starts to code, when the code lands into production, right? We're showing our booth, Gopal mentioned the deployment firewall. That's a new capability we just announced a couple of weeks ago that's designed to do automated compliance and policy enforcement as part of software delivery process, right? So as the release is running through its various approvals and stages and reviews, be able to do that check before it goes into the environment to make sure that you've got your security checks, you understand your security posture, you've got the approvals you need, the environment's ready for it, all those other things you want to make sure are done before you actually put that code out in the wild.
Yeah, usually is that last gate, right? You've got to go through.
The last gate.
We've done everything we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Got the results we need to see. Right? Somebody pushes the button or whatever they do.
Now it's live, right?
Exactly. It's a last comprehensive gate that makes sure the code, the process, the people, the delivery, and the deployment, all 5 of them have kind of happened, and we are tested.
When you mentioned working with enterprises, some of those deployments I can imagine are pretty complex, right?
Yes.
You know, you're in this cloud, that cloud, Kubernetes here, and something
one
else.
Of everything, yes.
I can only imagine some of the issues you might deal with. As you work with customers to kind of figure out how to adapt to that, what are some things you've learned about what they need that you've put into the product?
Yes, so you're right. There are lots of deployment targets. Like, you know, some of our customers have 20, 30, and hundreds of target Kubernetes clusters. Scale, some of our customers have 24 to 9, one of our customers has 90,000 pipelines.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
At million deployments, and we have people who have 9 pipelines too. Right? I think when you have that scale and speed, any security check, any approval that you need to do from a security point of view just becomes hugely onerous from a time sort of a people point of view. So we built in ability to fully automate gates based on that application security graph that we have, the end-to-end security graph, which if you think about it at scale and speed, at that scale and speed, it's super hard to keep it fresh. Right? So we built the ability to gate. We also, audit is a big sort of issue, especially when you need to audit at that scale. We built that in. Policy enforcement, like you said, that last gate needs a lot of checks. And sometimes you will be surprised, even large enterprises have very not so security enriched processes, like just changing a certain artifact can push you to production. We built in sort of the deployment firewall actually has come into being after actually working with our customers at scale.
And of course, those 9 pipelines or whatever number, they all do things the same way and follow all the rules.
Exactly the
right?
same. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I remember working in an enterprise.
9 is one, but 90,000 is another.
Yeah, I was going to say, more or less, get to 90,000.
I think that's the key about the scale, right? You have to, the whole shift left movement instead let everybody do things their way, which is great from a productivity standpoint, the developer side, right? Yeah. But at the end of the day, you've got to have some way of making sure that some minimum set of standards was enforced, right? And so that's where the automation comes in. And I think the other thing which we're showing here at the booth is how we can start to add intelligence to that automation, right? So, let us actually do an evaluation of a new release, compare it to an existing release, and give you a score that says, from a quality or performance or security standpoint, this release looks like it's ready to go, this one doesn't, right? And we can automate policies on that. Start to be able to generate your own rule set that you might need to enforce with that, right? So, the automation plus the intelligence allows you to scale from the 9 to the 90,000 in an environment that's very unique.
So I would imagine, I used to describe when I was running development teams, it's like when we get ready for a release, like going on a trip. Yeah. We don't want to get in the RV and find out we left stuff. We got to go turn around and go back, right? So, and that takes preparation. Not just that we think we're ready to release, let's do the final check. It's all those stages before. What kind of things do you do to help customers so when they get to that point, it's ready to go, not we have 2,500, whatever the number is, things we got to go back and do.
Well, one of the things we built into the deployment firewall is the ability to do a preview, to do a simulation check, right? So that a developer who's working on a release can say, great, my release is going to go to this target environment. Let me run a check today and see how it lines up against the rules for that environment, right? And so we're not deploying anything. We're just saying, if you were to deploy, this is where you'd be in good shape, and this is where you'd be out of compliance. All right, so we don't want the call. We don't want the call at 1 a.m. when you're in the deployment cycle to say you forgot something, right?
Yeah. Turn around on that vacation.
Exactly. So we're trying to give that visibility early in the process, right? And with that comes reporting, right? Because if you make it easier to make it visible, people can make decisions. One of the problems is for a developer, you got 20 different tools that each have a different data silo, and you're supposed to check all of them, right? We're aggregating all that data into one view as part of getting this end-to-end perspective, so you could just go one place. If I tell you there's an issue, then you go one place to see what that issue is, and then make a decision on how to act.
Yeah, it seems like too, we often talk about security and automation and processes, which are all fantastic. We might think of it as a byproduct, but actually think some of the essential things is all the data we create in that process is what we can use for our audits and for compliance, whether it be security or our own internal processes. So you're not writing documentation at the end, right? I've got the data I can present. So I would imagine that is one of the things you've got to do is not just a screen that says we're ready to go, but here you go. Here's all the information that we need to provide to whoever for our policies and procedures and compliance?
Absolutely. The visibility and the checks is one thing, but the auditability from a compliance point of view is another. Incident response, when you have an incident, to be able to trace back to exactly, like for example, you can go into a pod and say, if this failed, which exact PR went into this pod and how did it get here?
Yeah.
And we're also looking at enriching the security, like you have all the security vendors with CSPMs and Synapse, so enrich their security graph with this data so that they can do better security response. You're absolutely right, I think.
Very good. And you learn from those things too,
Yes,
right?
yes, yeah.
Go back
Absolutely.
and make improvements in the flow.
Yeah, AI/ML has been a big part of our original thesis of starting the company. And
I did want to ask you about that too, because it's one of the topics for
It's
for
mandatory
all of
for
us.
every interview, right? So
It is. I'm required to bring it up at least
Good. Check.
42 seconds into the conversation. It's putting AI and ML into our applications and systems and the things that we do, the things we produce. But there's also AI and ML and generative AI that we use on the process of how we create and deliver software. I think one of the particular tricky things about AI, ML, especially generative AI, is like you have to feed data into this. This is not just deploying software and data's generated by someone interacting with it. We're constantly data streams that are going into from multiple sources to feed into these. And so delivering a release isn't just, yes, it's code, but it's also
The data set,
content, the data streams that are going into it. How do you account for those
You've
kinds
been doing
of
some research on that.
odd things that are a little different?
Yeah, so I think the AI/ML is in the delivery process used in many different flavors, right? One flavor could be, which we do, is when you do deployment. During the deployment, we use AI/ML to understand the behavioral characteristics of an application and understand if there are any security risks that are being sort of generated during the deployment. That's one area. The other area is, we have this data and we want to be able to predict the policies that you need to have, and also generate the rego or the specification for the policy, and a human can literally say the intent and that generates the policy, because these policies are very application specific, right? And sort of the third area we see a lot of emphasis is that, especially now that you have these vulnerabilities or policy violations or alerts, the root causing of them is being done with a lot of AI now, especially with the generative AI, with OpenAI APIs, right? They're sort of this. So I see it kind of turning our world into a much more efficient world and much more personalized world. I mean, that's how I see. I don't know if I answered your question, but...
Well, there's also the piece of, I think you have to have a little bit about, the deployment process itself, the process of deploying machine learning models. It's fundamentally a deployment process, right? Even though there's now data with the code, it's still fundamentally a delivery and deployment process. It's just a bigger object, right? And so that's one of the new areas we're working on right now in the project. Is how do we do that
Mitch,
together?
maybe I've missed the question, but I think yes.
I liked your answer anyway. That's the question, but that's okay.
Yeah. So I think if you take, I gave you the example of this customer who has this 24,000 pipelines, right? 12,000 of their pipelines are actually AI/ML models, right?
That's interesting.
Yeah, and so when you do AI/ML models follow the same delivery process, but they have model training, and also the model deviation in production, right? And so
they aren't static things.
Right.
They're static things. They're not static, right? So I think this whole security layer that we have is now we're optimizing it for the ML sort of ops or ML model delivery. And so very interesting sort of challenges that come, even in security, because once you're in production, the behavior of the model could potentially give you a security risk, which was never the case is truly in an application, right? So that's an area that we are being sort of forced, I guess, by customers, because we didn't realize half the pipelines were machine learning models. And so we apply the security layer to that.
Well, that's kind of our industry, right? We don't necessarily know what we're going to be doing.
Exactly.
We have to figure out ways how to.
I'm ready for it.
Right?
Yeah.
It's very interesting. It's a good point about we don't typically deliver a lot of data in our deployment pipelines, right? There's databases in production that we test against, and otherwise, in these cases, they're vector databases and
it's still
learning models that we've
and
adjusted.
The complexity of these graphs are very interesting because you all these models are cascaded. If this model works, this data comes in. The next model works. I mean, it's actually very fascinating for us to be able to apply.
It's almost too complex to do it manually.
You can't do it manually.
You can't do it manually.
Right?
You just can't do it.
I mean, I think across the board here, right? The challenge is the reflex often is if we're not sure, we'll have a person do it. But the challenge is the people are so overwhelmed, they lack context, right? And so that's where you've got to rely on some kind of automation, intelligence in a system to offload the people. And then you bring the people in on an exception basis when you're really stuck, and they can take the time to really dig in and understand what's happening, right? That's the complementary model we're trying to do.
You're absolutely right. That's a new dimension of delivery that has kind of, in the last 2 years, has really taken off. When you said securing, automating software delivery, that's a new dimension.
Yep.
The models and the data associated with the models.
They didn't think of it. We didn't have that in mind when we started doing CI/CD.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's okay. It's adaptable. So deployment. Anything as you kind of look forward, you're thinking about where you might go or where the industry might go in your domain in the next 6 or 12 months, or what's kind of top of mind of here's the next set of challenges we might look at?
I think the one is driven by, the first challenge is driven by, as an industry, a lot of scale of Kubernetes. The scale of Kubernetes is kind of taking off, right? And so as that scale of Kubernetes takes off, people underestimate the complexity of deployments and securing deployments. And so today, in fact, somebody came to a booth and he asked the exact question, and I asked him, like, how do you know? He said, well, rest of the guys are going to see it 6 to 9 months from now. So I think scale will drive the need for automating security. I think that's one. I think the second is that there are a lot of, as in the software delivery, there are a lot of these tools, security tools that need to be inserted, like, this can, and so on and so forth. I think that we are also seeing a little bit of a consolidation to say, hey, I want the delivery bill of materials for the entire delivery to be understood. I think that's another sort of trend that is just starting, and I think that's the tip of the iceberg. Once we have that delivery bill of materials and this application graph, you can do lots of interesting things, including some generative AI way to understand, how things happen. I mean, it's I think a new frontier that we can hit. But both these we're hoping will make the need for what OpsMX provides, deployment firewall and the delivery bill of materials, etc., ubiquitous, right? I mean, hoping that's kind of that's how we think from first principles as to how the industry and us can probably help.
Interesting. Well, where can folks find out more? Go kick the tires or whatever they do.
We got a couple of, obviously if you're here at KubeCon, we're in booth P14. We've got demos and giveaways happening here. Our website, opsmx.com, has got more information. For people who want to try out the solution, we've got demo environments, trial environments they can go to kind of see for themselves how this sort of compliance and sandbox might work for themselves, deployment firewall.
That's one of those things, you kind of have to see it
work,
You
want to see it work,
really
you want to test drive it, right?
Yeah, that's the way I am. That kinetic learning, I want to see it.
We'll sign you up, Mitch.
Absolutely, and feedback for us is most important. We need customers to kind of, kick the tires and make us work hard.
Great. Well, David Gopal, thank you so much.
Great.
Be sure and check out the OpsMX website and all the great content. If you're here, check out their booth as well. Thank you for joining us for this discussion. We'll be back in a few minutes with another great interview, so hang tight.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We're here live in Las Vegas for AWS reInvent at our studio here up in the Wynn Hotel, our tower studio. And I'm happy to be joined by our next guest. He's Martin Reynolds. Martin's with our good friends at Harness, one of the leaders in the CD space, and a big AWS partner, we might add, as well.
That's correct.
Martin, thank you for joining us. Before we jump into it, though, I just jumped in like everyone here knows who we are, but it's Alan Schimmel over at Techstrong TV, and I'm joined by Mitchell Ashley, our CTO and GM of our Techstrong Research Division. Martin, first of all, welcome and thanks for joining us. Most of our audience knows who Harness is. They're not a stranger. This is our core, CD's kind of the core of our audience, whether it's from our DevOps.com site or our Cloud Native site. Harness is pretty well known. But there are a few people out here maybe who don't.
Maybe just get started, or
maybe just get started or not familiar. It happens. Why don't we start here? Why don't we tell them a little bit about Harness, Martin?
Sure. I mean, it's really interesting. I will state, I've been at Harness for a month.
Okay, so a long timer.
A long timer, but I previously was a customer for 4.5, 5 years. So
really?
So we were a very early adopter, so I know the products really well. So Harness it's a modern software delivery platform. Yeah. And it started in that core of CD. That was where the core of it began, but it's kind of stretched out from there because, as the product's matured, it's actually just become more of a, well, how do we help developers deliver software securely?
Well, as CD itself, quite frankly, has matured, right? It used to be, I used to call it the continuum of CI/CD. You never said CI without CD. And so that was that continuum of, but now CD represents, I think, whether it's GitOps or it represents, from planning code architecting through the IDE, through the integration. Yeah. It's not just that point of deployment anymore.
No.
Right?
That's exactly right. And it's all the checks and balances that you need to make along the way so that by the time your software gets to production, gets in front of your customer.
It's almost a non-event, right? It used to be that the act of pushing the button to deploy the software was the culmination, right?
Yeah.
But now it's sort of an it's an anti-climax now, right?
Because everything should be.
Well, if it's done right, and quite frankly, Harness has been one of the leaders in bringing that sort of mindset to how we develop and deliver software to the market. I always find it a tremendous endorsement of a product when you've got an ex-customer who comes aboard to...
Especially 4.5 years using it. So, you definitely know the product.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, I got to assume you love the product. Yes, otherwise, you wouldn't go work in the company.
No, that's absolutely it. Love the product, and it helps deliver software better. So,
what was your role when you were using it, or what roles have you had while you were using it?
Essentially, I was DevOps director and then DevOps and IaaS director. So I was essentially responsible for the tool chain, getting all those things out there so the software was deployed. That company had 100+ products, so with multiple tech stacks. So it was a fairly broad, wide environment. We were trying to make that. In fact, probably the most common conversation I had is that deployments aren't releases. Deployments should happen all the time. And you're right, it should be a non-event. A release is a go-to-market, right? It's hey, there's this new thing that you want to see, but it probably should have been in production for weeks or months and had beta testers and be behind feature flags, and that should just be all part of the process.
Agreed.
One of the things I imagine was a challenge, you could tell us, is all those different environments, all those tech stacks.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they're all uniform and very similar.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not. And tell us a little bit about that and some of the challenges of what a Harness does in those kind of situations.
So those multiple tech stacks, there was consolidation around it, and essentially, where Harness really helped was being able to build templates and then actually have some governance over the top of them to say, hey, it might be tech stack A or tech stack B or tech stack C, but actually it still had all the right security testing and it's had the performance testing done and it's compliant with everything we need for that particular environment, and then it's okay to deploy. And it shouldn't be like a fight. It should be, this is the policy, and you either meet the policy and deploy, or you don't meet the policy and you fix whatever it is that you need to do.
Sure.
You know, and then it's really about getting the right information to the right person at the right time. You know, it's that kind of, I always think that shift left was done a little bit skew-if, because a lot of companies just shifted all the work left, and that is not the way to solve that problem.
Didn't work very well.
You need to shift the information left, and it needs to be the right information at the right time in the right context.
So, I'm not going to take credit for this. I heard it on a webinar that we did. Someone, I don't think it was someone from Harness, but someone, so we need to shift everywhere. Because I think when we use the word shift, we're focused. Like, substitute the word focus for shift. Right? We started putting our focus left.
Yes.
We need to focus right sometimes, and we need to focus right in the middle sometimes. And so we need to shift everywhere, right? Because we need focus. And that focus, like looking at a picture, you know, it changes. Sometimes you got to focus here, sometimes you got to focus there. And I think that, again, is some of the difference between pure CI/CD, DevSecOps, versus modern software delivery, software supply chain, as some call it.
Yeah.
Right? Is that focus is a shifting focus.
It is. It is, and it actually plays into that whole thing, you know, that whole thing of having like a bill of materials is great. I've got a bill of materials, I know what's in my software, but actually knowing all the things that happened, you know, that kind
of dependencies and everything else. Yeah.
All the dependencies, who wrote the code, when it went into which environment.
The provenance of all that.
All the provenance of it, what the tests were that were run, you know, whether all those security things were done, and what were the outputs, and being able to see them in context at the right time. Because I think focus is a great way of saying it, because it is, you know, I need to know at the right time in the right place, and having that information where the focus needs to be is the right way to do it.
Absolutely.
Rather than just saying, no, I'm just going to make all this stuff go over here.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. And I'm just going to keep shoving it left onto the developer's plate. That's not necessarily the answer either.
No, no. In fact, I feel pretty strongly about that, because honestly, you know, if you work for a product company, and Harness is a product company too, you know, what you really want your developers to be doing is building the features that make the customers really happy.
Yeah.
And what you don't want them doing is all the toil and the, you know, stuff that isn't making.
No. Yeah, let me explain. Let me put it to you this way. If I told you I have a business model, I have my highest paid employees right here, who are, you know, time constrained to finish their, in this case, coding, but finish their task.
Yeah.
And then I have a bunch of lower paid employees who do tasks that are sort of ancillary to that highest paid employee. And I got this great idea where I'm going to take stuff off of the lower paid employees' plate and put it on the higher paid employee.
That's a great idea. No.
Because after all, he is the higher, or they are the higher paid employee. Let's just give them more. And this way we'll give these lower paid folks less. Doesn't that sound logical? No, it doesn't sound logical.
Absolutely not.
And let's just keep putting more and more. Security, give it to him too.
Yeah.
Testing, give it to her as well. Right?
Yeah.
The security, the testing, don't worry about them. Keep putting it over here until one day that whole thing chokes. Right, and that developer goes to another job, and you got to go hire a new developer. And it's at some level, I'll confess, I was guilty. I was all about shift left for a long time. We need to shift everywhere.
It's not about shifting the work. I think that whether it's shift everywhere or shift left, but that's what we did, right? We said, like, developers are going to do ops, they'll do security too.
Yeah,
and testing. We need them to do the testing.
And after all,
let's have them do
those tests. So that is an issue here. I'd like to turn. We are here at AWS reInvent.
Absolutely.
What's Harness doing here?
Well,
Good
mostly
question.
it is. No, mostly, we want to show people our platform, and we want to show how we work with the cloud vendors. To be honest, and AWS are doing some exciting things, and we're a big consumer of AWS. In fact, it's where some of our platform lives, and and it will be going forward. So it's a great place to be, and it's a great place to show how we can help teams deploy into those environments. I mean, it's one of the original tenets was making CDs easy.
Yeah.
Without having to write lots of scripts, without having to, easy to do the right thing and difficult to do the wrong thing. That's what you kind of want to get to. And so, we want to show people that. We want to show how we can do it with AWS Cloud and how we partner with them to do that.
Absolutely. What does it take to stand out in a big event like this? Because there's so many people, so many great companies.
A lot of noise.
And a lot of noise, a lot of distractions, that shiny objects for those that like shiny objects.
Yeah, so I honestly think you just have to show your quality. Genuinely, you have to show how you do it better than everybody else. It's not a case of just, I think shouting the loudest doesn't necessarily make you win. Showing that you can do it and showing that you've done it and that it's repeatable and, that you end up with that kind of final output that is going to work, that makes your developers' lives easier, that they have a great experience, that you've got a full supply chain that you're going through when you're delivering your software, that you can, pick out where that problem happened, when it happened, why it happened, where it's deployed, and how you can then just push it out and fix it.
And do it in a short window. I mean, you might have 20-minute conversation, but you might have 30 seconds in most cases, right, to kind of get their attention. And
honestly, I personally find the easiest way to engage is ask them where their pain is. What's your pain? What makes your life difficult? And let me show you how we can make it easier for you.
I think that as soon as you get to actually talk to a live person, one of the things that it fascinates me about this show, I spoke to Mitchell about it last night, is the amount of money and effort that vendors are putting into having video billboards on the sides of buildings, on the top of cabs, inside the cabs. I mean, the U2, not the U2, the Sphere. Right outside of Venetian here where this thing's being held. It's kind of been taken over by, I don't know if you noticed, by Google Cloud.
I did.
I thought it was brilliant for a second.
I actually filmed it.
A lot of people were saying, come to the new cloud. And I get it. This isn't, this is counter-programming for Google. Right. So I'm going to give them a pass, and I think it is a brilliant piece of counter-programming. But the amount of vendors we speak to vendors all the time, we all know what the economic situation is in the tech world right now. The amount of money being spent to shout loud, look at me, look at me, look at me, versus investing the time into having conversations about where is your pain, how can I help, is amazing to me. I think it's akin to cash-starved startups buying Super Bowl ads for $7 million for 30 seconds. Right, versus developing better product, developing better customer.
Honestly, it's the relationships that make it work.
Of course it is.
And if we can solve somebody's pain, make their jobs easier, and actually,
that's how you build customers.
Better. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's how you get customers to one day leave their place and come work for you.
Absolutely.
Right? You didn't come to Harness because you saw their ad on the side of one of these casinos.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Yeah. And I think that's an interesting phenomenon here. And I've spoken to vendors. I said, are you getting leads from it? They said, we don't know.
So
so why are you spending the money? Well, a lot of people see it.
Yeah, that's one thing. But honestly, it's a really interesting thing, because one of the things that actually made me want to come work for Harness is, and I've actually seen a video of multiple people customers where they're talking about working with Harness. One of the big things was every single one of them said, no, they're not a vendor, they're a partner. They're not, and that's what I used to say too, right? They're not a vendor, they're a partner. They work with us all the time. It's how can we solve the problem together?
That's the kind of vendor/partner you want to work with, not someone who spends their money on Super Bowl ads. And so that's I'm going to leave it at that. I'll get down off my soapbox now. But Martin, what else can you want to share with our audience about what you guys got going on here?
I mean, we've actually had a lot of growth in the platform. It's been like quite an exciting year. I still remember, Harness CD, and then Harness was CI CD and feature flags, and now they have some fabulous tools that they've added into the platform. They've added an internal developer platform, which is honestly the number of people who have that desire to have that, make developers' lives easier, make things automated, and then they try and host the open source things themselves, and they're like, it's actually quite hard, and it takes a lot of toil. So Harnesses is based on Backstage, so it gets all the same things. So
which a lot of those are as well.
Yeah, which is quite exciting. But also, I think some of the other things that have come in is the way they've been building AI and ML into the into the processes. And I always find it interesting, right? Because I always feel like AI should be easy to use, and so I know it's a disruptive technology in terms of the industry, but it shouldn't be disruptive to the people who are consuming it. It should absolutely be part of their process. It should make their lives easier.
Lives better.
And I know Harness have been doing it since the really early days, right? They have their continuous verification tool, right?
Yes.
Uses ML and a little bit of AI to kind of say, hey, you've deployed this, you might want to roll forward or roll back, right? And it's been in there, but that's just kind of extended out now, and they're extending that out across the tool chain, and it includes the new ADA tool, which doesn't matter whether you've got one or all the modules, you get the benefit of that, and they're using it to make things easier. So we talk a lot about policy as code, and making it easy to do the right thing, hard to do the wrong thing. I know I'm repeating myself with that, but that is we want that to be the way, and generating those policies, getting AI to generate them for you, that's a massive time saver.
Sure is. And look, I got to be honest with you, this isn't the first time we've discussed AI in the last 3 days in our interviews.
I am not surprised.
It's come up once or twice.
About 3 minutes into every conversation.
Yeah, but I mean, I think what you're really hitting at is sort of an issue that we have discussed in these interviews, which is what's real and what does rubber meet the road here versus what might be, could be, should be, will be.
Yeah.
And I think, if we were to fast forward and look at not just your interview here, but all of the interviews we did during this show, and in 3 to 5 years, look back on them and see what AI is in 3 to 5 years, we'll probably laugh.
Yeah.
Right? Because we didn't get it right, right? I mean, some things happened a lot.
How far off we may have really been, right? Yeah.
Right? Some things happened a lot faster. Some things will happen a lot slower, and some things will never happen, and some things we haven't anticipated will happen.
Absolutely.
It's just, it's going to be an interesting ride these next couple of years as we see that play out.
Yeah.
But right now, I think we're starting to see, at least, especially in IT development and in IT in general, I call it AI for ops, right?
Yeah.
We're starting to see some real tangible ways that, this does. I mean, Mitchell has put a ton of time in working around this with a group of folks we've been working with. And there's real stuff going on.
There's real stuff there. Yeah.
There's real stuff going on. We'll see.
It's interesting though, right? Because like if you look at that and think, okay, this is what we do when a person writes some code. So the person writes some code, and we make sure it does all the right testing and everything. I think if you don't have that in place, adopting things that generate code, automatically, like I feel like you can't start with that if you haven't got all the other stuff.
Well, you don't have a
first.
foundation, and so you're always building on a house of cards or on quicksand.
Yeah.
And so that bigger issue, that's one of the things that scares me about AI. Right, is that I think for the next generation of developers, the next generation of students, the next generation of interviewers, if they're just trained on let the AI do it, but don't understand the underlying...
Yeah.
Well, I think what it misses is writing software is not writing code. It's performing that function in a context of an architecture, of a set of technology stack, as a set of tools, as a set of processes and guidelines, compliance. You rarely start out with a blank sheet of paper without any of that. You You might to prototype stuff, but to really build software, you've got all that other stuff. You're building it within.
Right, this context.
Until we've got that context, and that's one of the things that generative AI can do, maybe will do, help us with at least to some degree. But yeah, I mean, when I hear people say, "Yeah, I'm just going to have it write my code," like you can have it write code, but it's not going to be software that you're going to use in most cases.
Agreed.
At least today. And that's, I'm not poo-pooing generative AI. It's just that's where we are today.
Yeah, I think it's my personal experience is it's a helper, but it's not a replacement.
Yes, it's exactly.
And I think that's another thing that people have to realize. It's not putting the developers or the testers or anyone else necessarily out of a job. There might be some changes, right? There might be some jobs that you lose here that you make up here. But I think it's a helper that can 10x people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? And that should be the goal. How do I 10x this developer? Who is that highest paid person on the totem pole in my development chain? How do I 10x them?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's
and still have faith in the
product, the output.
In the product and the output,
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
The people doing deployment, right? Or doing testing, or I think it's anywhere in that chain, right?
It is. It's the whole chain, and I think as long as you're starting with that good foundation, you've got all the governance in place, then you can trust that code that comes through that's generated by something rather than someone.
Yeah. Well, I think we're still getting that governed. That's a whole nother interview, Martin. Where, how are we going to trust and put the governance in place from a security point of view of this? But you can't make wine before it's time, right? This will come as well, and it's going to be an interesting ride as we get there. Hey, we're going to wrap up. For people who want more information about Harness, though, and about a couple of these things we're talking about, it's harness.com?
Harness.io.
IO, excuse me.
It's harness.io. And actually, I also know that we have coming up, we're starting to do some hands-on webinars for people so they can come on, build a pipeline.
Oh, that's very cool.
They'll be available from the harness.io site as well. You can sign up for those.
On demand and live as well.
Live, yeah, live.
Very cool. Go check it out at harness.io. We're going to take a break here on our Day 3 AWS reInvent coverage. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Techstrong TV.
Hi, everyone. Hey, we're back. We're here in Chicago for KubeCon, wrapping up our 3 days of coverage here in Chicago. It's our last day. I think we have maybe one or two more. I think that the expo floor closes around 2 o'clock Chicago time today, so we got to wrap it up. But you know, in many ways, we saved the best for last, right? Let me introduce you to my friend Michael Cade. Unfortunately, I don't get a chance to see Michael as much as I'd like. I think the last time was Amsterdam at KubeCon. So I'm going to assume I'll maybe see you in Paris.
We will indeed. It's my wife's birthday though, so
my wife's birthday too.
So you're going to have to bring.
We got a party to make here, man.
Either we're bringing them with us, or
I'm bringing them.
Exactly.
I'm bringing her.
Said it now. It's on camera. Maybe she'll watch.
For a small fee, I'll make sure this never sees the light of day. Kidding. But yes, my wife is going to be there for her birthday. If you're there with your wife, let's do drinks.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, we'll
all righty. Hey, for those who don't know, Michael is with Casted by Veeam. And, you know, before we get into anything else, Michael, there are people who are watching this who says, I never heard of those guys. Or I think I heard of them. I know Veeam, but I don't know Casted.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So we're focused on Kubernetes backup, right? So, or in fact, a little bit more than, it's easy just to say Kubernetes backup. Think about data management, data resiliency, in particular in Kubernetes. Now, Veeam is a platform. We can back up virtual machines, physical, unstructured data, NAS, cloud, SaaS. Yeah. We're focused here, we're focused on Kubernetes, data protection, data resiliency. So when you put your database inside of Kubernetes, we're going to give you the ability to protect that, orchestrate that, offload that onto a different cloud if need be, provide that mobility of that. But equally, if you've got a data service such as AWS RDS, and your bit of your application lives in Kubernetes, we can protect the whole story, the whole application. So that's really the 2-minute, this is who we are and this is why we're here.
You know what? That's a good start of where we're going. Now, we are here though, and you guys have been, as always, right? There's always things going on with Casted by Veeam. For our audience, and this goes to the people who do know who you are as well, what have you guys been announcing or, you know, highlighting at the show?
So every KubeCon, we bundle up everything that we've done over the last 6 months or whatever it was since the last KubeCon, right? So this week was around 6.5, so K10, 6.5, and there's 2 key focuses. One is around security. Everyone's talking about security. Data backup or data resiliency, you have to have security involved in that. And then you're also about scalability. One thing we're seeing is people are deploying multiple clusters, not just one, but as well as one big massive cluster that holds everything. A bit like what we saw in the virtualization days, right? You just have a big cluster full of virtualization, and that would be where you'd run all your workloads. From a security point of view, it's about integrating into your SIEM type projects or products like Datadog. So we know what our swim lane is. We're not going to go and create our own Datadog type offering. No. So we're going to leverage the best ones on the market. We've made it extensible. We're launching it with Datadog, but
really?
it can really go to any other SIEM that's available. And that's really about. I talk about the US Navy's talk about left and right of bang. If you think about a bang being something bad happening, like a security threat, malicious activity, ransomware type situation. If you think about left being prevention, I want to prevent something bad from happening, or at least give me visibility of that. And then right of bang is remediation. How do I get things back as fast as possible? That left of bang is more the Datadogs. How do I get insight when something bad's about to happen, and what can I do? What would we do from that point of view? It might be take a backup. It might be like encourage us to then start a replication or migration of that workload into a different cloud. So that's a big part there. The other part of that security story is around secure supply chain. So we've always had that secure supply chain built in our software, but a lot of the DoD, Fed type environments, they use a secure hardened repository called Iron Bank. So that's another part of our launch, is making sure that we've got Casted K10 in Iron Bank, secure, safe, and we're the only data protection enterprise data protection service inside of that Iron Bank repository.
That's big stuff. It's big stuff. You know, we do a lot of work with Datadog and AWS and with them as well, and that's got to be a huge channel for you guys, right? And to have that integrated in there, as you said, rather than trying to go out and reinvent the wheel and get someone to. And the last thing we need in the world is for people have to adopt another interface.
Exactly.
Another.
They already know it, right? We already and that ecosystem trend of us partnering with these enterprise solutions, whether it be like Kyverno or whether it be Open Policy Agent or OpenShift and all the good stuff that come with OpenShift around like guard duty and ACS. We're not going to go and build it ourselves. People want to roll their own platform with their choice, and and that freedom of choice is important to keep.
You can't shove it down people's throats. It don't work.
Yeah.
Simple. Let's talk. What else you got coming on here?
So another big thing that we did. So we've had an open source project called Canister, probably since 2016, 2017.
I think I've spoken to you about it.
Yeah, and the focus there was around enabling the community to have something that would allow them to take a consistent copy of their database or data service. And what that means is that, let's say with Postgres, for example, they use a tool set, a built-in tool set called pgdump, and then we offload that off into object storage. Canister gives that functionality to be able to do that. So what we've done is we donated Canister to the CNCF landscape, so as a sandbox project, and that's really our aim as Kasten is to drive and raise awareness of data protection, but also application consistency across data services within and external to Kubernetes. And this gives us that capability for the community to go and use this framework to try to get to where they need to be from a protection point of view.
Let me peel the onion back a little bit on that, because I think not everyone in our audience knows what it means to donate a project to CNCF. So CNCF at this point, I think they have like 140 or some weird number. There's a lot of CNCF projects. But when a company like Kasten does, you're actually assigning or handing over the IP management and marketing of that project to the Linux Foundation and CNCF,
exactly that.
Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and they own it, they operate it. Now, that's not to say that you orphaned it or you shoved it out the door and said,
we won't stop
hey, you're on your own.
Yeah.
You're still going to be, I imagine, very involved in the maintaining of it and of steering it, right? Of help managing where it's going, what the audience needs. The flip side of that, though, is that this now becomes part of the ecosystem. This now becomes part of the class, if you will, where all of these projects begin, working together. They have some common road mapping and common, there's an end game in store here where these
absolutely
play nicely together. And I mean, in many ways, if you love something, set it free, right? And you set it free and it really grows. And so it benefits not just you, it benefits, and not to sound corny, but it benefits the whole community.
Exactly that. And the value of that is that we're already drinking from our own fire hose.
Agreed.
So the perspective that we can get from the community, the feedback that we get from the community will help us take the blinkers off. And we can get really into, what is it you need? Like I expect, we've been working quite closely with Enterprise DB around Postgres.
Yeah.
So having that community, meet in the community type model, which, I mean, Canister, it's not like it's a brand new project. It's been around for 5, 6, 7 years.
Absolutely.
But open source is different to a CNCF guided visibility and a community. It's a focused community around everything that we do. So,
and it's also in an environment where it's a very structured environment. We say, okay, how many contributors do we have? How many downloads do we have? How many maintainers do we have? Right, based upon what we know a successful open source project needs to be really successful, these are the metrics we want to see the project have.
Exactly that. Like, so you can't just go, oh, I've created something open source and throw it over the fence and CNCF
That
go,
don't
oh,
work.
we'll have it,
Yeah.
right? There are entry requirements to get in there, whether it's
And then there's
stars
a
and
graduation.
this and that.
You
Exactly
mentioned
that.
you were sandbox,
so we go
right?
sandbox, then we look into that incubating and then graduated. If you look at that as well, like you mentioned, if you go and look at the CNCF landscape, because I spend a lot of time on there, there's over 1,000 projects. There's logos everywhere. Then you start drilling it down to what is not a commercial or proprietary bit of software. It starts to slim down. And actually, if you look at like the graduated and incubating, and you start filtering that out, there's actually 55, 56, I think it's 55, of actual projects that are in that incubated and graduated phase of there. And you like the likes of Kubernetes and the likes of Helm and Prometheus, the big ones, right? They're the ones that you expect to see.
Open telemetry. Actually, the third biggest one I found out this week is Argo.
Yeah, I can quite believe that. You walk around this show floor and everything is using Argo.
Yeah.
Like we integrating back up into your CI/CD pipeline. 100% big fan of Argo CD.
Absolutely.
And what that brings to the
But no,
party.
but that when I say that's the class you're in,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. You're in
Exactly
that
that.
class, and they're all, they're all going to the same school, if you will.
Yeah.
Right. As a parents out there, you want to send your kid to the school where the other smart kids are, so they network and they do their thing. It's the same kind of thing.
Exactly that. And
It's hard
hopefully,
raising a good open source project today.
and hopefully, like come Paris, where you've got the open source, I think it's called the Project Pavilion, where you see all of those graduated incubating projects.
You'll
Hopefully
see
we can get a canister one over there, and we can. And
So
I'd
if
be
we are, we'll have
excited
you
to share
there. Bring your wife with you.
Yeah, there you
and
go.
we'll
She can
sing
demo
happy
canister.
birthday and then have
Yeah.
her demo canister here for us.
Yeah,
That's
very
great.
good.
What else do we have, Michael?
So I think the other thing is that evolution of the conversation. When I first started coming to KubeCon, we were talking to developers, engineers. I'm not a developer or an engineer, a hacker at best. But now we're starting to see it, and this probably started in Amsterdam, where we're now starting to see people that are responsible for the data. So, and I think that's another important milestone that we're seeing. So you've got the developers still, they're here, but equally the SREs, the platform engineering, the people that keep the lights on, the people that are responsible for when bad things happen, and not necessarily always ransomware or newsworthy headlines, but people make mistakes, we delete stuff all the time, so we might need to recover that workload. So conversations,
Happens to us all the time.
yeah, conversations is a big evolution that we're having here as well. Definitely, like, people are coming up to us at the booth. Oh, I know Veeam. What do you do for Kubernetes? So
Sure.
we then tell them that whole story, right? What we started the session with around. We can back up Kubernetes workloads.
Very cool. Hey, last area I wanted to ask you about. So, you're a KubeCon veteran. What did you think of the show this year here in Chicago?
I think the weather's been pretty good.
Could have been worse. I mean, look, I'm from South Florida. It's not exactly been good. But it could have been worse.
Well, I'm UK, so
Right.
this is
It's
basically
good for
summer.
you. Yeah, I get it.
But weather aside, I think the show floor, great conversations. I think the maturity of some of the projects that we've seen, maybe that would have been in that like the startup
Pavilion.
row, are now they have a bit bigger. They're mature.
Yeah, no, it's definitely progressing.
And I think that's exciting to see the different observability, the storage, the security side. Like, I think there's some incredible projects and products that we have here, and I think there's a maturity around. There's always, where there's open source, there's always an enterprise requirement for supportability and actually just
and some enterprise features that really doesn't appeal to the mass. That tends to, open source projects work on volume.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's part of the CNCF. Right?
Exactly that.
But a lot of enterprise type features may not appeal to the broad base. It's like a pyramid.
Yeah.
And so if you want the top of the pyramid kind of functionality, I mean, that's the open source business model
Exactly
right
that,
there.
that funnel, right? That funnel.
Yep. So I get it. And that's what a lot of these companies up and down all these rows are here for.
Exactly that. Yeah, it's been good. It's been like I say, conversation, community, big part again of the CNCF is around that community. I think there's still a lot of people on their learning journey. I think that's great to see as well, that change. But people embracing change. There's one constant in IT or tech, there's always going to be change, right? Every 10 years, I'm quoting Kelsey Hightower's talk that he did on our booth, but basically he said, you have to look to reinvent yourself every 10 years, and I think we are definitely seeing that.
I think we are coming up on that boundary.
Yeah, it feels like we're on the cusp of that. The adoption is real.
Oh, the adoption's real. I think you have one, it's like being the scrappy kid on the block, the underdog who has to fight for every inch, versus being the heavyweight champion of the world and defending your title.
Exactly that.
And, staying on top.
I think the other thing as well that I've been excited about is seeing virtual machines. Think about so Kubernetes, and I know it's not just about Kubernetes here, it's about cloud native.
Absolutely.
But Kubernetes being that container orchestrator, and we've always said about it being a container orchestrator, but now think about it as a control plane, an API that can drive anything. So speaking to OpenShift, and they have OpenShift virtualization running VMs inside of Kubernetes, and MongoDB, they have an operator that controls their PaaS, MongoDB Atlas. So it becomes a reconciliation loop for so much more than just containers. So we've focused over the last year about protecting those virtual machines, OpenShift virtualization using KubeVirt, all of that. So it's been exciting to see as well. And there's some stuff out there in the virtualization space that is like maybe a potential some bumps in the road coming from acquisitions and stuff like that. I think that is very interesting for KubeVirt as a project, but also OpenShift virtualization. SUSE have Harvester that does something similar. Kind of flips things on its head a little bit if you start running virtual machines under the Kubernetes hood. I think that's exciting for me, coming from that world.
Last question for you. So I'm hearing rumors that, yes, Paris in March.
Yeah.
Salt Lake City next fall for the U.S. and then London.
Oh, wow.
Have you heard
that?
I've
not heard.
Well,
so I have heard, though, that there is going to be a KubeCon in India as well. I know there was one in China.
New Asia? Yeah, there was Shanghai.
But I think there will also be one in India.
One in India, they should.
Yeah, I think a lot of projects and a lot of the talent is.
And there's also a lot of there's just a lot of people there too.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
Go where the people
excited for that. I might see you there.
It's not my wife's birthday, but
there you go.
I'll be Michael. Always a pleasure seeing
Cheers,
you, mate. We're live here. We're wrapping up. I think we have one or two more interviews before we conclude our day 3 coverage here at KubeCon Cloud Native Con. Stay tuned. We'll be back on in a moment.
Hello and welcome back to the Qualys Security Conference for the Americas. I'm here with Tom Copeland, who's head of GRC for ABF, and they operate in 55 countries, is it?
Correct, yep.
Which is a rather significant amount of effort in terms of
yep.
what GRC is going to be all about. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
55 countries. Each of those countries has its own set of regulations, and there's probably multiple regulations within each country that you got to deal with.
Correct.
How do you cope with that?
It is a challenge. So we're quite fortunate that in each of the different territories we've got localized kind of security managers. So we have a central function which kind of has our guidelines and policy and standards, and then each of the different business units will attest to those and make sure they're compliant. And then obviously they're the subject matter experts again with the regulations that are required for their regions. So for me, he's obviously based in the UK. GDPR is one of our kind of really major compliance and legislation things that we have to comply to.
How much overlap is there in the controls from one country to another, or are they all so uniquely different that you can't really leverage?
So since GDPR came in 2018, we're seeing a lot more overlap between the different legislations. So especially in the EU, a lot of the similarities. There are some nuances with like Germany where they have work councils, so they have to get which are built up of their own employees that have to kind of look at approving any kind of changes or anything along those lines. But certainly with the sort of like transfer mechanism and data, etc., the controls are relatively similar.
How automated can the process get? Because it seems to me at the level of scale that you're currently at, there's got to be a lot of automation, but how far?
Yeah, so we're starting to look at automation, so we're relatively early on in it. There are some things that we can do, especially when it comes to like access reviews, those kind of controls. But we are still quite junior in it, so there is a lot of manual processes that we're still going through to measure our levels of compliance and on a regular basis and those kind of things. Third-party assurance as well, so we've got some process in there from third parties to help us kind of understand the risk of some third parties, but again it's still a manual process for us to go to the third party, understand what controls they have in place, so we can get some assurance on whether we want to sign up and use them or not.
And then we aggregate all this stuff and we present it to some auditor, or who comes around and how often do they come around?
Yeah, so we have some internal audit functions, but then we also obviously have external audits that come in as well. We are ISO accredited, so we obviously have those kind of audits that we have to comply to, obviously keep that certification. So yeah, there's lots of different external bodies that do that. We also have, obviously within our compliance team, will do their own kind of audits against our application system, third parties as well.
You seem pretty calm. A lot of people get stressed out about audits, so what's your secret?
It's a good question. I don't know. I've always been told that I'm a relatively relaxed person, so whether that's just because of my nature, but yeah, I don't know. I'm a very calm head.
So what does worry you? You know, what keeps you up at night or makes you go, I'm a little concerned?
Yeah, so I'd probably say the most recent thing is the third party aspect. For me at the moment, when you kind of assure against a third party, it's a point in time. So they may be, I have a gold star rating at that point, but 2 weeks down the line, it might be very different, or they've made themselves susceptible to something else, which then obviously is a risk to us that if they're holding some of our data or something along those lines. So yeah, that's probably one of my main concerns at the moment.
Has this whole thing become a continuous process? Because it used to be the audit was an event, but now it seems like it's a 24/7 thing.
Yeah, so it's obviously an event right at the beginning when we're onboarding, and we try to do it on an annual basis. But I think we're at the moment trying to work out how we can improve that to make it more up to date, more regular, so we know the details as soon as possible. But yeah, at the moment we haven't got there yet. We don't know what the fix is.
Yeah. We're here at a Qualys conference, so clearly you're a customer. What brought you to them, and what was the appeal?
Yeah, so we've been with Qualys since 2014, so we've been with them for a very long time. I think we've got a really good relationship with them, especially in their sort of like support area. So, and we've just gone from strength to strength with them, especially seeing our vulnerabilities drop and the new material that's come, especially with True Risk, getting a much better picture as to where our risks are. It's what's the word? I can't think of the word, but it would be lost without it, kind of thing now.
Do the business folks understand the function and appreciate it, or is, because we've been hearing a lot about there's a disconnect between the security folks, the compliance folks, the IT folks, and the business folks. So how do you guys manage that?
So we do work very closely with the different departments. So I'm very keen on making sure that making myself aware, known to them, engaging with projects really early on, so that security's done by design during the project and all of those kind of things. I'm also trying not to be a blocker. I think that's a big thing for me. So being very collaborative with the business. So it might be that they can't do something one way, but I then work with them to get to the same kind of outcome, but doing it a different way, rather than being that blocker, which then obviously puts a negative image on me, and then they might not be as approachable, or they'll try and divert me to do something else.
Right. Or they'll just go ahead and do something, and then you'll be surprised later.
Exactly, yeah. Ask for forgiveness.
Right. Is GRC, you don't see the word security in GRC, but is the GRC function and security converging, becoming more tightly coupled?
Yeah, I would say so. So I report into security. So we are arm in arm, really, to be honest. We abide by the information security policies and guidelines, and we help enforce them. And then if we're looking at the operations side of things as well, we obviously support them in any investigations. If we detect any kind of gaps or anything along those lines, informing them to obviously help us to close it if necessary, or additional monitoring and those kind of things as well.
A lot of focus on cost these days anywhere you go. What do you guys do to kind of maybe have a best practice for trying to keep some control of those costs?
So I must admit that's probably a bit out of my kind of remit, but I know when we do risk assessments and all those kind of things, so we can kind of see if there's a major risk, we can look at what the cost impact might be to resolve it, or if we don't resolve it, what that kind of impact might be as well. And I think it's definitely kind of looking at what's on our risk register as well, saying actually these things are really important, we need to focus on putting these controls in place, and whether that's another system solution that comes in, then it's all kind of that kind of assessment as well.
Are the auditors getting smarter and tougher?
I would say so, yeah. They definitely dig a lot deeper than they used to, I think. And they've definitely got a real focus on information security than before, like 10 years ago. So yeah, no, I think they are.
All right. What brought you into this role in the first place? Is there something about GRC that you were like, wow, this is for me?
So I've been in ABF for 10 years now, so I've held varying different security roles. So I was a security manager within one of the businesses, and then I was in the corporate centre for a few years. I think for me, the risk aspect is the real kind of bit that I enjoy the most, actually, the assessment, understanding what the gaps are, and kind of following it through. GRC, I think it's, again, I kind of do feel as if I fell into this role a little bit, to be honest, but I am enjoying it. I do like seeing things end to end, which obviously you do get with that kind of the governance piece of saying how things need to be done, and then the compliance bit to check against that you've done it with the risk in the middle.
There's always a lot of consternation about, some people think, well, we're compliant, so we must be secure, but maybe it turns out that that's just the baseline and we need to be better at security. How do you kind of navigate that conversation?
That's a good question. Again, I think I always take it back to risk. We can put as many controls in as possible, but if those controls aren't going to dampen the risk enough for us, then obviously that feeds into the conversation around what additional things do we need to do to reduce that.
Yeah. How do you quantify that risk? Because we've been talking here about some of the methods that these guys have come up with. How do you guys approach that conversation?
So at the moment we do it very much on kind of impact and likelihood, and it's more, doesn't really look at a cost basis at the moment. It's very much on sort of like the impact to the business and whether it's going to be disruptive and those kind of things. But we are looking to see if we can put more of a cost against a risk to see what the material impact to the business will be. So yeah, that's what we're doing at the moment.
All right. There are other folks who are just starting their GRC journeys. You know, what do you know now that you kind of wish you knew when you started out?
I think for me, one of the big things is every day is different, it's ever evolving. I think big thing for me is seeing things with your own eyes, not necessarily taking something at face value. Do your own digging to get your own confidence, and yeah, I think deep down I quite enjoy it as well. So it's a bit of fun.
A lot of talk about AI, and it's still early days. What are you expecting? What do you think you're going to see? You know, is this good news or a little scary?
I think it's a little scary, but I think if you know how to utilize it in the right way and make sure it's being used in the right way, I think it can be a real benefit in helping do automation piece that we were talking about. So I think, yeah, it's just harnessing it correctly. I think it'll be a benefit.
So how big is the GRC environment? What goes into that? I mean, is it all just Qualys, or are there other components? How do they interact with each other?
Yeah, so we've got a lot of tooling that supports us, whether it's third-party tooling to help with risk assessments or monitoring of various different things. But there is a lot of manual processes in it as well that we're obviously hoping to onboard in maybe some other platforms to help us with risk register building and all of those kind of things. So it is a bit of a hybrid model at the moment.
Yeah. What is your sense of there's clearly more regulations being considered all over the world, and they're getting tougher. Do you guys actively monitor that? I mean, how far in advance do you plan when you see this kind of stuff?
Yeah, so we do monitor these kind of things. It might not necessarily be my function, but they certainly feed into us, so we can then have good visibility of it. We can plan for the changes that are coming. But again, it's obviously dependent on the feeds that we're getting, how up to date and how accurate they are. But we've got good feeds in at the moment.
And how trustworthy is the data that you're getting, right? Because you're collecting a lot of data from places, but the environments change all the time and they're highly dynamic. So how do you know that IT environment, your own, never mind the third-party one, is still compliant?
Yeah, so we obviously do a lot of third-party testing, like penetration testing, to obviously get some comfort in the environment. We obviously encourage our third parties to share results with us of their kind of compliance checks. But again, it's one of those things, it's a point in time. How often can we do those kind of checks? At the moment, sometimes it's a yearly exercise, so you'd hope that you're in the same kind of gold standard one time to the following year, but again, it's having the resource or tooling to help us kind of close that gap.
It's a little fluid, as they say.
Yeah.
Where does the reports that you generate, they go to some sort of government agency that looks at all this stuff, or where does that outcome all wind up?
So the outcome mainly kind of stays in our business, actually, to be honest, and it helps us kind of deliver our roadmaps of the things that we're going to address, or it might be to our stakeholders saying we've got these particular risks that we might need some support in addressing, or them accepting the risk and we're sort of like progressing, or but yeah, no, we don't share anything with the external parties. Maybe if we had like a security incident or something along those lines, it might go to a government body so they can obviously do some investigation and see if that information can be shared with any other entities, but the majority of it is in-house.
You're not seeing regulators and people from the governments showing up saying, we want to see this as part of your financial statements yet?
No, we do publicise sort of like our risk statements, etc., but no, nothing from any kind of regulators that I'm aware of anyway.
You talk to your peers a lot. What do you hear from them in terms of what they're experiencing in terms of challenges? Are they similar? Are they different in different countries?
I guess there are some similarities. Some of my peers kind of deal with sort of some customer service kind of impact, so how security impacts their users. Definitely phishing is one of the things that we have a lot of similarities with, and definitely third party, the management of those third parties and the assurance around those is definitely something that we're all seeing.
Are the attacks changing in ways that are novel or interesting?
I guess so. We're seeing more stuff around sort of like messaging services, I guess, rather than just email. Quishing, so QR code things, we're seeing a lot of those as well at the moment. They seem to be similar outcome. It's a type of phishing, but just different mechanism that it's being started by.
Are they after money, or are they after data, or both? Or
so luckily we haven't had any of the output of someone doing something like that, but from what we can see, it seems to be more kind of, I guess, disruption and ransomware, those kind of things.
Right. So if somebody gave you a magic wand and said, here's your one wish, what would that be? What would be the thing you'd want to change about the way GRC functions?
I definitely think more automation, and then it frees up our own resource to then focus on the other things that really matter, and we can definitely plan for the future and put the tools in place to help with things like third-party assurance and all of those kind of things.
There's a chronic shortage of security professionals. I don't know if there's a similar chronic shortage of GRC professionals.
Yeah, so there is a shortage of security professionals. I think, we're not immune to that, unfortunately. So yeah, we need more of them.
All right. Well, you got a few right here. Why come to work for you guys?
Why would you come work for ABF? I think it's because of the global size of the business. Like I said, every day is different. You've got different contexts of different businesses delivering different things. There are definitely a lot of development opportunities, so I definitely recommend it.
All right, folks. If you're looking for a gig, they're looking to hire, so now's the time. All right, thanks for coming by.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Good morning, good afternoon, and wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the latest episode of AI Times, brought to you in conjunction with the AI Infrastructure Alliance and Techstrong. My name is Lee Baker, and alongside my co-host Mike Vizard, we address some of the key challenges and issues within MLOps today. And we have an illustrious panel for you today to tackle one of the most interesting aspects of kind of data management to feed MLOps, that of synthetic data. Almost everything in our lives today is recorded and stored digitally. Every interaction with technology leaves a digital trail. Each credit card purchase, medical diagnosis, Google search, Facebook post, or Netflix preference is another recorded data point, a breadcrumb that leads back to us. However, As we produce more and more data, it becomes harder and harder to create truly anonymized data, and the risks of companies releasing potentially re-identifiable personal data grows. So how do we reduce the privacy risks and burden of legal compliance that need to be in place for sharing and processing real personal or private data? I think we've got the right panel to address some of that challenge today. Let's get straight into this. And guys, if you can just introduce yourself very briefly as you answer your questions so that our guests know who's speaking today. So let's kick this off. Let's start with starting with, where is synthetic data come from? The idea of data theft is nothing new, but how has synthetic data emerged as a technique and approach within today's kind of modern approach to data processing? Ram, do you want to take us off on that one?
Surely. So I'm Ram Prakash. I lead the AI research for Manage Engine. We make tools for IT administrators. And I've been working on AI since 2011. And back when I started, we didn't have much of this concept called synthetic data. In fact, the first project that we started off was on sentiment analysis, where we were trying to do sentiment analysis in enterprise help desk. But the only training data sets that we had were from Amazon customer review data set, IMDb movie review data set. And, you're looking at B2B emails and you're training a model on consumerish data, very casual. You don't write very formal email like movie reviews, right? So the first thing we did was we had to annotate a lot of our own data sets. But again, the challenge is being a lot of it had to be done in-house because it had a lot of sensitive information. We just used our own organization's data. So even within our organization, that was fine. So a lot of sensitive information was there. And slowly as AI came into development, and all of a sudden, we saw that the whole AI narrative after 2011, the AI summer that we are in, is primarily due to three things. One is cheaper data collection. I mean, everybody wears a smartwatch where heart rate, footsteps, sleeping, HR dip, and whatever, right? 10 years back, had you told me every aspect of my life would be recorded in a digital place and it would be stored, that would have been something super fancy. But now it's bare minimum. And then cheaper data collection, you have the infinite power of cloud to actually have a lot of compute. So you have a ton of processing power. And then having revenue models based on data. Right? We don't pay for our search engines. We don't pay for our social networks. And these companies are successful trillion-dollar business models. So all these three things put together led to the rise in AI. And one thing that we realized was, especially in enterprises, because today I can monetize my personal information. But is it sane to monetize my company's personal information, right? It's my business secret. Can I use that? Can I have it monetized for the benefit of somebody else? Now, this is where the whole need for synthetic data comes in, where, the quality of your predictions are going to be very, very important, right? If I'm going to predict a fake outage in my monitoring system, then they're going to turn it off or probably go look at another monitoring vendor. At the same time, I don't want my customers' data. Let's say I'm an insurance company. I don't want my data being used to the advantage of my competitor. So to fill the gap, and the way the AI algorithms have exploded, they all need more and more computing power, more and more data, right? Especially after the advent of large language models, the quest for data is like crazy. So that is where I think synthetic data can come in. It really augments real-life data very well. You can extrapolate real-life data, and then you can identify the patterns. You can generate a lot of synthetic data, and that kind of satisfies the hunger of modern-day AI algorithms. I only see the need for synthetic data growing further and further, given these algorithms are getting more and more data hungry. So that would be my point, Lee.
Very good. Very good. So, okay, so we understand where kind of synthetic data has been born from, and kind of what's kind of stimulating kind of that use. But let's understand a little bit about what is the kind of the data sets that are most prevalent in regard to kind of synthetic data. Are we talking about structured, tabular data, or are we talking about more unstructured data in the sense of kind of aspects of my life that may be, I don't know, image-based or certainly don't fit within a kind of a column format? Ryan, where are we seeing kind of the vanguards of synthetic data are being applied?
Yeah, that's a good question. And from my point of view, the organization I work at, being in the financial services organization, we tend to need to make use of more of that structured data. So, we have AI capabilities in our platform that our customers use to be able to do things like, predict their earnings and, forecast, year over month or quarter over quarter earnings based on historical, findings with their own data set. So, and by say with their own data, the training that is necessary to be able to allow us to have any sort of forecastability into the future, requires us to have that customer, that very specific customer's actuals in play to be able to generate that structured model that we then in turn use to show the customer that crystal ball into the future. However, I think and the reason I went into that level of specificity and detail is because I think the answer is it really depends. I use autonomous vehicle driving. That might be a case where more of that unstructured training data is more necessary to be able to have all the variables and permutations of conditions that could be encountered when you're driving on the road. Pedestrians that jump out in front of your vehicle. Just started snowing here in Michigan. Adverse road conditions. All of those things become very challenging to represent or to represent in the form of actual data, and that's kind of where some of that generative capabilities tend to come into play to be able to help improve the predictability of those models that are working against that type of data, and then you've got a hybrid of the two, I think, as well. And maybe an example that comes to mind is the medical space. I for sure would want to ensure to make to have any physician diagnosing me, making use of any sort of AI-based capabilities to be able to, be ensured that the data set that's being used to generate that prediction is based on some real-world models. So, so that's some unstructured data that probably needs to be trained with more real data and not generative data. So there's lots of variations of that, but I just want to kind of compare and contrast some of the areas alongside your question with respect to industry from my point of view.
So Etienne, Ryan touched a little bit there on kind of use case appropriate application of synthetic data, and the topic, the space of kind of medical records is very emotive because no one wants to feel like their medical records are being surfaced. However, let's be a little bit more pragmatic. It helps when we have the most useful and valid data to improve our model quality and performance. How much do you see that synthetic data compromises our ability to tune and produce quality models and prediction?
Hi, thanks for your question. I'm VP of product at Algolia. So Algolia is a AI search and discovery engine serving 17,000+ of customer and a trillion of experiences. To your question, can we actually use reliably synthetic data to train model, to do tests, and so on, and to anonymize customer data? I think we really depend on the industry and the type of technique you're using. First, there are structured data and unstructured data. So when it comes to structured data, we are talking about tables that are very structured. We can use simple techniques such as rule-based system to generate new data, and that tends to be fairly mature. I think we generate fairly realist result today. No, it's used a lot in finance, healthcare, but I would be worried of using this sort of data in maybe some more life critical situation, typically, airplane and so on, where it's still prone to error. We create rules that are often defined by human, and there will be error there. Another area is when we use these data, initial data that have inherent bias, where we need to be careful. And again, there are ways to go around that by creating a rule-based system, but this is not perfect. So I think we have to be careful, and we have to create the right guard in place to test the result and making sure they are really delivering the result we want. No, we also have unstructured data, so it's much more difficult to create rules around that, to create new data. We generally use a deep generative model. Everyone can experience today AI creating new images and so on. And I think it's fairly clear that the technology is great, but in terms of reliability, consistency, it's still not there. So it can be used in verticals such as fashion and so on. I would be worried using that in the medical space at scale today.
Hey, Rob, let me ask you a question. Most of the organizations that I know are, shall we say, data management challenged. So how do we manage all this synthetic data alongside all the data we're already struggling to manage? And do we keep this data, or is it just get dumped when we're done, or what is the process there?
Sure, Mike. One thing that we have been doing at ManageEngine is, we treat data like code, the same way we have code repositories, we have access controls, we have regular data set reviews, and even configuration parameter reviews for the models. And whenever a particular data set is shipped along with the model, it is tagged as a milestone model, so we can always look back at it, and then in case something needs to change, we use distributed version controls across different teams. They use different DVC frameworks that are available. But one thing that we have seen is we never mix real data and synthetic data. See, a lot of times the synthetic data might not be newer data as such. It could be just augmented real life data, right? So for example, you have a bunch of images and then you add some white noise to it, you zoom in, you crop it a bit, and then you keep. So this is the first level of synthetic data. This augmented original data actually stays along with the real data set. And then there are totally synthetic data sets where we use techniques like GAN, where we use, so for example, this case where we use an AI model to do OCR on invoices and extract, not just OCR, also extract a lot of information out of it. Now, we had very little invoice information, and these information actually varied very differently across the organizations that we had, depending on the regions they are in, depending on the kind of suppliers they have. So, you are doing document processing on invoices, and then you only have very limited sets. Of course, you can do OCR and extract all the information, but identifying clauses like what is the pay by date, or what is the penalty clause, or what is the mode of payment. So that needed a lot of synthetic data to be generated. So we have a policy where one organization's data is just used for that particular organization. So these are the specific original data is stored right within the organization storage. And then there is synthetic data, which is common for all. So basically what we do is we bootstrap our models with the synthetic data, and then the org specific data gets added to it. So the model gets better for that particular organization. So the idea is we keep it separate. And then that helps us with the level of privacy also. We don't want one organization's data being used for the other organization. But the synthetic data is common across organizations. This is how we have been doing, Mike.
Yep. So if we take that, so Mike alluded to, a lot of organizations are challenged by kind of their data governance and processing, right? So that's a significant overhead, even before we even get into the machinations of, best practice ML ops. So they're going to be looking at this episode and thinking, you're just adding another hurdle. You're just adding more friction to my data governance process. Do I need this? Is scrubbing my data good enough? Do I really need to engage with the synthetic data providers and tools that are just going to create a more headache for me? Ryan, is that reasonable to expect from enterprise?
Yeah, that also is a good question, and I had to. I'm going to use OneStream's own experiences with this as to kind of to talk through this because from my point of view, like what Ram had mentioned, the training data we use for our models is based on the customer's actual data, and that's very highly regulated industries. Our customers tend to be pretty sensitive over data. Not just data sovereignty, where their data, what region of the world their data lives in, but also ensuring their data is not commingled with, with other customer data. So that notion of data privacy becomes, hugely important there. For us, we also have shared data, like Ram, that we introduce, to be able to bootstrap those models. Again, I like that phrasing, because that's precisely what we're doing as well. Like, I'll use a for instance there, that we have LLM capabilities in our platform that we're looking to roll out here soon. And one of its simplest capabilities is just to be able to ask questions about how to build scripts in our platform, our product. How to search through documentation. That's an example of actual data that we use to train that LLM, but we weave that in with the customer's actual data. So now when they start engaging more deeply about their aspects of their financials, or what their top line revenue was last quarter, like it's coming from their receptacle, their data domain, and then you have the notion of generative data, which quite frankly, at OneStream, where it's a new area for us to kind of tease into, and we're realizing, particularly in things like the LLM world, that there's a need for being able to improve the accuracy of some of our AI engines, and that absolutely will be a necessity. And we're looking at things like generative adversarial networks and such, to be able to actually generate that data and warehouse that accordingly, and separately from our actual common data, and certainly from the customer's data. Hopefully that answers your question, but it's an interesting world, because that aspect of it is sort of new to us, that we're venturing down a pathway kind of in the early phases right now.
Well, I'm going to unpick it, because you said the R word first, regulation. So what does this mean for where regulation needs to happen? Are we talking about regulation at the application layer? This is OneStream's problem. Or are we talking about regulation at the data ownership layer? And that's obviously your financial, your FP&A customers. Where does that happen? And are you even a believer in that level of regulation?
Absolutely, yes. I think for our customers' sake, I would be remiss if I didn't say, didn't answer that affirmatively. So, and I think it's a little bit of both. We have, attestations we abide to, or have to uphold to with regards to things like, FedRAMP High, or, ISO 27000, those sorts of certifications that we've obtained and have to maintain. And then there's an element of control that's in the customer's arms when it comes to publicly traded organization that has financial data that they have to control. And there's a lot of controls that the customer has to maintain and put into place. For instance, to make sure that there's no shotgunning of earnings, or that there's no leakage before they actually finalize a number and actually disclose it to Wall Street. So they have to be very protective of that data themselves. And certainly and then our part on that is kind of conjoining those two to make sure that we help keep the customer out of jail. That when say I'm low-level manager at a customer asking for information about top-line earnings and at the end of Q4, which hasn't happened yet, that there's some security trimming that our product would have to to apply to that data to make sure that even though that might be predicted and maybe the CFO has access to it, I don't. So there's an element of control that we have to apply as well to be able to help keep our customers out of jail. So there's lots of different moving pieces to that, and I'm just talking about the financial space. It gets even broader when you start looking at medical and safety controlled industry. Like I mentioned, the automobile industry. It gets much more challenging. And I would also say, regulation becomes even more interesting. I'll say, when it comes to generative works. Can you copyright that? For instance, if you're using a generative model to produce, some, work of art, and you're like, gee, this looks fantastic, and you print it and it gets put in a museum with your tag with your name, but it was created by some AI model based on other works. Like, is that something that you can actually put your name on as coming from you, even though you hit the go button on to actually generate that work, and the same holds true in generative or code that's generated by AI. What are the copyright and IP protection rules that apply to that? And I think we're in early phases to kind of see how that plays out, because I think the industry technology is advancing way more rapidly than what the regulations can keep up with, and I think it's going to turn out to be some interesting roads that we venture down in the next year or so.
Ryan, can you clarify a point for me? If you create synthetic data off of customer data, is that quote unquote new data that you've created, or is that something that the customer has to give you express permission to go do? And who owns that data?
We have, so again, speaking to the controls that we have in place at OneStream, we have extraordinarily protective rules on the customer's data. No single human being, even in our operations team that actually manages customer infrastructure, has access to customer data, and that is by design to be able to allow us to uphold to some of the attestations that we have to abide by. So that said, we ourselves have put rules in place, and we honor to ensure that that we can safely or say straight face to our customers that we're highly protective of their financial data. So that said, it makes, that's why I mentioned a sort of early phases when you think about, the generative world being fairly new to us. We have a lot of handcuffs in place to be able to make use of some of that actual data. We have immense amounts of generative data that we use ourselves, for an engineering world, and to be able to build our product, and that's largely been created by accountants and audit, tools and automations that work for us to be able to have data that's representative of real world situations that our customers encounter. So we have to we're relying on that for the time being to make sure we have some accurate data that we actually QA a product with, and then we're looking at dipping our toes in the water as well, and that generative world, and kind of seeing what we can do there to be able to maybe make use of that QA test data that we use, and be able to elongate that and make for more a wider surface area that our product can be tested against, and our models can be trained against.
I think there is an interesting point on using personal data to create synthetic data, because at the end of the day, the big argument, and that's fairly advanced, is that we create synthetic data to anonymize the user data, and this gives us agency to do QA, to train new model, because we say these people are not identifiable. But in my opinion, there is still a gray area, which go back to copyright a little bit, because this solves one problem. Yes, we can't identify this user, but we are still creating value out of this data without necessarily having consent from the user to create value. And yes, the data are anonymized, but we are still using all this value to create advertising and so on. And to me, there is a big gray area there. Data is becoming gold mine, and we are saying we take your gold, but it's fine because it's anonymized.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I agree. It's very much a gray area, and for us, our customer privacy agreements are written by written by our lawyers, but then also enriched by our customers' lawyers. And we have some very big customers who have very large legal teams. So those have that's been in effect our digital handcuffs of sorts to be able to really restrict our ability to do that sort of thing. And arguably, a lot of those contracts were done, 5, 10 years ago, and renewed kind of along the way. But, I think that too is something that might change perhaps, hopefully, to be able to give a little bit more flexibility. But it is definitely an interesting in gray world, particularly when you think about advertising data, like you mentioned, and, we're all using products publicly that are free to use, and really the currency that we're using to pay for that is our data that we provide those organizations, and that's where we're kind of giving express consent for our data to be used in that way. It's a little bit different when you have a customer depending on you to warehouse their data and kind of keep them out of jail and apply and abide by all the regulations that they have to abide by, and they want our product to also help them do that. So it kind of gets it's a tough world to navigate.
Just adding to that, even across geographies, I think there's been a lot of talk about, especially from the technologist perspective, there's a talk about, I tweeted this, can this be actually used to train an LLM? There's a context in which we say things, right? And that cannot be generalized. So, but all the regulations seem to be addressing the application of AI and the risk that is being associated with it. If you look at all regulations, not many talk about how was the data sourced, or is it okay to... we saw Reddit and Twitter cutting out on their API access by crazy amounts when the whole LLM wave hit. But for example, Japan has said anything that is available on the public internet can be freely trained by LLMs. There is no... you're not copying it, so the copyright is still valid. You're not reproducing it, but you're learning from it, and then you are putting it out on a different format. So that is Japan's way of looking at it. But then there are other places which... again, huge gray area. But like we rightly pointed out, we are using a lot of free tools. The whole idea being, let's say there is a terminal cancer patient. Now, all of his data, any inference or any insight from his data is going to make a day-night difference in his quality of life. But now, let's say I have my health information, and then I have my food order history. Now, that is being correlated and sent to my insurance provider to jack up my insurance premium. Let's say I drink a vanilla milkshake at 11 p.m. every day, and then my insurance provider knows that. Now, that is not intended, right? My data has to be used to my benefit, and any data that is derived from my data. So, for example, people living in this zip code are generally obese or have less physical activity. So you can generalize a synthetic data from the actual data. Now, who's the owner of it? Is it okay to do that? Is still a very big gray area.
I think
I just learned two quick things there. One is lawyers are going to get really rich who specialize in licensing agreements. And secondarily, stay off social media.
but I think you make an important point, because when we say data anonymization, yes, at individual level, but sometimes there are unhealthy segmentation that can be made. And while the data is not directly linked to a user, you don't want to, for example, do segmentation on a specific postcode and draw wrong conclusion or creating wrong solution for these people. So that will not benefit them. And I think that's where the danger is as well, is using this data anonymized, pretending that it solves every problem around the use of the original data. And quite often we use personal data to train models that anonymize this data to train the final model. So we are adding a layer in the middle that is doing exactly the same thing.
Etienne, is there another concern that where synthetic data obfuscates my identity, it also shrouds inherent bias? That is to say, some of the codification, negative codification that's baked into the original data set also gets hidden by the application of synthetic data.
Yes, I think it's a very important point. I actually did a test recently, not necessarily on synthetic data, but they are all using generic model. And I went on one of the famous, image generating website, and I asked, can you draw me a picture of a powerful person? And this was returning only white men. And therefore, everything is said here. Here is the danger. It is trained on data maybe that are old, where at the time, powerful women were not necessarily as visible, and therefore it's not a good representation of the reality of today. And it's showing the wrong conclusion. So here's an example. At the end of the day, all these models are trained on a selection of data that will be biased. I can think of models that may be trained in the US and used in a different continent, and as a result, are not providing results that are relevant for that continent. And I think there will be a lot of examples in this area. It's very important to be vigilant because they are not so obvious all the time as well. And they're slowly creep into the different AI system. And by the way, the use of data, if the rules are not properly set, could even amplify them.
Yeah. So we use synthetic data in a lot of places just to avoid these bias. For example, you look at a supermarket purchasing pattern and you're trying to identify pregnant people and normal people. And then in real life, only 1% of people are pregnant. So if you look at the actual data, it has 99%. The data is skewed on one side. So now we generate a lot of pregnant shopping behavior. And so make it some 60-40 so that the model is able to detect with lesser false positives. So I would say the need for worrying about bias with synthetic data might not be there because synthetic data is only used in tandem with real world data. And a lot of times this bias filter is very important. In fact, people ask, you are an IT management company. What do you have to do with bias? But something like prioritizing a service delivery ticket or assigning it to an agent, we ensure there is no unintended bias because of the shape of the data. It does not creep inside, and just because of the pure expertise and the past relationship and all of that. So I would say synthetic data can potentially reduce biases than using original data to train them.
Yeah, I think it's important because if you use rule-based system data, you can actually on purpose compensate these biases. But as soon as you use a deep generative model, it becomes more and more difficult because the system in itself finds relation and there may be bias you may not be aware. So I think it's important to constantly test this system and not just, your initial assumption may be wrong. You may unconsciously introduce new bias and so on and so on. So it's always a balance and they need to be counter-check to make sure that this is not happening.
Hey, Ryan, how elaborate are these efforts? Am I creating like a full-boat digital twin of something to generate the synthetic data, or is this something I can do relatively easily?
That's a good question. I was going to comment just real quickly too on the notion of bias that it becomes, I think there's a lot of challenges with that as well when you think about it, because if you're commingling, even if it's an anonymized real data, I'll use an example, kind of clicking down on what Ram had used around support cases. Maybe there's 1,000 support cases and 250 of them, just use some rough numbers, easy math, are for the executive team, and maybe the support organization gives priority to those particular support cases and kind of how they respond or what they do to them, or maybe they engage with them differently. So now you've got 25% of your data set that you're using to potentially train a model to be able to help support agents be more effective at their job, has got some slants in it that maybe the person training the model isn't even aware of. Likewise, you hear about situations where people of color are like going back to my automotive example, that the autonomous driving systems have issues recognizing people of color, because the data sets that are used to train a lot of their models didn't incorporate enough of a sample size to be able to make the model that's actually driving the vehicle autonomously be able to recognize things. To me, when you mentioned digital twin, I do think that for safety critical systems, I think that generating and I'm using kind of clicking down on the vehicle example I was just talking about, that I think in those types of applications in particular that are using or making more use of AI based models, that they need to that there has to be a lot of attention and detail applied towards the type of data being used to train those models, and I think up to and including maybe the case of a vehicle, building a digital twin. I know my son works in the software space, for a company that makes automotive, camera sensors for autonomous driving, ironically. And for them, they have loads of drivers that go out on the road and actually are recording real world telemetry, and different, conditions, cloverleaf patterns on highways and things that are unique to particular municipalities that maybe, the Department of Transportation decided to, try in an area that doesn't exist elsewhere. Like you can't model that easily, because maybe there's only a couple real examples of that exist. And I think that you've seen, we have seen, companies in the automotive space as an example, like, General Motors have Super Cruise that is only able to drive on roadways that they have trained, that they have actually, driven down themselves and actually have acquired training data, real training data, to be able to help aid the vehicle in driving in a, totally hands-off mode. So, using that as an example, like that's an extreme. They've taken it all the way to the, to the point of, even though they might have been making use of generative AI data to train that model, they only allow the vehicle to go on roads that they actually have incorporated real data as well. But I do think that for safety critical data situations, medical situations, I think that a digital twin is not out of the realm of possibilities to kind of include, and the generative adversarial networks that are used to create some of that data.
Yeah, so we've talked a little bit about kind of techniques. We've talked a little bit about use cases and applications. Let's talk a little bit about stakeholders. Let's try to understand what our data governance roles should look like. Etienne, you're probably engaging with some of these people already. What is the new data officer, CIO, what does that look like, and who should be on their team?
I don't think there is one size fits all answer on that. It will really depend on the type of organization. If you look at a very technical base layer organization, you will have a lot of engineer, data science, and so on. And maybe on more customer-facing organization, I've seen organization who actually have merchandiser in their team. When I think about synthetic data, this is a lot of the backbone of their work. And one of the big challenge around this area is, and especially to scale this sort of technique, is explainability, making everything business friendly. And more people working in AI will have to speak to a broader audience than just engineer who maybe understand the fact that AI sometimes can be a black box and so on. So I think it's important to have the entire organization understanding what it means to be AI and data driven. But it means that we need to bring the tool in the organization to engage everyone with the ability to explain the result, to explain how this synthetic data are generated, to build trust in the organization and really deliver that at scale. I'm sure you all have this sort of challenges, but when we talk to customers, they believe in AI, but they also want to make sure they understand what is happening so they can make decisions. One example is to remove bias.
Let me dig in a little deeper on kind of on Etienne's response on this one, Ram. What do you think? Well, we've talked a little bit, or we've danced around generative AI and LLMs, and an observation certainly from kind of Aya's point of view is that has abstracted away a lot of the infrastructure challenges for organizations. But those challenges haven't disappeared. They have just kind of been wrapped up in the Pandora's box that is large language models. Now, what we're also seeing is that there is appetite for enterprise to kind of push this away to their tech providers, their services organizations. What does that mean then for synthetic data as a function? Is this going to sit under kind of monitoring? Etienne alluded to kind of explain as being critical to understanding synthetic data. Does synthetic data then become part of monitoring, or is it part of our ETL process, or is it pervasive throughout our entire data pipeline?
Surely. So one thing, this crazy race, in fact, sometime in 2015-16, I used to joke, the thing about GANs is it is not really useful anywhere in real life, but it is really good for somebody who is trying to understand the concept of neural networks, understand what a loss function is, understand how stochastic gradient descent works and all that. But then we saw increasing applications of GAN because on the other side, these algorithms were becoming more and more data hungry. And then here we are with LLMs. But even then, do synthetic data, can they stand alone go change things? And it's all about the quality of the synthetic data, right? How is it a reflection of the real world data? Let's say a concept drift happens in the real world data, does the synthetic data also shift in that direction? And especially when you're doing things like reinforcement learning. So for example, again, reinforcement learning was widely used in robotics. But today, as AI has made inroads into a lot of everyday procedures. So for example, we use reinforcement learning in tuning our databases. And if you see that, the fact is there is constant flow of input to the model, and the model keeps getting adjusted as and when the data comes in. So the model is always live. It's not like you have trained a model, you put it there for inference, and then every week you go update the model with the latest parameters. Now everything is, it's happening real time. So same with robotics, right? The robotics, when a neural network model is getting trained, a real robot is not going and picking up an object. But then the reward function is built in an imaginary space where now let's say your center of gravity is low, you will fall down. Your center of gravity is very high, you will fall down. So your reward is to maintain it in a particular range. So these simulations are happening real time. And also there is a lot more emphasis. In fact, recent times I'm seeing a lot more papers on improvements on the algorithm to reduce the need for data consumption, right? So the LLMs are based on a 2017 paper, and that's a far 6 year away. So, and they say we have exhausted all real data sources, right? So now most data is LLM generated or LLM summarized, especially the ones that we see on the open internet. So we have exhausted our data sources, and there is some new hope, some green shoots coming out where you lay more power on the algorithm than the amount of data that is needed to train the algorithm. So summarizing that, I would say synthetic data is here to stay, but will it be a game changer? Will it really shake up things? I am not sure, but it still will be a very, very important component to your AI pipeline.
Hey guys, guess what? We're coming up on our full hour here, and we're going to have to check out at the moment. I think I just learned that I'm going to need an AI model to manage the data I'm using to create the AI model. So that's about how I got that far, but we'll see where we are. I want to thank all our panelists for being on the show today. This was great. Etienne, Ram, Brian, awesome insights. We could talk about this for hours to come. I want to thank you all for watching this episode. You'll find it on Techstrong.tv. We'll also find it on Techstrong.ai, and I'm sure our friends at Lee Baker and the Alliance folks will also be promoting it as well. So we look forward to seeing you all again next time. Take care.
Techstrong TV.
Hi everyone. Hey, we're back here live in Chicago, KubeCon, Cloud Native Con, day 2, continuing our coverage. We've got some great people lined up to bring you today. We started just now with Dan Garfield from Argo and CodeFresh, and my next guest is my friend Brad Meltzer.
Maltz.
I screwed this up. He's my friend, and why do I think Meltzer?
I don't know. Good New York name.
No, I knew a Richard Meltzer.
There you go.
I'll tell you a great story about him off camera. He was a tech entrepreneur, a miserable failure of a tech entrepreneur.
Okay.
His wife, though, invented the things, you know how you got holes in Crocs?
Yes.
His wife invented the things that go into those holes. He closed down his venture-backed startup. His wife sold those to Crocs, and they've lived happily ever after.
I don't hope he's watching this.
Richard Meltzer. He's from Boulder, Colorado. Hey, man, how are you, Meltzer? Anyway, that took me down a rat's nest. Brad, excuse me. Brad is with us. Actually, shout out, right? Dell Technologies is sponsoring our broadcast this year from KubeCon again, as they did in Amsterdam last year. And a large part of it is due to Brad. Brad is a director.
Senior director of the DevOps portfolio and DevRel.
There you said it. Now, a lot of you may be asking at home, wow, I didn't know Dell was involved in DevOps and DevRel or in CNCF.
Yep.
I got a Dell, right? I got a Dell box, I got a Dell server and stuff like that. But there's more to today's Dell than the boxes. So Brad, I don't want to embarrass you, but I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Go for it.
Talk to us about, I want everyone at home to understand what your group does and how involved you are, not just in CNCF, but in the DevOps community, the DevRel community.
Yeah, so basically over the past year and a half, we've been making sure to kind of expand our community outreach, specifically around the DevOps stuff. When I took over the role in product management to help kind of further our container strategy, our infrastructure as code strategy, we did realize that we needed a DevRel-like function to help kind of expand our community outreach, our advocacy back into Dell. And the reason for that is, what a lot of people don't know is, I mean, we play across the entire ecosystem of CNCF.
Absolutely.
Right? We bring containers and Kubernetes solutions to market. We play in the AI ML space, the security spaces. We're enabling ecosystems around us with our technology. So because of that, having DevRel was extremely important. We spun up podcasts. We have what we call our DevOps Dispatch, which we're actually recording here at CNCF, and you can get that on YouTube and Spreaker. We have developer.dell.com, which we relaunched last year, and now it's kind of taken off, hands-on labs and blogs and a whole bunch of stuff on there. So for us, the evangelism is important, but the advocacy for our end users is more important back into Dell.
Got it. You know, so we talked about the, I don't want to use the word infrastructure, but the infrastructure of how you're reaching out.
Infrastructure matters.
Absolutely. But behind, I want people at home to understand that behind that infrastructure, though, is real solutions.
Exactly.
Right? Because that's part of the whole Dell Technologies thing, is it's solutions. It's not just a PR marketing kind of, though we see it here on the show floor and the podcast and all these things. Let's talk about the solutions.
Yeah, so I mean, a great example is, and this show is actually a big one for us, we just recently have launched our Apex Cloud platforms, and we did one with Azure Stack. We just did one with Red Hat with OpenShift, and that's actually one of the big things here. And what you're going to see more and more of from us is the ability to take our compute with our storage, our networking, integration with our ecosystem partners, but give you more of that easy button experience, give you more of the turnkey experience, or even the DIY. We've always been good at the DIY.
Yeah, that's Dell's DNA.
But right now, can we get you more of those easy buttons, right? And that's exactly where something like ACP for Red Hat here is. If you just want to be able to get OpenShift up and running from the factory as quickly as possible with the least amount of hands as possible, you're looking at things like our solutions like ACP. And the trick is, when you look at solutions, are they just white papers, ref arcs, which are really valuable to certain people? Or is it a factory-delivered end-to-end platform experience that delivers that cloud-like experience, the developer experience, on top of the infrastructure plus plus?
And that, guys, you know, let's not minimize that. That makes life a lot easier. I mean, you know, I think back to the first DockerCon. Well, it wasn't the first, but it was the first one in Austin. Because before that, DockerCon was in Seattle. Right. This is going back a while. And I saw Kubernetes there. I think it was maybe 0.8 was the release. You know, it was
early.
It was early. I came home because at the time we hadn't launched Cloud Native now. Before that, it was Container Journal. We hadn't launched it yet. We were still coming up with the names. And we were toying around with names with Docker in it, which would have been a mistake because that's a whole, well, on multiple levels. But I came home and told the team, I said, look, everybody at DockerCon is talking about this thing called Kubernetes, but it's never going to catch on. It's so goddamn hard. I don't know how anyone would use it.
Why didn't bet on that?
Well, this is why I still work and I'm not retired, Brad. Yeah. Another brilliant insight from Alan Schimmel. But so now, you know, with that being said, I'll stand by my original point. Kubernetes is still hard.
Yes.
It is. I don't care. You know, I'll work till I die, I guess, but
Kubernetes
it's hard.
is hard, and I think, so Kubernetes hit a maturity point, right?
Right.
So definitely it won.
No doubt.
Everybody needs it.
Yep.
It's leading the cloud native application kind of, you know, abstraction battle, so it's there. But that doesn't mean you don't need to be a jack of all trades to be able to understand all the nuances in the abstraction. And you basically have to be able to operate everything under the covers of Kubernetes to make Kubernetes work properly.
Absolutely.
So what is the real long-term easy button? That's, I think, an open question right now for Kubernetes. Opportunity.
Absolutely. I don't want to get controversial. Maybe the easy button is something other than Kubernetes.
That is always a potential.
Yeah. But let's get back to our point here, though. So now you get like Red Hat OpenShift, right? Red Hat OpenShift is probably, I guess, the most, or certainly in top 2, Kubernetes platforms, if you will, you know, if you're using Kubernetes. And it's still a little hard, right? I mean, you can go download it from Red Hat and
you can get it
have at it,
but you still got to have some knowledge behind it to do the basics.
But this is where the easy button comes in.
Yes.
And also I want to make clear, when we talk about this easy button, a lot of people say, look, why do I get it from Dell? I don't want hardware. I'm hosting it in the cloud.
But are you? That's the question. So when people talk about, you know...
I wouldn't have asked you if it was me.
Okay. With cloud, it's always, you have the super easy button in the public cloud. They've done an amazing job there. but you got to deal with things like egress fees. You got to deal with things like, costs for ongoing costs for a lot of services behind that. And at some point, people start to become cost conscious. So that's one angle that you deal with. Second angle, in this new AI world that we're now officially in as of 2023, you do start to wonder, where's your data living? Where do you want your data to live? And you got the governance, compliance side of it. Not security as much, but it's more the ownership governance. And we're seeing a lot of people say, you know what? With all those GPUs, there's a cost and a governance angle to hosting it in my data center, in a colo, cloud adjacent and cloud aware.
Yep.
So that's where I see things like ACP for Red Hat 100% making sense.
I agree with you 100%. I think there's another angle here, though, and that is this. Unless you're really in it, you may not realize this, but Kubernetes on bare metal, Kubernetes in a data center, not in the public cloud, has always been a big component of the Kubernetes footprint.
Yes.
Everybody just assumed, because the words cloud native and Kubernetes cloud native, that it's all in the big three clouds, right?
Yep.
Well, even beyond Oracle, IBM, and the rest, but there's always been a Kubernetes on-prem.
There always has been, and there always will be.
Continue will be, and I
think it's going to grow.
Right. Well, I think for the reasons you've outlined, right? People are worried about control. They are worried about compliance. They are worried about, how's AI playing all this and cost containment and FinOps and everything else. So I think that, again, is an insight that if you're not really kind of wired into the Kubernetes community, you don't recognize.
Yeah.
Excellent. Let's talk about the show a little bit. So you guys are podcasting here live, as you said.
Yep.
But what about conversations? I don't know. I heard today there's maybe up to 8 to 10,000 people, something like
Feels
that.
like that. Yep.
Conversations with people. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
A lot of the conversations right now are actually, so I've had a lot of AI discussions, which
so do we.
I mean, I expected it, but they're kind of interesting because they're not just about how do I build AI things, it's how do I use AI operationally. And I think that's the nuance that I'm seeing kind of the CNCF, maybe in the forward-looking view of the world, is how do we apply AI in the operational side of things like Kubernetes and security and all that. That's been a handful, if not a large percentage of conversations. There's always, the easy button thing, honestly, that's probably one of the biggest things. People are they don't have enough skills out there. And actually, one of the other things is platform engineering. So one of the things you can see on my shirt, right, we have this. This is our logo that we have here is at Amsterdam, we kind of have this DevOps operating model yin yang, where dev and ops have to play well together, cats and dogs have to come and be nice. Well, enter platform engineering, and these folks building the platforms that are like products inside of the end user environment, they need to adopt and embrace the DevOps operating model in their world. Platform engineering has been one of the buzzwords that I think has been a big conversation for us here as well.
Absolutely. Hey, just a quick plug for Techstrong, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
On the topic of operationalizing AI, we actually, I mentioned to you off camera, we did this hackathon about 2 months ago at our office with some of the founders of the DevOps movement around operationalizing AI. And we recorded it. We recorded all the sessions. And we've just about got done editing now to make it manageable. And it'll be out on Techstrong TV, I think, in the next week or so. So if operationalizing AI is something you're into, go check that out. Edited, created totally by our Techstrong video team and starring some really cool people. So
that's awesome.
Looking to hear that about it. All right, enough of my own plugs. Brad, what else you got for us?
I mean, right now, I think it's just an exciting time to be in CNCF, in the community, in the industry, right? I mean, what's interesting, I had seen, funny enough, a meme that popped up in one of my social media threads. It talked about, over like 2,000 years, the acceleration was like the horse and buggy to the horse and buggy, and everything was very flat. And all of a sudden, the last 100, 150 years, acceleration is taking, right now, it feels like this year and the past 1 or 2 years, technology is accelerating at such a fast rate that we as an industry, can we keep up with it skills-wise and people-wise and career-wise? I feel like going into the next few years, we're definitely going to have this skills challenge, and I think that's one thing that I'm going to be focusing on a lot is how do we enable the industry as technology just keeps evolving around us? I think that's a big thing personally for me.
So I will tell you, I'm a little older than you. A little. I don't disagree with you, except I think it's even bigger than, it's not just about this industry.
Yep.
I think the kinds of changes we're seeing now is almost akin to when the internet first went public, right? So this is how I divide things. There are technology innovations that have a profound impact on the technology industry.
Right.
I'll give you a perfect example, the cloud. The cloud changed a lot of how we do tech, right? I mean, your grandma may say, "Where's your pictures, Grandma?" And she says, "They're in the cloud." But it really, whether they were in the cloud or in the server closet or whatever, didn't make a difference to Grandma. But it made a difference to us in this industry. We had to know about cloud security and deployments and everything that goes along with cloud. And it kind of rocked our world. Then there are technology innovations that rock civilization.
Yes.
The internet rocks civilization. Think about life before the internet. It's
Cell
a
phones.
very different. Cell phones rock
Another big one.
civilization.
Yeah.
So there are things that transcend technology markets, and I think we're in one of those layers right now where things like AI, and quite frankly, look, quantum is going to be real.
At some point, it's just going to magically happen to everybody. Yeah.
I read an article last week, the very first time they broke RSA 256.
Yeah, I saw that.
With quantum. That's crazy stuff.
Yeah.
You know, if you're not up on it out there. But I feel like all of these things are converging to create another civilization changing. And it couldn't come at a better time because God knows we need it.
We do. AI is, I'm with you, AI is going to be the next, it's not even going to be, it is the next thing.
Yeah.
And one last note on that for me, it's when we talk about in product management and Dell Technologies land, like our end users are people, not anymore. The end users of our technology might actually be the AI. So we have to figure out what is the personality of an AI in the future. There's a lot of things to think about.
Looking and looking, wanting and looking for.
That's
nuts. All right. Hey, Brad, you know what we didn't mention? Hey, people want to go visit the website. What's the URL?
Obviously, at Dell.com, we have developer.dell.com now.
Okay.
So please focus on developer.dell.com. Go there, you get all the latest events, newsletters, sign up, hands-on labs, you name it. And you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. And if you have any questions, we'll help you out.
Fantastic. All right, we are live here in Chicago. We're going to be back with our next guest in a second at KubeCon. Go check out developer.dell.com. And many thanks to Dell Technologies for sponsoring us here at KubeCon. We'll be back in a minute.
everybody. Welcome to our session. We're going to be talking about operationalizing AI, right? How do you make the most out of what's out there? How do you get started as an organization? All those good topics. My name is Damon Edwards. I'm one of the product leaders at PagerDuty. I build focusing on AI and automation products. And I'd like to introduce, start with you, John. Am I right here? John Willis. John, tell us who you are.
I'm John Willis, also known as Batchagaloop. Yeah, just right now, independent, working with a couple of clients, Techstrong, Open Context, and soon to be Mongo. Just exploring a lot this new frontier called generative AI.
Got it. And to my left here, the esteemed Patrick Dubois. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Yeah, I guess for me, the introduction would be most people kind of know me from DevOps and the DevOps Handbook, but recently I being like a very enthusiast on the new field on Gen AI. So I guess that's where we're here.
Yeah, I think you guys are selling yourself short. Two of the deepest diving folks I know in this area, getting your hands dirty, helping companies do this. So the modesty doesn't help the panel, guys. So gotta sell it better next time.
That's why we have you, Damon.
That's why we have you.
Yeah. So all right. So let's get started. So I like to say to people like, look, most companies, you're not building AI, right? You're operationalizing it. You're trying to make something out of it, right? So let's start with you, Patrick. Like, if you're going to talk to someone, they're saying, hey, how do I get my company started here? Like, this is massive, landscape and stack that I can worry about. I'm not sure how to get my team moving. Like, where would you tell them to start the focus? And, maybe who would you get focused, or how would you get focused? Just give us your thoughts on, how would you advise a company on getting started?
Yeah, I think that's a very timely question, in that the way that I would want companies to be excited is probably different on how they get to be excited. And I'll see the difference is that I'll love to have them kind of think about their use case first and think about how valuable this is going to be. And then start creating trials, and whether that's with your ChatGPT and so on. But the reality is probably they're going to be pushed by, our competitors are doing this. And then all of a sudden there's a rush kind of from marketing that says like, oh, we need to do something. We need to have a nice story on this. And then there's kind of the scramble begin, like what will we do? So instead of thinking the use case, they think like, oh, what can we make shiny new that we can deliver? So that's already a difference in kind of both directions. I hope they will come in with the use case, and kind of usually they start by tinkering and looking around what they can do with the new technology. And one of the teams picks this up. If it's a bigger company, that might be the data team, because that feels for a lot of companies the closest team that has the experience with all that AI stuff, and they go there. But eventually it seems that people are moving to the engineering. So that's kind of the journey that will start there. So is that how they get excited? It's going to be the cool, shiny thing they tried, either from the chat or kind of demoing from their use case. And that usually, gets people over the first hump, right? We should look into this. There's a whole longer journey, but I'll let John chime in here. So.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. I think so. Earlier this year, I wrote an article called "The Rise of Shadow AI," right? And I think there could be interesting parallels between what happened with cloud computing. Although I think this is a bigger frontier than even cloud computing is. In fact, we were at Damon, you and I were at a Pinecone conference where they said the last major platform initiative this big was the internet, and I believe that. But the parallel to cloud computing is the IT departments, and they didn't know what to do with it. First, it was like ignore, then it was sort of lock it down, and then I think many people will tell you that we're 10 years in, and we're still trying to recover from people pulling their credit cards out, usage patterns not being controlled. So the main point of that article I wrote is really, I believe that CIOs are going to have to treat this. It seems almost like stupid to even have to say this, that this is an IT initiative. Don't let any part of your organization convince you that this is some other, oh, this is data, this is AI, it's different. Let's get a new CAI, chief AI officer. I mean, this has got to be controlled by IT, because fundamentally it's going to have all the parallels of IT disciplines. You're going to have to, you're going to want to control it. You want to give it the freedom that ultimately what we found out in the cloud computing was, we went through these stages, and ultimately was, once we got a handle on it, most organizations, then became a power initiative within the organization. And so I think it's very similar. It's okay to be cautious, and we'll talk about the risks, and there are risks, but like to Patrick's point, start an initiative, get involved in it, start learning how to use it. Don't ignore it, and realize that you're going to have to kick the tires on every aspect of this stuff to try to understand it, because you will own it. You'll own it from a breach standpoint. You'll own it from an operational cost perspective, and more importantly, just general the operationalization costs of all of it.
Yeah, I think you guys described a pattern that many of our listeners probably felt, right, which is the marketing driven, like, we're behind, we got to do something. So it gets people moving. And then they go, well, data science, they know how to do this. So then it's like this data science team suddenly becomes like the hub or the fulcrum for all these delivery efforts. And I've heard from multiple folks, it's like, it just causes, it's unfair to them, right? It's like you're asking a team that by and large has never really had to be in the mainstream of delivery, or if they are, they're sort of invited guests, right? And now everyone's thrusting all this pressure onto them, right? And it becomes this big bottleneck, and then they can only really serve maybe one of those outward facing product teams, and everybody else gets shortchanged, right? But they still have that excitement and mandate to deal with, and then they end up going their own way, right? And I said that about to folks, like, hey, like, the data science team knows as much about DevOps and delivery as you do about AI, right? So a marriage is great there, right? And I kind of said, hey, this is a great play for platform teams, right? Like, hey, build that dial tone for, partner with your data science folks, build our data engineering, whatever we want to call it, build that dial tone platform so people can focus on higher level things, right? Question about that. So, talking about higher level things, right? So once you've seen people get excited, we got to do something, right? What are the use cases that you're seeing out there, right? Either from, personal experience or from, talking, I know we all talk to a lot of folks in the industry. I sort of looked at, like, there's the table stakes use cases, right? Then there's maybe advanced kind of harder use cases. And then maybe stuff that's still in this sort of experimental, don't bet on it working kind of phase. Any thoughts there kind of on the use cases? What's table stakes? What's, more advanced? John, let's start with you.
Sure. I think the obvious is productivity, right? And that's either, in all areas, but clearly coding, right? I've been 40 plus years in this, and I've had my runs where I code, and then I don't code for years at a time. And I would say since the, Copilot and ChatGPT's ability to generate code, I've coded more in the last 6 months than I've coded in the last 10 years, and really productive. So clearly, the productivity gains. Now, again, like everything else, these aren't magic. There's no magic here. You have to sort of learn how to use these as productivity aids. You don't just replace coders. You still have, but there's so many interesting ways that, just from a coding perspective, the little snippets, or how do I do this, the time savings of just understanding how to scrape a parameter list, or scrape or something like a JSON object, or a screen, or all these things. It's just, things that the normal, people who don't code normally now can code more, which then what did you say? All boats, rise from a rising tide, right? So that's one area. Coding, again, we can talk about the dangers and the bewares and the cautions, but coding productivity is a given. Language productivity is reports, generating reports, enhancing reports. We were at DevOps Enterprise Summit last week, right? And there's some key executives that are already there. It's funny, we'd be sitting around a table with some people, and they'd be saying, "Well, maybe I should play with this, this Chat GPT or generative AI stuff," as if they knew nothing about it. And then they'd be like, "Oh yeah, I've got this thing now where it answers all my emails and it's already sorting my email." So they're acting like they know nothing about it, and they're already got like some advanced solutions for themselves, so there's just unlimited amount of ways you can sort of create productivity around anything with language, emails, reports. I mean, I go on and on. And so those are the first two obvious places, or one obvious place is productivity. But then I think the things I get excited about is like, how can we sort of use incident management? How can we enhance risk control? And we're already seeing, like, if you just follow LinkedIn, the amount of people who are talking about using AI for risk and governance, and not just products. And that's one last thing I want to say is, I think right now is not a time to go out and just buy every product that hits your desk. It's like I said earlier, it's the time for an organization to learn how to use this technology, how to absorb it, and then you can make intelligent decisions on whether you should buy or build. But I think you need to build first, and it's not even build. There isn't really a whole lot of build here. The mechanics of this stuff is pretty simple.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, that's an interesting point, which is like, this is all, there are no experts here, right? This is all brand new, right? And this is in the last, less than a year has this been sort of ready for, for prime time, right? Like it is now. So I think that's an important point, which is getting the use cases from your organization. Because I see people like, oh, we're going to make an AI committee. It's like, well, who's on the AI committee? Well, the people that were smart in the old paradigm, right? It's like, well, this is the whole new paradigm. Like, you don't know who your stars are. You don't know really what ideas are going to bubble up, from, you said it, you look at productivity and you look at what is the key things that we can do here. So I think that idea of, getting the organization trained as much as possible so that they become, I mean, I don't have a better term, AI native, right? Or something like that, where they start.
Please don't get that one started.
Sorry, I won't get that one. That's gonna be bad. But you know what I mean? It's like, you need to get them feel like, hey, I understand, just like the web, right? People forget it was a new paradigm. It was like, how would I do this thing? A web page and CGIs, and wow, you can answer you had to play around a bunch. But once you played around a bunch, it sort of became second nature. And now you think about the whole world today in terms of like, what am I going to do for a web page? And the new paradigm shift was a mobile phone. Now you think about, what am I going to do with their mobile phone? So I think, it's a great point about, you got to teach people from the ground up, so your entire organization becomes, sort of those AI experts that you need. But we were talking about use cases. Patrick, you got, what are sort of the maybe table stakes or advanced use cases you see people kind of tackling first?
So I make the distinction between the ones that enable the business and the ones that enable IT. So like John was saying, developer productivity could be one. It could be generating synthetic data. It could be kind of, various, even the design could be generated much faster. So we don't need the designer. The storyboards getting created. So that's one, big area that has a lot of potential, all the way up to security and stuff. And then there's the business cases where I see increasingly, like you say, the text, email, summarization, translation, kind of those stuff. I do feel, then coming back to your point, like, are they table stakes? Maybe right now they're table stakes, but I do think that this easier level that we're building right now and everybody's scrambling with, and we don't know yet, that's going to be built into a product. Microsoft is going to come with, their pieces on email. We're not going to build that on ourselves. Kind of whole summarization and uploading documents and data, that could be an AWS one that we're not doing. So we're in this limbo state, like you say. Everybody's figuring it out, but I call it the innovation tax. We're paying it right now. If you want to be hip, you kind of have to do the dance, and that's after that, I think there's going to be a new layer of things like, oh, okay, what are you very specific to your use case? Like creating the email is, the easy thing, but why is that? Like, what flavor are you going to put in that like makes you market leader in your space? And then it becomes like very specific kind of, and that becomes more of a table stakes than the obvious one. Like, yes, a transcription, okay, right now we're being transcribed already, right? So it's all already there, and that is going to be a lot harder for companies. So that's one thing that we're leveling up the specific use case, and then the other part is that we're increasingly having to look for kind of value that we're bringing, because again, there's a lot of use cases, but the unlocking versus the cost, and I always keep bringing that in after the first excitement that we brought it, like, and we got it. Like, start looking at your budget, right? And of course, the infrastructure cost will go down, but that's kind of another thing you need to take care of. Kind of, I know it's a use case, but is it like affordable? Because people think about this can unlock everything they couldn't do before. But it's not everything there. So focused in your domain, and then within the boundaries that you can sell, because that is the other area that I think is a sweet spot. And that for that you have to bring enough business value to match kind of the cost that you're doing with it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I just from my own experience, right? I feel like we're at this stage where, like you said, it's translation or summarization, taking content and filling out a form, right, or transforming it into some other format, generating code or something with a specification, right? If those are all kind of for building, I think the co-pilots, you're right. It's interesting. I think in the last couple months, really, people were like on the, well, we're cautiously trying, these different coding co-pilots and these types of things. And now it's just kind of like, oh yeah, we're doing that, right? It's just that we just blew right past that. And it's just like, we're not even talking about that because it's just, everyone should have this in their IDE and be working on it. And then it's interesting. It's kind of like the task level now, right? It's like, generate this, like push a button, does something for me, right? And then, I think the really exciting part that I feel like is not yet ready for prime time is, true agents, right? And I don't mean the chat agent that looks at your certain documents, but I mean like we can have autonomous agents that we give them goals and they go and do things, right? And I think why it's so important to learn at that level you guys were describing right now is like, we have to get that level of capability, because as soon as people can jump to the next level and have reliable, autonomous, agents that you give a goal to, and it knows how to use other agents and tools and drive towards a task, right? And do it in a production reliable way, that's going to unlock a whole nother level of productivity, a whole nother level of products. And John, I think to your point, if your company hasn't built that base level capability now, it's just going to seem even more foreign, and you're going to be even more behind when we hit that next milestone. It's got to be coming soon, right?
I think about a story a lot. I think I always through the years as we go into new technologies, it's going to sound weird, but I think it applies. When I was first selling Chef, National Instruments was Ernest Mule, James Wickett, good DevOps guardians, the Texas guardians of DevOps, if you will.
Say that, by the way, I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
Yeah, but I remember going to Ernest, and he was running a project where they built the big PaaS. It was very early on, before people were even using the word PaaS really in anger, and I tried to tell him Chef, and we showed him Chef, and he loved it, and he said, I think I'll eventually wind up buying this product, but first I got to learn how to build this stuff myself. And he did, and they did, and it was like I won't know exactly what I'm going to need, until I've gone through the pain, that process of building this stuff myself. And that's a heavy lift for most organizations. But I love your term earlier, Patrick, the innovation tax. I think I really truly believe that that's what people are going to have to do right now. They're going to have to pay this innovation tax to learn innovation, and something that was said again at the summit last week, which was you need to get on the sort of on the train now. because
Right.
it's changing so fast. I think there is a danger of missing some iterations of like learning like today what retrieval augmentation looks like, which may look different in a day from now, but certainly in 6 months or a year.
Yeah.
And so I think that theme of the innovation tax of join the dance now, because you got to learn what you're going to need to know, but as the sort of train is speeding up.
Yeah. Yeah. Patrick, can you describe a little more about that innovation tax? Like what being a, run an engineering organization, yourself, like how do you get people to adopt and think about a new paradigm without either derailing everything you're doing now, right? Or letting this new paradigm just never happens, right? Just sort of gets kind of pulled back into the everyday work and you never really change. I guess maybe this is sort of calling even back to your DevOps life, right? Like it's
going to say he's done this a couple of times.
It's a universal problem, but thinking it with the lens on of sort of, pulling generative AI into a already existing product organization, like what, how do you think about that innovation tax and how do you pay it and how do you keep it to the minimum needed, right?
When I mentioned the word innovation tax, it's imagine you were a year ago, very excited about this stuff and you were building something with, your search and your embeddings and all the technical stuff.
Yeah.
Like 3 months later, there's either a product or there's a new insight. And so this means you're rebuilding the product again. So that is like a cost of effort that you went in, you put something out in production, so it's hard to change again, and then you still have to do the innovation. So that's what I mean is it's if you want to be running, and I don't want to scare people with this, but be aware that if you put in a budget, multiply it by 1.5 because you know that you're going to do things again. Like you don't know because there's rework all the time. So we could call this like continuous, product or I don't know, continuous innovation, but that is the tax that I was referring to. And then obviously there's the tax of running two systems. So, you're running this thing that you're trying to get into production that does one thing. And let's say it's a search engine and you have a cool thing and it's almost working, but at the same time, you're still working on your old search. And then the example I usually give is your users then have to stop entering keywords and have to start asking questions. So both technologies, you've built them, you're at the fork, and then you still have to convert your users. So there's a lot of kind of, not per se friction, but things that you need to be aware, like while you're doing this on the go. And it seems like it's only going faster. Like you finally got something in production. There's a new way of thinking about this. Okay, square one. So that is kind of an intense moment right now of putting things out.
And Damon, well, one thing I was thinking about, we've been working with Joseph Enochs, right? Over at EVT. He's been, really helping us all sort of understand. And I think about an organization where, in the past, the way some organizations have created these guilds or whatever, where they're trying to get like maybe the enterprise architects in a guild, this whole, enterprise architects is not being DevOps or cloud native. And so they're trying to get the fusion of like the enterprise architects are the right people to become aware of the emerging technologies. And I think about, every time we run into Joseph, he's telling us about a new paper and I can't keep up, and so if I'm in a large organization, I would want to try to create like a guild where I've got a couple of people like Joseph who are just constantly looking at the research, following the papers, being able to decipher. Not every sort of paper needs like to drop everything and rewrite, but to make sure, because it's moving so fast, and it's like we have weekly calls with a few, about 10 people that are all involved. We're all trying to figure this out from our perspective. Obviously you, Patrick, Joseph, a bunch of others, and that's how we're sort of keeping up. And I look forward to Joseph like saying, "Hey, have you all read this paper?" And usually when he tells you what paper it is. So I would also encourage an organization to not only sort of embrace the prototyping, the thing like Patrick's, like try things out, get used to it, put a little extra budget in it, don't go wholesale anyway. So from a budget standpoint, it should just be R&D, right? So that's manageable. Don't start writing ELAs with vendors because they tell you that they can solve the whole world with their generative AI solution. But also start creating those pockets of innovation, but then also create some sort of guild or something where you're just keeping everybody informed in a way that the organization needs to understand it. So I think that's an important set of advice.
It was interesting to talk to two, I guess one was a CTO, there's a CIO, one insurance company, one financial services, and they both made this comment that they felt like things weren't going fast enough this year, right? And part of the problem is they were doing this out of existing product teams, and they're trying to find a balance between, they want all the product teams moving, thinking like first principles, like how can I apply this technology to do things that I couldn't do before, to actionize things that were either too hard or too expensive to do. So we crossed them off the list. It's like, I don't know how we're going to, too much variability from the top, of the user intention or inputs, or too much variability in the text in the it's a lot of text in the world that they're working on. So they're trying to drive that, but at the same time, they're realizing that, they have this pyramid of run the business that keeps pulling those teams kind of back, right? So they're almost like token wins there, or easy things on the periphery. So they're both talking about, like around 5%, it felt like, of their total spend, they're just going to carve off and put into a separate team. Now these are all sort of, even though the one was a CIO, these are all very sort of outward facing initiatives, right? Whether it's supporting customers or creating new features to be able to drive, new lines of business. And they're just saying they also want to create a separate budgeted team that is going to basically just say, go build products, right? That product managers, you're unencumbered by delivering on existing, the business line. We just need you to go build. So I think they're trying to find this balance between, the importance of empowering everybody, because that's where the serendipity is going to come from, but also the importance of trying to unencumber people with the inertia, because they're like, all of our competitors don't have that inertia of, these billion-dollar businesses. Like they're able to just, start from scratch, right? So, this is a true like innovator's dilemma time. And it's interesting. I've just seen there's a common pattern I've seen across multiple sort of industry trends thinking about this.
I think it's like any change happening or a transformation, right? So you kind of have people who get excited. They're your champions. You have the option either to go inside your teams or bootstrap it outside because you feel there's too much friction on the inside. But if you bootstrap it outside, you have to find some way to bring it back inside, right? Yeah. So that is always the challenge then. And it's both on product and on engineering, right? Product needs to think about how can we leverage the new power. Engineers have to let go of saying, well, it's data science. We're not doing this. The news is it's integrations. You're very good at integrations. Please pick this up and you can make this happen. And then eventually, like you said it already, that will move as a capability in a platform team that enables a lot of the others. So that will be a typical pattern, bootstrap inside, outside, but don't keep it outside. We've done that with data, and it kept in a lot of ways being a silo. And I think this is, like, I wasn't kind of confident enough to be in the regular AI because I felt like this is math and all the things that I need to understand and, building a model and, I need to go back to school for 10 years to kind of even get something on there. But from the engineering side, I read the docs, I can see it, it clicks, I can just start building, the cost is there. But it's a declick that you have to make that you can do it, much like it was a little bit like, oh, I can do cloud. It's not that difficult. There's an API. Let's go for this, right?
I mean, even the web, right? Remember back in the day, it was like, if you could spell HTML, you were a genius, right? And we tried to build a website. There was such a foreign thing. We had to go to all these like Razorfish. Remember all these big consultancies existed to build websites because it just seemed like magic. And then when we all actually tried it, we're like, oh, it's not actually that hard, right? I wonder if we're kind of can experience that same inflection point where people, realize it's not that hard.
The other thing too, I think is, I think about like, second time bringing up James Wicked, but he's got his new startup and he's good friends with all of us and Techstrong, but he's got his new company called Dry Run Security, and he's been working on this idea for many years, right? He's started back with Gauntlet, and so when AI came out, I met him in Chicago DevOps days, and he was trying. I got to see this. He didn't rewrite his product. I don't know if his VCs would tell him, "Oh, you got to do everything, rewrite AI." He just added a little piece to it.
Mm-hmm.
So all the things that he's doing from this kind of context security awareness stuff, he just added a little bit of it. I'd like to talk a little about retrieval augmentation and RAGs, but he created a vector data store that had a lot of knowledge around the stuff that that they do, and just added as sort of a bolt-on. And I think that's another sort of advice to an enterprise. You don't have to sort of sit back and start thinking, okay, what is next year's massively, giant generative AI project we're going to build? Give people the freedom to experiment. So if you've already got some remediation systems built or some generalized automated governance type tooling, see if you can't just learn a little about these retrieval augmentations, these vector data stores, and see if you can't just sort of bolt on something that's useful. And if it's useful, add some more juice into it. And I think another sort of trap people run into, when we run into any new technologies, it's all in. We got to go all in on the cloud. That nothing drives me more crazy than we're a cloud first company. Before you think about anything else, you don't even you're going to throw all other metrics, every variable, every business variable out, and you're going to say we're cloud first, and then we'll figure it out. It's nonsense. So I have a fear that as people flip from the no to the now we're generative AI first, you're going to make these mistakes of trying to architect and design these massively scalable solutions.
That's a funny. It's funny. Even at PagerDuty rolling things out. So we've got some pretty cool stuff coming down the pipe. People are like, wow, that's really cool, right? But one of the biggest I need this tomorrow, right, is incident summarization. Catch me up. You log in, you're like, what's been happening, right? And how many people have to stop? They got to tell you something. How many times do they forget something, or they tell you they leave something out accidentally, and now you're kind of lost? That tax of just catching people up, or that tax of letting stakeholders know every 20 minutes, let the business, unit leader know what's going on so they can answer the customers. It's oh, just that, right? And it's that's the easiest thing for us to do. And it just got people jazzed up. Other things are well, that's really cool. I'll have to examine that, see if it actually works. And I don't know how to use that. But that incident summarization thing, you tell it to them, and in 30 seconds, if they're, operations folks are like, yes, give me that tomorrow, right? And so that's a good point, John. Don't over rotate on trying to be profound, because it's fun, but don't, right? Just focus on being useful, right? That's the way you'd describe it?
Yeah, I think the productivity. Let's see it. There's some big things in the future that this stuff is gonna lay out for us. Yeah. But right now, I'd say view it as product. Where do you find productivity, performance gains?
Yeah.
Quick.
So we got about 10, 12 minutes left. I was hoping to have more time for this, but it goes when you get the three of us together. But let's talk about technology. Everyone wants to talk about technology, right? I would look at the stack in air quotes here. It's maybe kind of three levels here, right? I call the prompt engineering level of things. Then we call it the middleware orchestration, level of things. And then the actual language models, right? So, I don't want to dive. We have hours and hours and hours on each of these things, but maybe we can sort of talk about our thoughts around the high level of each of those levels and kind of what to focus on, right? And, I'll kick it off with prompt engineering, right? I think this is something that, often gets overlooked as how important it is and how far you can get in doing it. It's oh, I write Google searches, I'm handy, right? Or, okay, I should write a longer Google search, right? Oh, okay, I should tell it to pretend it's a certain type of person, or I should give it an output format, or, oh, I should give it examples. Or it's the idea of zero shot or one shot or, few shot where I'm giving examples, make it like this, right? And then there's maybe things oh, I can start to use, tools, tell it to use a calculator tool or a web search tool or something like that, right? But, I just find that, what's interesting to me is seems to be no depth, no bottom to how deep you can dive into prompt engineering and how important it is. and how much you can get out of it, right? Before, attempting anything else at those lower levels. And in fact, I just saw one the other day where the prompts were getting into like how to treat the tokens. I mean, it was almost like very prescriptive down into sort of the inner workings of, how language model works, all to get better performance out of that, right? So yeah, I don't know. I mean, let's maybe start there. Do you have any advice for people on getting started with prompt engineering? How critical it is, or any crazy stories?
Yeah, I'll take that one. I guess it's the one thing that gets dismissed. Like you say, oh, I go on ChatGPT, I ask it a simple question, it gives me something back, right?
Right.
But it is so. The more you have a strategy on your better prompting, it will drastically improve your quality of answers. Yeah. It is just. And again, it's not one prompt, it's a sequence of prompts that kind of builds up, and like first do this strategy, then do that strategy. And we're all kind of spoiled maybe a little bit by thinking that, ChatGPT gives like this super magic thing. But if you start using it, mixing it with your own data, you do need to put in a lot of work. So getting the strategies better. There's another reason why this is, it's not important, but that has an impact. If you choose a different model, all your prompts are going to react different.
Right.
So if you were switching to a larger model, a smaller token, this is what I want to point out is it's so brittle. Like if you do a change there, it could have a huge impact, but also a negative huge impact. So in that way, it's quite important that you kind of keep track on how you're dealing with these prompts. Let's give the example of creating a quiz, right? Give me, this is the question, generate me 4 answers. And then you say, well, generate me one answer that isn't a good one. And then you say, of course, it tells you something, but it tells you something wrong. So you can't use it in a quiz because everybody knows that's the wrong answer. So you kind of have to steer the model with some prompt engineers. Say, well, given this is the domain, and given these are the answers, and this is the other thing, make a better statement for the made-up question so it isn't that obvious. So I'm just telling it, but from a prompt engineering, this is quite a heavy thing to write in English and then to make it work on various models as well. So
that's a very good.
It is important in that way.
That's an interesting kind of misconception that people think like, oh, these things are like, I don't know, cloud instances. This is a cloud, a cloud machine, right? Where it's like, I spin up one EC2, I spin up one on Google Compute. Yeah, there's little differences, but it's a Linux Dockerized thing, right? Like, they're sort of fungible, right? And I think that your point that so much of this goes into the prompt engineering that it's not portable, right? That that one model thinks very differently than the other. So multi-model, right? It's fine by design if you're doing different things, but don't expect that portability, fungibility to be an easy thing. So, John, what's your thoughts on?
No, I think I mean that's. I mean, it's, in a lot of ways, I think I can't remember who said this, and I'm probably going to mangle it, but it's like talking to an infant that learns infinitely, right? I mean, when we have conversations, I mean, you in a sense you feel like you are talking to a human because, if I meet somebody on a train or a plane ride and like, what do you do for a living, right? Like you're already starting the context of a prompt conversation. Like if we were just like, if every conversation when you're sitting next to somebody on a plane ride started with, I go ahead and I do this CI/CD stuff, and they'd be like, what the heck are you talking about, right? So, but what you do is with humans, you literally say, what do you do for a living? Well, I do this. I'm a computer programmer, and then they sort of like, oh, do you write code? Well, not all the time. I more manage large infrastructure, and now all of a sudden you've gotten that person, because what do? They make shoes or something like that, right? And you sort of work your way through. And I think the multi-model, and that a lot of the most interesting stuff too is these sort of having lots of different models. You talk about agents, right? Agents that, I mean, like somewhere in between, like different models serving different purposes, and then agents sort of using those models. But like imagine like again, if we go back to like the operationalization of like IT and infrastructure and stuff like that, right? We might have models that are specifically designed that already know are in context aware of like governance and risk.
Yeah.
And then we have other ones that are sort of related to incident. And then we, you know, and then the other really important thing is this notion of what observability becomes in this new world. You know, we still care about latency and performance, but we care more about this notion of evaluations.
Yeah.
Am I running these sort of analysis against my model to say it's 97%, 97.9% efficient in its evaluations, and as I make more changes and as it grows, does the efficiency stay the same? Does the efficiency for harmfulness or truthfulness, non-hallucinations? So that's another whole, to me, that's one of the more interesting areas that I've been exploring is what does observability really mean in the new world of, generative AI?
Yeah, you're talking about like we spent 70 years trying to get non-determinism out of our systems.
Yeah, totally.
Now we're building it in. So like, how do
Embrace
you handle that's the new frontier of how do you, which is I think what's holding back the agent rollout, right? Is like how do you do the, what's the process controls and the evaluation you're constantly put in to keep the guardrail.
We should do another podcast because one of the things we never got to is the sort of the dangers, because we're talking how great everything is, and there is. We should see if we could do a follow on because I think everybody on this call is pro on this. The answer is yes, go dive in, but like I don't want to sound like we're not aware and we don't really understand it.
The cars need brakes, right? You need brakes in a safety system, and that's the thing. In the last few minutes, I want to kind of talk about, we'll use LangChain as the representative sort of the middleware kind of world, right? But it's this retrieval augmented generation, right, is one of the patterns. And I think when people dive into the middleware side of this, like how do you chain together these different LLM calls with a little bit of open source code, suddenly can do all kinds of cool stuff, right? And I call it like the Vagrant of the AI world, that when people first saw Vagrant, they just suddenly got the idea of the cloud. Even though it wasn't the cloud, it was VMs. They're like, oh, I get it. I just send you something, you type Vagrant up, boom, there it is. You took Vagrant destroy, it's down. I type Vagrant up again, it comes up. It's like, it suddenly makes sense. And people start to look at like the Chat GPT, they're like, oh, okay, I get it, that's a chatbot. But when they start to get into sort of the middleware stuff that's emerging, they're like, oh, wow, like I get sort of, how this is all coming down. So Patrick, you'll start with you. You did a whole big presentation. I've seen you go deep on the middleware world. It's a lot of options, a lot of things to think about. Where should people be starting? Where should they be learning? What's kind of the 101 of chaining and middleware?
Well, I think the value of these middlewares or kind of orchestration frameworks is actually their documentation. This is the one that I have to keep up to date all the time. So for me, this was the most valuable place to learn about this stuff. And then you go from, the whole journey. The simple thing, I do a query to the LLM, I get an answer. Then I have more some prompt engineering. I do more kind of a bigger strategy to get like an answer back. Then I mix it with my own data. And then I go, maybe mix it with an agent or a tool that I already have. So that's kind of the journey that you can go through those tools. I have a GitHub library which has a bunch of kind of lessons you can go through. And so I try to explain it from the dev, sec, and the ops perspective. So first one is the developer, and then, like John said, the observability, kind of making sure that, how do you track all these metrics, cost, but also indeed, like, whether they're relevant or not. And then security, like, was this answer, did it leak PII? Is it toxic? Is it leaking, kind of like recommending your competitor? Like, on those as well. So that's kind of a typical journey. You start with the simple, and then you think about the DevSecOps pipeline, and then you think like, okay, what can we do here? What can we do there? What aspect do we bring into that chain as well? So,
All right. Well, I'm getting the high sign to wrap it up. John, do you concur, or did Patrick say anything that was completely?
I disagree with everything that Matt has said for the last 4 hours. Yes,
I agree with you, John.
Let's figure it out.
You agree with me. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you two guys. So, all right.
Well, hey, that's great stuff. Thanks to Alan Schimmel and the whole DevOps.com apparatus for helping put this together. And John, I think you just agreed for us to do another one of these. So
I think there's a lot more to cover, and this was fun. I hope the audience enjoyed it as much as I did. So.
Yeah, good stuff. All right. Well, hey, thanks everybody who stuck through to this far, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
everyone. Welcome back to our coverage here of at AWS reInvent. We're in the Win at our video suite. And I'm really happy to be joined by our friend Ashley Kramer. For those of you who don't know Ashley, she appears on our Techstrong stuff whenever I can beg her to come on and appear. But Ashley is the Chief Strategy Officer, Chief Marketing Officer, and a whole bunch of other hats from our friends at GitLab. And of course, GitLab needs no introduction to our audience, but look, maybe there are some people, Ashley, who don't know GitLab. I'm going to ask you to explain it to them. Yeah. But first of all, welcome and thanks for joining us.
Good to have you. Thanks for having me. It's good to see you both.
Absolutely. And we've got Mitchell and I joining us. Actually, I really do think our whole audience knows GitLab.
This is Techstrong TV.
I mean, that means my team is doing
their job.
So awesome.
Yeah, or I've been talking about that for 10 years already.
That helps.
That helps too. But for people who maybe they've heard of GitLab, but they're not sure, or they say, oh, I know it's Git something.
Yeah. So GitLab is the most comprehensive AI-powered DevSecOps platform. And what we strive to do is help companies across the world deliver secure software faster.
Absolutely.
Plain and simple.
I love that. Someone's been working on that, I see. Mm-hmm. You got it nailed down.
It's really my team.
To the point.
Credit.
Good stuff. And look, it was a very succinct description of what GitLab is. But for me, what GitLab is just a really special sort of story. As a student of startups, as a student of the tech industry, and Mitchell and I have been doing startups for 25 years. GitLab is a really unique story in that, Sid Sibranji, who started the company, Y Combinator company, really the company's an open book, right? There's the GitLab book that has every single thing in there. The company was remote first from day one.
Correct.
Right? It didn't wait for COVID to happen to become remote. That open book has everybody's title, who they report to, what salary structures are in there, how everything is cooked.
Where it's all heading.
Right?
Yep.
The 22nd of every single month for 150 months running or some crazy number like that.
We just changed that, by the way. You haven't read the updated handbook.
Oh.
It's the third Thursday now of every month.
It's now the third
so
Thursday.
we don't have to disrupt weekends.
That sounds like Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
so
That's a good move.
That was a good thing to do.
Yeah.
But it's about 150 months or some
it's
crazy
over that
number.
At this point, yeah. Every month on the month.
Is a new release.
Yep.
It's truly an open source.
Absolutely.
Open core product.
It's like an open project. I mean,
it really is. So I always thought of it as an experiment, much as they say that the U.S. and our constitutional system is an experiment in democracy. GitLab is sort of an experiment in open source and modern tech companies.
An open company.
I hope now a successful experiment as a public
well,
company.
So far, so good.
You've been pretty successful. I
would say so.
Absolutely. So for those who don't know, I mean, it's almost like a business school case. It's a really nice case. Interestingly, you said a DevSecOps company. Of course, it was DevOps, and about 2 years ago now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
DevOps is DevSecOps. Now, today there's a whole new cool kid on the block, AI. You walk down to that show floor, you trip over it.
Everywhere.
Well, I think if you make it that far, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I think you can't go out the door.
And so I am sure it's had its effect on GitLab and what you guys are doing.
Announcements, yeah. Right.
No one's watching. Share with
just between us.
Just between us.
The good news is we're a transparent company, so
right.
it's all
out there anyway.
You can look this up anywhere. But so you've mentioned a bunch of the uniqueness around GitLab. And since we've been a platform since day one, we started as, of course, SCM, and they made the decision over 10 years ago, integrate CI/CD as part of the platform, integrate security as part of the platform. So now we're in the age of AI, and that makes it really, that set us up for success, makes it really, really easy to integrate AI, not just for one capability, like the big buzz of writing code for you, code suggestions. We have that, by the way. It's coming out in our December release. It's in beta right now. But our viewpoint is weave it throughout the platform. Make every step of the SDLC easier, more efficient because AI is part of that story, and help companies really have faster cycle time, deliver software faster in a secure way. And just because of how we're built at our core, we have a really, really powerful way that we can deliver AI to the world securely.
Absolutely. So it sounds very holistic. My problem with a lot of the AI stories out here is, where does the rubber meet the road? Where is it real?
Right.
When can we see it in action? So, hard question. Where is rubber meeting the road here with GitLab? What's available out there right now? What do we have?
We've already had capabilities in the platform, things like suggested reviewers, which we've had in prior to this whole AI craze. We are already working on code suggestions, which of course does exactly what it sounds like. But what we're really working on is the rest of that story. So we branded it, I'm a brander, so I have to brand things. We branded it GitLab Duo, and what GitLab Duo is it's not just one capability or one feature, it is the suite of capabilities across the entire workflow. And so what we announced a few weeks ago was that, what I just said, that code suggestions will now come out in this December release, which will happen because it's happened for over 150 months now. And we're also starting to lean into what we call our Duo Chat beta. And so what the product team found was there's different ways people work throughout their day and throughout their workflow. And often the chat experience is what they want. You know, maybe some of the more junior developers do want that code completion, but probably more senior ones just want to be able to highlight and say, hey, can you explain this code for me? And they probably want to do it in a consistent way. So that's what Duo Chat will be about. We have other things to make the entire team more successful around summarize this issue. Issues can become up to 40 pages long. So how do you understand? How do you onboard to a project or to a company quicker? How do you not just have GitLab catch the vulnerabilities, which we already did in the product, but explain this vulnerability? We actually announced that a while back. And so from my perspective, again, it's not about a capability or one task. It's about how to make people successful. And how do you measure that? To us, it's productivity. And in the past, I think productivity was really focused on one thing, which was like the task. Is the developer, we're hearing this downstairs, right? We're hearing this on the floor. Yeah. We're going to make developers more productive. And what they mean is we're going to help them write more code. Right. Is that effective? We don't know, because is more code what the world really needs? Or do you need more quality, more secure code that's going out to the market faster and getting innovation to end customers faster? So we think about productivity as not just the task at hand. The team is the team becoming more successful, and the time. So GitLab already produces 7x faster cycle time for companies that implement us and use our platform. We have a very ambitious goal to get that to 10x and beyond using AI.
I'm curious that a lot of the developer productivity, as you mentioned, I think the right approach is focused on how do you take away the distractive elements, right? So you're in the mind frame, you're in the mindset of being able to create code, build whatever you're doing. How do you look at AI as part of that entire platform? Do you think it'll be visible, present? Like, this is an AI thing, you see this in products now. Click here to get the AI version of what you're writing or something. Or is it just going to be there and you don't really, it doesn't kind of pop up and get in the way to know you notice it? Are you taking a particular approach to it, or how do you think about it?
I think it'll be both. So I think there will be instances like I just mentioned before with there's a chunk of code and I want it explained to me quickly, or I want the comments summarized. And so that's sort of the proactive, I have to go in there and I have to make the request. But the trend we kind of see in the future is not just the direct interaction, but more of the next best action. Right. So now start suggesting to me. So don't just explain this vulnerability, tell me how to mitigate it, and then also help me fix everything I need to do in the code base so it doesn't happen again. And so from that perspective, I think it becomes removed, but I think it will be a mixture of both in the future, particularly speaking around DevSecOps. We can go into all the other use cases where it might make sense.
Security zones is a little bit special because we don't want to automate too much of it. We need human in the loop.
You need the compliance around it. You need the ability to audit. You need to make sure that if I'm delivering my code, my proprietary code, into some kind of AI bot or experience, it's not being shared with the rest of the world. We sell to highly regulated enterprises.
that is It's interesting. We had an interview with Salesforce.
Okay.
I think yesterday, the day before. It runs, but
they're all.
It was,
one day
it was
at
in
this point.
Vegas. We're not sure.
it was in
what-
Vegas. That's
Still
for
in Vegas,
sure.
by the way,
yeah.
gentlemen. Okay.
Yeah, we are. But anyway, and that was an important part to them in their AI story is they're adding what they call this trust layer, which will supposedly, they contractually contracted with AI ops or OpenAI, excuse me, that what their customers are putting in can't make its way into the general thing.
Yeah, the base model.
Is this something you think that's the right way to do? Because my question was, how do I believe them? How do I trust you?
Yeah.
That's certainly the approach we're taking because we're very big and highly regulated. So we are aiming and striving to not take proprietary code or text or whatever and use it to train or retune other models. You can't. And we actually just did a really great blog post for the world in a transparent way, and it came from our chief legal officer, which is 7 questions to ask your DevSecOps provider. And it's all around those things. So sure, you can say it, but what are the next questions you should ask? What are you doing with the output? What are you doing with the refactored code? What happens if something does? Will you protect me? Will you?
Yeah.
And so obviously we have the questions and then the responses. But GitLab has to and will continue to take a transparent approach and a privacy-first approach. And when we think about the vendors, which is not the one that you just mentioned that we will partner with, they're taking that exact same viewpoint. That's really important to us.
I think it has to be. But I also think, look, we're in a bit of the wild, wild west
For sure.
era right now with this. I think over time, people are going to get smart about it and demand. Of course, that has to be. It's my IP. You can't suck my IP in to go make someone else's stuff better.
Right.
And that's got to. I mean, we'll probably in 3 years look back and say, what were we thinking that we even thought about that should be like that?
Everybody was blinded. So earlier this year, I took a trip to Europe and met with a bunch of CTOs across all of Europe, and it was at the hype cycle. So the competitive code suggestion product had come out, and all the CTOs wanted to talk about was, my developers want to know what you have, and I would ask the question, are you worried about privacy security? Nobody wanted to talk about it yet. So then David DeSanto, our product officer, and I took another trip. About 2 quarters later, that's all they want to talk about. That's top of mind. That means the hype is
the shininess of that.
Well, no, the reality starts biting.
It's setting in.
Yeah,
and you're starting to see those few examples of like, oh, I didn't realize at a public company, if I put my notes into ChatGPT, that it's actually sharing it with that was a real case out
what
there.
company? Yeah, there was
Samsung.
Samsung got burned
there was
with
articles
that.
everywhere.
I think this is what you're going to. We're learning the ground rules now, and I think over time it'll definitely get better. So this is available. Some of these things are available right now.
We have features
in
available
the latest
now.
thing.
Absolutely.
Third Thursday of every month, you can get the latest
right.
one. What else are you seeing here with I mean, you guys have a huge relationship with AWS.
Yep.
But you have good relationships with all of the cloud vendors, to be fair.
We do, and that's a really big competitive advantage for us, and so we can stay up to date on the latest and greatest of what they're doing. We were talking earlier about what we announced this week. We announced something a few weeks ago, which was all of the AI capabilities that are coming, whether in beta or GA. We did announce last year here, though, our GitLab dedicated
I remember
product,
that.
and that is today
Single-tenant.
exclusively on AWS, and that's single-tenant SaaS. So we've always had the multi-tenant SaaS. We have the self-managed. And we saw a need from customers of saying, we still need it. We still need our own single tenant instance, but we want you to manage and maintain that, so we can put our team on our innovation.
Sure.
And that's been taking off really great. And so we've been having a lot of conversations about this here. Obviously, there were a bunch of AWS announcements, lots of them in the keynote yesterday. And so we'll integrate in whatever makes sense, whatever comes out with Bedrock next, whatever Q ends up becoming.
What about this inspector and detect? I don't know if you're following the AWS announcements on that. Inspector and detective. One of them was suggesting like pre-deployment code improvements, and one was even post-deployment To me, it was vulnerability scanning, but
Right.
I'm not going to quibble. But you know, with an AI twist, because everything has to have an AI twist. I don't know. To me, well, I have nothing against AWS. What a great company. But a lot of the stuff that they introduce, I always feel is sort of a poor man's version of what a company that's doing that or is what they do does. But that's the model. That's
Keynotes
the
are
model.
keynotes, right?
Yeah, no, I get it.
I've been talking to customers all day. I've been talking to media all day. And what we've been talking about is it's one thing to announce it. It's one thing to have the vision or the prototype or, you know.
No, and then when you go use it and find out, it, you know.
That's right.
It's 80% of the functionality at 20% of the price a lot of times.
There's also the
Or
announce
free.
it comes out and the continue over a long time period of time, refining it until it really becomes what was announced, which could be a year, could be many years.
That's right.
Depends.
It happens, but that's the.
But that's a
look.
model we know, and other vendors as well.
Well, unfortunately, Mitchell, in the world you and I started in technology, that was the model, right? Remember those roadmap? We used to. You did this too, actually. The roadmap discussions, right? Let me show you my slides of my roadmap heading out
this
3 years.
This week's roadmap.
This week's
Let me
roadmap.
show you my 10-year vision.
Oh, yeah, because I have a great 10-year.
Oh, yeah.
I know what's going to be here in 5.
We'll only be
I
out by
actually,
2
as a
degrees.
former product leader, I won't throw the company under the bus. It was not GitLab. I actually got on stage in front of many, like 20,000 people and announced something in 2016, and they delivered it exactly 4
What
years
did you say?
later.
All right, so you had a
But
4-year
boy, did they get
vision.
claps.
You were right.
Boy, did they get claps.
You know what? But that's the nature of the beast. Anyway, what else is happening with GitLab you can share with our audience?
Yeah, I mean, we're continuing to lean into how can AI help make the entire end-to-end lifecycle more secure, more efficient. Obviously, integrated security has always been a big piece of that. Flexibility and deployment now with things like GitLab Dedicated, which is taking off. And yeah, we're really excited to keep bringing this value to our customers. Myself, I'm here obviously at this conference, so is our CRO, talking to customers, seeing how things are going, what more do they need. And it feels like everything's on the right track, and we're just really, really excited to get some of this stuff in general availability and start not giving the dream and the vision.
Right, but rubber
Giving
meeting the road.
stats, the rubber meeting the road, and that 10x faster cycle time is what we're going to strive for.
I'm really glad you mentioned the kind of the whole entire process, right? Because it seems like that being a transparent but an interconnected flow across the entire software lifecycle, you're in a unique position to not just AI tasks or AI features, but look at the entire process and what's happening and how to improve that, whether it's generative or it's machine learning or both,
And we have
right?
a single repository. We have a single end-to-end platform application with
You've
a single
got data
repository.
hosted, you know, you can anonymize with customers about what people do and how they use it.
We're set up perfectly, and we're kind of going with we're definitely going with a best-of-class model approach. So some, obviously, LLMs like suggested reviewers would be hosted and on our side, and others, Google, Anthropic, whomever has the best models, we're able to plug and play and make sure by use case we're picking
But
the
that's
best.
the GitLab way too,
It
right?
is.
Because that back
Absolutely
end
is.
needs to be malleable, right? It needs to be depending what you want and who you want to deal with. I just quick plug. I want to mention some of the announcements and functionality that Ashley mentioned that were announced at KubeCon. I did an interview with David DeSanto at KubeCon, and of course that was streamed live, but it is available on Techstrong.tv if you do a quick search of either KubeCon or GitLab or David DeSanto for that matter. It'll pop up and you can check that out. And then we have another upcoming part 2 interview with David. I want to say scheduled for December 11th, but and we'll be continuing the conversation
Put him to
there
work.
with him. I
Keep
keep
putting
him busy.
I'm proxying as him. I told him I'm representing product
Well,
this week.
he
and
has
told
the
me, he said,
beard.
that's what he said. He said, "Are you bringing your beard?" And I said,
He has the beard. And
I left
you have a
it at
lot
home.
more hair. Even with the beard or without the beard, you have a lot more hair than me and him.
True,
But anyway, thank you so much for hanging out
thanks for
and
having
coming
me. It's
in.
great to
Visiting
see
us.
you.
Always great. Say hello to all of our friends at GitLab.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break here. We're live in Vegas, and we have our next people in the green room waiting. We're going to our next guest, so stand by. This is Alan Schimmel at AWS reInvent.
Hey, welcome back. Alan stepped away from the camera, so guess who took over? Mitch Ashley stepping in here at the Win, our studio, at AWS reInvent, and talking with some fantastic people. We've got another great guest, Simon Taylor, who is CEO and founder of Haiku. Welcome.
Mitch, great to have you. Great to be here. Thank you for having me on.
I'm glad we caught you before your voice went.
I know. I'll tell you, these big conferences in Las Vegas, you forget what it does to your voice. But I'll be a little gravelly today, if that's okay.
It does. You just have to stay away from the gaming tables, because that's when I'll definitely lose.
Not a hard thing.
Stay away from that. Well, tell us, for folks who don't know Haiku, other than the Japanese poem.
Sure.
But tell us a little bit about Haiku.
Yeah. So Haiku is actually the world's fastest growing data protection as a service company. We've got over 4,000 customers in 78 countries. And what we do is we bring together observability and data protection. I think, we started the company about 5 years ago with a very simple idea, which is that the rate at which data silos was growing was explosive. I think when we started the company in 2018, the average company had their data in about 15 different data silos, on-prem, public cloud, a little SaaS. Today, that number is 212. 212 different silos because of SaaS. People are putting their data everywhere.
And their own use of cloud, as well as SaaS. Right?
That's it. And we said, there's got to be a simpler way. You can't have a different backup company for every single silo. Imagine if you had 200 different apps and you had 200 different backup vendors, it'd be out of control. So we created the world's first low-code development platform for data protection, which means that anybody now who's got a SaaS service and wants to back it up can write to our platform. We launched this in about a year ago. We've now got 50 different SaaS services that we protect. That's 10 times more than any other data protection vendor in the world. We're backed by Bain Capital Ventures, and we've got a 91 NPS score, the highest in the industry.
Anything above 50 is great. I'm happy you're doing well.
Thank you.
So talk about the integrations. I mean, that's obviously a big part of the solution of the game, if you will. Is, pre-integrating as much as possible with all the services that customers potentially want to do that. How much of that is already done? What do customers need to do their own kind of low-code, no-code development to finish that part of it?
It's a great question. I think when we started this thing out, we sort of thought to ourselves, if you look at the history of data protection, there were legacy vendors that I won't name, but they were built to do specific things. There was a backup vendor that was great at backing up Unix, another one for Windows, another one for VMware. And we sort of said, okay, so if this continues as it's going, you're literally going to have a different backup vendor for everybody.
Every layer.
It would be insane.
Horizontal and vertical. Okay.
And so then we said, okay, so why are data silos really exploding? And we broke it down into 3 categories. One is you have your traditional on-prem. 2, we're sitting here at AWS reInvent, and as we were just talking off camera, people think about a cloud as a static beast. But in reality, look at AWS. Today, AWS represents over 200 different services. 200. And if you think about the way people think about data protection, they go and they back up their S3 buckets and they call it a day. What we wanted to do was different. We said, look, what if we could set this up so that partners and SaaS vendors could actually develop native integrations into every one of those services? And so it's really not a question of the end customer having to build any integrations. It's a lot of SaaS vendors are calling us up and they're saying, hey, we don't actually offer end-user data protection to our customers. We've always used the shared responsibility model, but it's not good enough anymore. Because customers, as they expand in the enterprise, they want NIST compliance, they want SOC 2 compliance, they have to be able to tell their customers where they can protect their data. And I think that's why they're coming to Haiku.
Interesting. So when you talk about providing that data protection, is it for primarily the cloud services, or is it also third-party, other technology vendors that are part of the ecosystem? That's one of the conversations we had this week. Is it really the cloud anymore, or is it about the end users, or is it really it's an entire ecosystem, right? Kind of you need to be there to be part of the technology stack that we're working on today.
We call it build to run. Because I think what's happened is if you look at a diagram of what it used to take to build an application, you see some virtual machines, maybe sitting on some physical servers, that's about it. If you look at how DevOps and developers are building apps today, they're using hundreds of different services. And so, what Haiku's approach to this was, let's look at AWS since we're here at reInvent. Think about things like Lambda. Think about IAM. Think about keys, key management. Think about RDS. All these are individual pieces of the application development puzzle. So what Haiku's approach has been is, how do we get a developer from I'm building an application to I'm running it? What are all of the services that they are dependent on to make sure that application actually works? And those are all the things that we now protect. But I think there's a second piece to this, which is it's not just about the cloud. This is about SaaS. In fact, we were just speaking about this, but I wrote a book called Averting the SaaS Data Apocalypse. And I call it an apocalypse, Mitch, because actually what's happening is this. There is so much data in so many different data silos, and everybody's lost control.
It's hard to get your data out of these tools. It's not impossible. Or, you can take 15,000 records and you're done.
That's
but
it.
I've got 2 million in the SaaS service. Hey, I live with that issue every day.
Well, we invented a product called rGraph for this problem. And what rGraph does is it sits on top of your single sign-on. It discovers your environment, and it builds, I call it the beautiful tree. And what it does is it illustrates for you every department in your entire company or organization, and it tells you every workload you're running on-prem, public cloud, and SaaS. You'd be shocked. You'll pull it up, and you'll actually see the hundreds of different data silos you have and how out of compliance you probably are.
Yeah. That's true. Sometimes knowledge is, okay, now we know, so we got to do something.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Okay, so it happens, right? You do that and you say, oh my God, look what I've got. And some things I can say, I can take care of that. I can stop doing this or replace it with what we're doing.
Sure.
What is the apocalypse and how to stop it? So let's just jump to the last 20 minutes of the movie.
Averting the SaaS data
once all
apocalypse.
The buildings are leveled.
So, well, I'm going to quote
Charlton Heston is standing there on top of the heap, It's people. No, whatever.
It is. It's a dramatic word, right? The apocalypse. But I'll tell you what the apocalypse is. The apocalypse is that we live in a society that is such a digital economy today. When there's a ransomware attack, let's take the city of Oakland, right? City of Oakland goes down. They didn't go down for a day. They didn't go down for a week. They went down for 96 days. Now, what does it mean when a city goes down? It means that everything is offline. You can't get paid. There's no paychecks going out. Kids can't go to school. All of the basic services that we use to live our life, they stop. They stop. My point is this. 52% of ransomware attacks occur through SaaS, and a majority of them are successful. So the apocalypse is simply that. We don't know where our data is anymore. We've ceded control to the SaaS vendors. And as a result of that, we've stopped thinking the same way we have for 40 years, which has been, okay, what's my RTO? What's my RTO? Or my RPO? What's my data retention policy? Where is my data?
Right. And if I don't control it, I can't.
I don't know where it is. And so we rely more and more on third parties. What we're saying is, let's take back control. And how do we take back control? We apply the same principles and policies that we've used for 30 or 40 years on-prem with cloud and with SaaS. Because the shared responsibility model, while very, very simple to understand, which simply means, the cloud is going to provide you with a service, but the data is yours to manage. But that's a lot of risk for all of us as customers to bear. And so what we're saying is, let's take back control. Let's fix that problem. And by doing so, we can fight back against the scourge of ransomware and stay up and running.
It seems like one of the layer of complexity that weaves between all of those providers and our data is, and they're also in how you get access to it and how it's represented, what it is. Do you even know what you've got?
That's right.
Your CRM vendor versus your ERP vendor,
Yeah.
and all the myriad of things that you've got. I don't think we even understand what our data is.
No.
And the format of it and how we would potentially use it if we could get access to just the data.
I think it's a really important point, and I think it goes back to this build to run, right? I think it starts with our amazing developer community. It's the DevOps folks, it's the folks who are building these applications who, once they understand that their source code is actually at risk, right? You're putting your source code in SaaS vendors and you're not backing it up. You have no way to recover it, right? If we can natively integrate every aspect of the development lifecycle into a data protection vendor like Haiku with very, very limited cost, time, money, or resources, we're going to set a precedent where we're going to say, you know what, why would I not have the insurance policy when I'm building this code? And I think that's what Haiku is all about. We are very, very focused on giving the developer community a very simple means of deploying true enterprise data protection inside of every application and database they build and run.
If you were going to be a SaaS company,
yeah,
and knowing that Haiku is here and Simon and team are here, what advice would you give them? What advice would you give to the providers to help your customers make it easier on all of this?
Sure.
What's the thing they aren't doing?
Yeah, I think here's what typically happens, and without naming any names, we'll protect the innocent here. But almost every SaaS vendor has something on their roadmap called backup, and it sits on the back burner for a very simple reason. If I am running a project management SaaS app, let's just use an example, and I go to my board and I say, you know what, I'm going to divert 25% of my time, money, and resources to protecting end customer data. They're going to say, why would you do that? We want you to build features that focus on what you do. Now, the problem is, this is the chicken and the egg. If those same SaaS vendors reach out to a Gartner Magic Quadrant data protection vendor, as an example, and they say, would you please build us data protection integration? All these vendors are going to say no. Your TAM is not big enough. Your market's not big enough. So they're stuck. It's not that they want to hurt their customers. It's that their investors and board members.
Solution for every customer.
Exactly. It would be very, very hard. So what we tell folks is reach out, use the low-code development platform. When you're developing your SaaS service, it takes as little as 3 days to offer end-user data protection. And all you have to do is offer that as a service inside of your app, and you never have to worry about it. There's zero liability. You put it all on us. And I think you get the benefit of an enterprise data protection vendor without the time, money, and resource risk.
We may have already talked about this, but have you made some announcements here at AWS?
We have.
What's happening for you?
You know, I think the biggest thing, again, is when we talked before about the fact that AWS is really comprised of about 200 different services. We looked at that and we said, what is the true end-to-end pathway for a developer who wants to build an app on AWS? We mapped out every point at which somebody could theoretically steal your data. Somebody could theoretically put you out of business, shut you down, or compromise you, and we protected it. We added a native data protection integration, all of which is available in the AWS marketplace under HYCU Haiku. So now when you're developing on AWS, you can protect all of that hard work, time, money, and resource in a very, very simple marketplace offering.
Yeah, it's part of being part of that ecosystem.
That's
right?
it.
It's one of the key enablers. So if you can find you in the marketplace, I would imagine also you can go directly to HYCU and find out more about what you do.
That's it. And you know, I love what you said, HYCU. It's Haiku, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
We were thinking about a name, and when we came up with the company, we've been around for about 5 years now, 4,000 customers, 78 countries. We were thinking about how do you take all the data in the world and collapse it into a small, elegant package. And I thought about a Japanese haiku poem. And then I said, I'm never going to get haiku, the URL. So how about HYCU, hybrid cloud uptime, HYCU haiku.
Okay. All right, so there's
the time.
An acronym behind it.
That's
okay,
it.
Well, good. So one parting question, and one you may not be expecting. I don't know
Sure.
if you've sold the movie rights to your book yet.
Not yet.
What actor would you like to play Simon Taylor in the movie?
So you know what's terrible? When I don't have this raspy voice, people often tell me I sound like Jonah Hill. Well, you know.
Okay, I could
so my wife's
yeah,
often
you
telling
do
me,
actually.
you know, so I get that quote a lot. You know, a little bit. Not right now. Not when it's so gravelly, but once in a while.
Hey, shoot high. Well, it's great talking with
Great
you,
to meet you.
Simon.
Thank you so
Congrats on
much.
the announcements with the AWS Marketplace.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing more great things from you.
Wonderful to be here.
Great. Thanks for joining us here today. We've had a great time bringing some really fantastic interviews for you here at AWS reInvent. We, of course, will have these interviews up on Techstrong.tv in the next week, and just keep hanging tight for more. Got a lot of great content here on all of our sites, DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, Cloud Native now, Techstrong Research, Techstrong AI, Digital CXO, et cetera, et cetera. There's always a new property every week, I think, not quite. But we've enjoyed bringing this to you and look forward to our next interview. All right, take care.
Thank you.
are back here at AWS reInvent 2023 in Las Vegas with another great conversation. This one with Kit Merker, who is Chief Growth Officer with Noble9. Welcome to be talking to you. Good to be here. Glad you still have a voice.
Yeah,
we're all fighting that.
Been the carnival barker down at the booth. You know, it's hard to keep up with all the noise down there in the expo.
It is, yeah. The noise level pretty high. So for folks that if they don't know Noble9, tell them a little bit about the company, what you do.
Yeah, well, Noble9 is focused on software reliability, and what we do is help you measure the uptime of your services, whether you're using Amazon or any cloud, any observability tools. Let you set service level objectives, which are essentially reliability goals. So you can figure out which services need mission critical 5 nines, which ones can get away with 2 or 3 nines, and really get everybody on the same page about serving customers, managing cost, managing software releases, get really more management of software reliability as you're adopting cloud or running different digital services. Yeah.
But one of the things that's cool about being at AWS is it is kind of the whole ecosystem showing up at once, right? Yeah. So if you want to talk to customers, partners, AWS people, investors, whatever, press, media, folks like ourselves, what do you spend most of your time doing? Are you mostly in the booth? Are you mostly meeting with customers? Being growth officer, I kind of can imagine what that might be, but tell us a little bit more about your engagement.
Yeah, I have the privilege of doing a little of everything, and so it keeps me quite busy. We have a booth here. It's an awesome booth, Booth 1090. Smooth operations is our theme. We've got card games. We've got finger surfboards we're giving away. We're trying to be pretty unique about it. Also great demos and opportunity to meet the team there, get some stickers, et cetera. So we have a really a good team here. Technical people, our CTO is here as well, so really hands-on. I've been meeting with pretty much everybody, partners, people from AWS, press. I've been going to parties and been talking to people from the open source community. I mean, it's really a great chance to connect with so many people, and it's nice to be back traveling again, although, Las Vegas is not exactly my favorite place to go, but, it works, and to get to see everybody, and yeah, I think one of the big things I've seen this year for us is the maturity of people's thinking on reliability in general and on service level objectives. In years past, we had people that were a bit skeptical and said, oh, this is that Google thing, and is this really what we want to do? Now I'm hearing, wow, this seems like something that could really help us. We've gotten a bunch of credibility from the ecosystem. Over the last few weeks, we did a launch with Cisco. I'm staying here next week for Gartner. We got Gartner Cool Vendor this year. We're nominated for the 3rd year on DevOps Dozen, which is incredible credibility. And hopefully, people will continue to vote for us. We won 2 years in a row. This is our 3-peat year, so let's do it, right? But it's become now a thing where you're seeing different vendors, different open source projects that are actually trying to not just do observability and try to see what's going on, but really understand what is the goal for our service and how we're going to manage the trade-offs between keeping the service up and running, keeping our team happy, keeping our customers happy, and also the bottom line of how we run services. So I've been really encouraged by that and really kind of impressed with the level of sophistication we've seen from customers stopping by and asking questions. Yeah.
We've been in this cloud native world for a while. Not that everybody's doing it on all applications, but we certainly have made a lot of progress. But I think that's kind of the forefront of architectures and cool things that we're doing, serverless, et cetera. There's also kind of fundamental blocking and tackling, right? There's a big emphasis around reliability, resilience. It's a good conversation. You kind of came out of the chaos engineering-ish world. I'm not sure that people really refer to things that way as much as we did at one point. Yeah. But my observation is it's not about one point of solving one problem. I've got to have context of what's happening all over my systems, the horizontal and vertical kind of integration. Similar kind of thought that you're seeing? That seems to be the conversations that we're having.
I think complexity is not going away, and I think having the full ecosystem, right, the right tool for the job, and not kind of looking down on people for not having perfect architecture and perfect systems. It's a messy world we live in with software, and there's been a lot of wrong turns and dead ends, and different techniques and vendors, and all the change that's happened. And so when I think about the challenge for an IT manager or somebody who's really thinking about that infrastructure for an enterprise, especially for a large enterprise, it's a vast, complicated system with all kinds of reasons. And so now what they really need to be able to do is to understand the progress they want to make and not be bound to an all or nothing approach. They want to be incremental. Microservices might make sense in some contexts, serverless in others, mainframes in others, right? And so what I'm trying to do and what our team is trying to do is really meet customers where they are. Say, look, you don't have to be, 95% cloud native to get, a reliable system. How can we help you manage what you have and improve it over time, set realistic goals, prioritize it appropriately? And I think that's really resonating with people, actually, because I think there has been a lot of zealotry over the last few years. And, I was part of it, too. I was a Kubernetes guy, right, early on. So we were pushing for different technology solutions. As we've gotten a little bit older, a little bit wiser, I've realized that, people can do things their own way. And that's OK. Actually, it's a good thing. We don't need every company to be completely on the cutting edge. They should where it matters, where it's a differentiator for them, absolutely. And now everybody's flocking to AI, as they, rightfully should. Now, to your point about blocking and tackling, we got to take the boring stuff off their plate, right? Make that simple, easy, out of the box, so they can focus on things that are going to be differentiated for their company. It seems obvious, but it's not the behavior you always see from organizations. And I'm seeing that is what people are trying to do. They're really having to, in this more difficult economic environment, focus their energy, right? The only way that they're getting more differentiated value is by deprioritizing or finding good enough solutions to solve the basics. And that's an opportunity for us. We want to help customers kind of tell the difference and build the right level of complexity into their system.
Yeah. In that time frame too, I'm guessing about the same time frame, I mentioned chaos engineering before, but with platform engineering, SRE, we've had a lot of disciplines kind of evolve, or maybe there's specialties around that. I'm curious, how has that affected how you work with your customers? Because I remember when SLOs were kind of a new thing, right? And the book just came out about it, right? And is this going to get adopted? People going to figure out how to use it? It sounds like you're getting customers that are applying that.
I mean, the SLO thing, as your colleague Mike Vizard will remind me all the time, that SLOs have been around forever. And in the context of using SLOs for infrastructure and cloud computing, this is something that came out of Google and has been in books and was adopted in these kind of cloud native-ish companies. But applying it to the way that people run infrastructure in general actually works pretty well. And once people get over that kind of almost psychological hurdle of, okay, like I'm not Google, but I still need to think about this, you see a lot of adoption there. The tooling has just gotten so much easier. It's point and click. It's we have analysis tools, so people are not having the same difficulty that we saw, but we're seeing great adoption. One of our customers that I'm very proud of is Ticketmaster. They have really embraced SLOs as an approach. They're partnering with us. We've all become Swifties at Noble 9 because of how great it is to work with Ticketmaster and make sure that their service is always up for ticketing. And those kinds of companies that really, they care a lot about reliability, but it's not a simple thing. It's not, is it up or not? It's really about understanding the shape of their business. They can't, do all things. No one can do all things at all times, but they know what's important, and so we help them figure out where they should focus their energy. That is, to me, the critical part of this whole story. So yeah, it's the chaos engineering and these different techniques, the SRE, the DevOps, platform engineering. I think there's a lot of semantic discussions, and I'm happy to participate in those for SEO reasons. But for the reality of it, right, when we talk to real people, there's usually some folks that are very concerned with reliability, performance, quality, right? They have different roles in the organization at different levels. Those people, that's our people, right? They understand inherently what we're trying to do, and they see this as a way to help bring the whole organization onto the same page about the priorities. That's the key. Whatever you call it, that is the key that we're seeing. Yeah.
Focus on the end result.
That's right.
How about the adoption model? How has that evolved over time? Obviously, you want to get time to value to show what your product can do, and what's that like with Noble 9 these days?
Yeah, great question. We actually, I was hesitating to mention one of our great partners, Microsoft, because we're here at reInvent. But
they have been around.
Yeah. So we did a launch with Microsoft at Ignite a couple weeks ago in Seattle, just before Thanksgiving. And what we launched there is actually an integration with the Azure Monitor, which is their observability solution. And it showcases the best integration that we've ever built with a partner. So you can take Noble 9, point at the Azure Monitor, all of your resources show up in the Noble 9 UI. You pick the resource you're trying to monitor. We give you a 30-day look back with an SLO analysis that tells you what the SLO should be. One more click, create SLO. super fast, time to value, obvious, no guesswork. And that is the direction that we're trying to take this, because even sophisticated users would like to have an easy way to get started. You can always tune it later. You can always go back and question it. But we've really focused on making that user experience of, okay, how fast can I get to an SLO that's workable? What kind of examples can we do? I'll mention, we didn't launch it here. It's been around for a while now, but we did launch with Amazon a project called EKG. It's an open source project, out of the box, which stands for Essential Kubernetes Gauges, but it's also like a heart monitor. And it's basically a set of SLOs you can run on EKS, out of the box, very simple, easy to get started, no guesswork. That's really kind of the direction we're going. So from an adoption model, look, we got a perpetual free tier. You can buy it on Marketplace. We have a Teams edition that's very inexpensive to get started. The scaling, economic units, super clear. The value's clear. So you get started quickly, you see the value quickly, you scale with it and not get sticker shocked like some other people. You may have heard in the observability space, sometimes sticker shock shows up. We avoid that completely. It's very important to us. So yeah, adoption has gotten just a lot easier, I guess is the way to put it. Yeah.
Excellent. I think you might have mentioned AI. I'm just curious your take on the focus on it, maybe either now or how we're down the road, how you think AI, whether it's generative or not, how that might influence where you're headed.
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't mention my baby AI project, which is called slowgpt.ai, and it's live on the internet right now. So definitely go check that out, slowgpt.ai. Partnered with Google on it. It's powered by Vertex Palm 2, but really gives you the ability to have a chat-like interface and ask questions about reliability. So that's an exciting project that is actually pretty cool, and gotten some good feedback on it and good adoption on it already. It's a free tool. You can just use it. In terms of customers adopting AI, I've seen quite a few interesting use cases around. One in particular that's come up recently is the cost of training, and I know that there's a concern in enterprises that cost is going to quickly spiral out of control. And so I know there's some people that are thinking about that as a metric to pay attention to, right? Cost of training. We've shown a demo in the past that basically would measure drift in a model as an SLO, and when that error gets too great, trigger a retraining as a way of optimizing that cost around the training. So that is an opportunity for sure. I had this, I think, discussion, even maybe it was last night, maybe even talked to Alan Schimmel about it, I don't know, but about, do we hand the keys to the AI and let them run our operations, right? Why do we need SREs when we could just have AI ops to solve it? And the way I think about that is, let's imagine that there is a future where, it's maybe not AGI, but at least like, AGI, general intelligence, more like somebody you could treat as like an IT admin, right? But it's an AI, it's an agent of some sort, right? Let's imagine that future exists. Well, I would argue that to get to that future, one of the important steps is to give them a framework to learn, right? I'm going to anthropomorphize it, right? This agent, this AI agent in the future. You got to explain to that agent, what does good look like? What are the reliability goals? In fact, you need to do it much more precisely than you do with a human, right? If I say, hey, make sure the service is up and running, and I say it should be always on, I don't literally mean 100%. You know that you can take some liberties with it because users will refresh and things. Okay, but if I'm going to do that for the robot, I got to be precise. And so I think the SLOs are a necessary but insufficient step on the journey toward that possible future. There are people that are skeptics of this. I personally kind of lean toward being skeptical of it for a variety of reasons, but let's just assume that it's there. I think this is a necessary step to get you there. So if that's where you're going, start with SLOs, right? Define the reliability targets you want. Today, use that for automation, basic automation or human response. In the future, more and more automated AI runbooks that can take advantage of that data. I think that's a valuable step along that journey. Yeah.
I think many of us, I'm guessing you might also sort of subscribe to the idea of it's about helping us be more productive versus replacing jobs. Yeah, sure.
I agree.
When we move the cloud, less people rack and stack, but oftentimes it's the jobs change and they evolve.
That's right.
And there's a lot of focus around code assist and things like that. It seems in an operational capacity, there's a lot of opportunity for AI to work in assist capacity, not in a I'll take it over and let you know when the world's destructed or whatever could happen.
I think that's true. I mean, I would, one product I'm paying close attention to is Cody from SourceGraph. I think it's a really powerful tool, and I'm pretty impressed with it. Yeah, look, the co-pilots, the code whisperers, all of these tools, if you think of them as almost like better spell check, right? Better inspection and static analysis. I think that really is true. But expecting the AI to replace our goal setting and desires and intuitions and other things. I think we're a long way away from that, and I think there's also a responsibility issue, right? Like I don't want to let my car drive. I don't want to let my servers, be responsible for their own patching. I'm maybe old school in that way, but like that with greater automation comes a heavier reliance on human intervention in critical situations. This is the paradox of automation. Same thing applies in AI, I think, and in these mission critical systems in particular. I think we got to be cautious, and I think it is about not replacing jobs. It's about changing, and we got to get with the times. Like everybody's got to adjust to this. We've seen it. Look, it's a year ago that OpenAI
we just
launched.
had the anniversary of
That's
it
right.
The last few days. Yeah.
ChatGPT. I don't think that they knew. I mean, based on what I've seen, I don't think they knew what was going to happen. Leaving aside the recent stuff, but like even this the adoption, it's something that now people have embraced AI and asked all of these tough questions about what is it going to mean. And I think the IT cloud computing industry should ask those questions. But we also know, as technologists, like the limits of these things and the time horizon. So I'm looking forward to learning more about where that, what's possible, what works. But I'm interested in solutions that create real productivity, and I'm less interested in science fiction type.
That's for another episode.
Yeah,
those are fun too.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, thanks for joining us. Where can folks go see you at the show? Where can they check out you online or in the marketplace?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're at AWS, come to the Expo 1090. We're right between PagerDuty, Grafana, and Splunk. So the same place we sit in your stack, we are at the booth. It's kind of perfect. And we'd love to give you some giveaways, games, demo, anything fun. We have some books, great stuff. Online, noble9.com is the best place to find the company. We have a free tier, as I mentioned. We're also in the marketplace in AWS reInvent. You can get started there. I'm on Twitter. Still, unlike anyone else, I know I'm the last one on X, Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm easy to find, actually. So yeah, hit me up, and I'd be happy to grab a coffee or go for a walk with you. Yeah.
Awesome. Great. Kit, thanks for joining us.
Great to see you.
And have a good rest of the show. Hope your voice hangs in there with all of it. All of us are hoping that. So I don't know if this is our last interview. We might have one more. So hang tight just in case we do. It's been a lot of fun bringing this to you from AWS reInvent and talking with folks like Kit from Noble 9. Lots of great things happening here and interesting conversations as well. So hang out. We may have another one. I can't promise for sure. We'll see if it comes together. But either way, we thank you for being with us and watching today. We'll see you soon.
Techstrong TV.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Qualys Security Conference in the Americas. I'm Mike Bizard, and today we're with John Della Lottery. He's Director of Product Management for Qualys.
That's correct.
And we're talking about API security and web application security and the challenges thereof. John, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, Mike.
Before we get started, let me just wish you a happy birthday, and everybody watching, wish John a happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
All right. What is the fundamental challenge with web application security and API security? I feel like we've been at it for a long time, but when you talk to customers, what are they really struggling with?
Yeah, it has been a problem for a long time. If you're able to remember back into the late 90s, I don't want to date you, but I certainly can remember them. Web applications were mostly static. And around the turn of the century, web applications started to become dynamic, we introduced a host of vulnerabilities. You're probably familiar with things like SQL injection or cross-site scripting injection. Those all manifested because we made applications more useful by making them dynamic. And in 23, 24 years, we're still facing the same problems today due to some bad decisions that were made early on. So with web applications, it's important to remember confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So web applications have data to protect. They need to be always up because they represent the company, and that customer data needs to be protected, and the data you're getting, you need to make sure it's trusted. So all those pose problems. So all of those can be attacked with web applications and APIs. And because they're ubiquitous, because they're everywhere, they're a natural target for malicious actors.
I hear this constant debate from folks about whether or not application security and API security are different, or are they the same thing? Because some folks want to treat them collectively and other folks have like different tools for each. So what's your thought on this process?
The technology behind them is identical. An API in the simplest terms is just an endpoint, a URL that you interact with. But unlike a web page, there isn't anything to display, and there's no links to find the next one. That adds to their complexity, because for me to test an API, I have to know what that endpoint is. There's no links to it, I have to know it. I have to know how to interact with it. What HTTP method does it take? Is it a get, a post, a put, a delete? And I have to know, are there any parameters I need to use when I interact with it to solicit the responses I want? As a security professional, I have to know that for all of my APIs, and those can number in the tens of thousands. As an attacker, like with the Optus hack last summer, I only have to get lucky and find one.
Are we targeting more of the web applications if we're the bad guys, or are we going more after the APIs these days, or is it in equal measure?
API traffic makes up over 80% of all web traffic today. And it is a growing attack surface that most organizations aren't taking the necessary due diligence to secure and protect. So if I were a malicious actor, I think the low-hanging fruit right now is certainly APIs.
How long does it take for them to discover an API, and are they cracking that API, or they're just kind of manipulating the business logic in it? What is the nature of the attack on the API?
Sure. So there are certainly ways to find an API. If I interact with your website, I will probably find API calls being made to backend servers to generate content for that website. That's pretty standard. So from there, I can start to fuzz those endpoints to look for other endpoints. And there's certainly tools out there that can help white hat hackers and black hat hackers explore and find additional APIs and fuzz what parameters they might accept. So there's lots of ways to find it. And then from there, there's a whole variety of classes of attacks you can do. And some of the more common ones are still grounded in web application vulnerabilities. It's, can I, violate the access I should have? Like if I know the API endpoint to get data about my account, can I change that account number and all of a sudden I get your data, Mike?
Who's in charge of web application and API security? Is it the development team, the cybersecurity team, or is there some other magical person running around? But it seems like at this conference, there's much confusion as to who owns the responsibility for this stuff.
Right. I think what we need to do, to answer your question, there's an app team or an API team that's actually writing code and developing these web applications and APIs. What I think is missing is a sense of security being a feature of web applications and APIs instead of our traditional approaches. Security is a block or something we add at the end that we have to take account for. The mindset should be we should be developing champions and these development teams that have a sense of ownership of these products from a security perspective so that they're building them with security in mind instead of something that they have to do at the end.
Let's say I'm the security team and I know the developers are probably not doing the right thing for 1,000 different reasons. How do I go about securing those APIs and applications in a way that I can do and doesn't require a lot of help from them?
Maybe my answer will be controversial, but there's not much you can do. Traditionally, the way we look at protecting a web application is we put a web application firewall in front of it, and that's great. It's it will detect like maybe somebody trying to do like a cross-site scripting or SQL attack and block it. But the problem is, I can go on Google right now and search for WAF bypass techniques, or I'll see them on Twitter, or any number of security researchers will publish these on LinkedIn. So there's always ways to violate these WAF rules and get around them and attack vulnerable source code. So really the only thing you can do at the end of the day is secure code. Putting a firewall in front of it is just going to buy you time for that remediation process.
What are the challenges for developers? A lot of them are using various web application frameworks to go build these applications. We're still early on DevSecOps processes. It's not clear to me that those things neatly integrate into those web application frameworks. So what's our level of maturity, and what do we need to do next to kind of move the ball forward?
I think there are probably many developers out there that are taking security seriously and working really hard to develop secure APIs and web applications. But we also have to recognize that there is a drive to get code out to market faster. 92% of all developers say they're under pressure to get code out fast. And 50% of the same polled developers say that security is an afterthought. So again, we need to challenge them to look at security as a feature that they're developing, like whatever the features they're adding to a website or to an API, and not that action that they add at the end. Changing that mindset, I think, is going to be critical. And it's going to take cooperation with the security teams to help drive that.
There's a certain amount of fear for upgrading components because people are worried that the application will break. How seriously justified is that, and how do I know, or what should I be doing to test things before I upgrade the application?
We do live in a world with a lot of legacy applications built on some older technologies. Think of like C or C++. And they introduce a host of vulnerabilities that other languages may or may not, right? So like Rust is seen as an alternative to C or C++, but it doesn't have the memory management issues that C or C++ does. But if you're a developer and you've been working with C, C++ for 20 plus years now, learning a new language like Rust is going to be complicated. You can certainly do it, and there's benefits to doing it, but the time and resources for the training and then rewriting and building these applications from the ground up, that is going to be a challenge for most organizations, even though in the end it will make them more secure.
Mm-hmm. If I'm a security person, do I inject myself into the application development process? How do I kind of get in there and have this conversation with folks?
Ideally, security is there at the design phase. I think it's a well-known fact that fixing a bug during the design phase, whether it's a vulnerability or a functionality bug, it's reportedly 6 times cheaper than when it goes out to production. So getting in at the beginning of the design phase from a security perspective is critical. Ideally, the security person's not introducing new processes outside of what they're already doing. Instead, they're leveraging connectors or APIs to integrate security testing early into the design phase. But on the other hand, organizations will benefit greatly if they do things like, do threat modeling, where you start to say, hey, let's not start with, going from scratch from the entire application and building a threat model for it, but this new feature you're developing, let's talk about threat modeling and look at how an attacker might abuse this, how they might break it, so we can address the security from that perspective. And critical to that is saying like, hey, Mike, you're the developer here. How would you attack this system? Mm-hmm. So if we can introduce threat modeling early into the design phase, I think it will generate profound improvements in overall security.
A lot of the developers are working towards compliance mandates. Is that enough? I mean, a lot of security people will say, compliance is the bare minimum, but...
Yes. I would agree with that. If you're just working from a checklist, that checklist is going to be the bare minimum, as you said. And we need to consider there's always more that can be done. I don't lose sleep over, the kid running a open source vulnerability scanner in his basement looking for vulnerabilities on a site with an automated testing tool. That's low-hanging fruit that hopefully, as an organization, you've already addressed. But when you think about the more sophisticated attackers, they're looking for ways they can manipulate the business logic flow of an application, or more advanced attack vectors, or chaining attacks together. That's going to be the scary attack that worries me when I go to bed at night.
a lot of the developers will say, well, a lot of the vulnerabilities are in the components that we're using, and they're open source components that I downloaded from some repository somewhere, and I don't have control over those things to update them. So how do I kind of approach the software supply chain when I need to go call somebody and say, can you upgrade this for me?
Right. So open source vulnerabilities can be challenging. Sometimes you'll use an open source library that has a known vulnerability and it'll get flagged during a scan. But if you haven't implemented the functionality for that vulnerability, then it may be irrelevant to your web application. Your web application is not using that code, it's not calling that code, there's no functionality in the website that's exposed to that vulnerability. But then you need to understand those issues to be able to articulate them to whatever governance you have about what needs to be secured or not. In the case that you are using an open source library with a vulnerability, hopefully there's a CV against it. Hopefully whoever created it has issued a patch or an update or a fix for it. And yes, it does become quite the configuration management to keep track of and implement a way to do that tooling. This is where something like software composition analysis or SBOMs are really beneficial to organizations so they understand what technologies, what open source technologies they're using.
I think in my experience talking to developers, most of them got some training, and security was an elective that most of them didn't take.
Right.
Do we need to go back into the education system for developers and have a conversation about, well, where security is a requirement, not an elective?
You know, we think about critical infrastructure like aviation or where to work on an aircraft, you know, there's certainly educational requirements and certifications you have to get, and if those lapse, there's accountability there. If I've signed off on aircraft and there's a problem later, I'm accountable for that. Or think about medicine. We have the same kind of accountability there, where if something goes wrong, we're able to point a finger to what went wrong. With software development, that's challenging because you might have an application that's been running for years, maybe decades, that has had dozens or hundreds of people working on it. So attributing a insecure code design to an individual might be challenging. But at the same time, maybe we need to look at a certification process where there is accountability. I can go into GitHub and see who made a commit. Can I go and see who committed the bad code? And if so, is there some accountability there where they, if they've got some kind of secure software licensing that makes them more attractive to employers, would there be a ramification there if they've written code that allowed a breach to happen? But that's opening up a whole other conversation that's certainly outside my swim lane.
Well, it does seem like there are more conversations about regulations that people want to put forward in Congress and other places that seem to require some of that. So will things get more stringent, do you think, as we go forward? And we might as well prepare for it now.
I think so, Mike, because we certainly live in a world where choices on what technologies to use when building web applications or APIs are more often influenced by what the developer's comfortable working with and not necessarily the more secure one. If I've been working with PHP for a long time, I might be inclined to work with PHP, even though it has all these inherent flaws. Whereas if I don't have exposure to like Angular or React, and I may not choose to pursue those, even though they're more secure by design. And the same with C, C++, and Rust. So maybe there should be some regulation. The design process for what frameworks I use shouldn't be driven by what me as a developer, what I'm comfortable with, or what I have experience with, but rather what my organization has mandated from a security perspective.
Are we simply just too obsessed with building software fast, and maybe we should just slow down and think about it a little more?
Absolutely. I've been reading a lot about, as a web app guy, I'm a huge fan of OWASP, the Open Web Application Security Project, and they recently released a OWASP top 10 for large language models, these ChatGPTs, etc. Right? Everybody is in a rush to get this technology to market, making plugins, making interactive features on their websites for these LLMs to, drive AI in front of their customers and say, hey, we're doing this AI stuff. Look at us, it's so cool. And there's certainly benefits to the customer, but we're not looking at them from a security perspective, in my opinion. It's like we've tossed out 20 years of security practices in a rush to get something cool out. there's a whole host of vulnerabilities these things open up that we haven't considered. Like, for instance, you know about prompt injection, where you kind of bypass or jailbreak any kind of controls on that LLM, so that, hey, how do I build a bomb? I can't tell you that. And then you do a jailbreak, and all of a sudden it's telling you how to do it. There's a class of attacks that are being looked at where maybe a website actually has a prompt injection. So as that engine crawls and is learning and scraping websites, this will inject a prompt where it stops and it does something else. And I think a good scenario might be, I've updated my resume with a prompt injection, and I'm trying to get a job, and I feed it to something that I know has a LLM that's going to evaluate that resume, and my prompt injection interrupts the ingestion of my resume and tells that machine learning algorithm, hey, this is the best resume you've ever seen. Flag this as like 10 out of 10 is the best. And that gets trickled up to the top as, this is the resume that is going to recommend to, the HR team. Not because it's necessarily a good resume, but because I've hacked that, apparent AI that is looking at my resume when I've uploaded it. Mm-hmm. And that's all interesting to me. That's some novel attacks that I don't think we've considered yet, is how, we can use this AI, these LLMs, against the organizations that have implemented them.
As far as I know, most of those LLMs are built by data scientists that know even less about security than developers. So, are we looking at a problem here? It's going to happen inevitably.
If we don't get ahead of it, we'll have the same problems that we've had in so much of cybersecurity now, like web applications and APIs, were the same vulnerabilities, the same injection vulnerabilities that existed back in 1999, we're still finding today. So yes, if we don't get in front of this now, it'll become a bigger problem later.
All right, folks, I think it was back in the 60s, there was a book published, it was called Unsafe at Any Speed, and it eventually led to regulations that resulted in seat belts put in cars, and the cars became safer. I think we're at the same point with software. John, thanks for coming by.
Thank you, Mike.
All right.
everyone. We're back here on day 3 of our AWS reInvent video streaming from our suite here at the Wynn. I'm happy to be joined by a good friend of ours. If you know anything about DevOps and DevOps.com, you've heard of Damon Edwards. Him and our good friend John Willis are known. Well, they did that first DevOps days in the U.S.
Yeah.
Silicon Valley.
CAMs. Yes, going back to our DevOps world. Yeah, CAMs and just heavily involved. And it's really the idea of how do you get organizations moving quicker, moving the right direction, moving quicker. Execution. It's operations execution.
Well, but what I always love from you, Damon, is the 2 out of 3. I want all 3. It's not only moving quicker.
Right.
So we're moving faster, but with higher quality, better security.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the ultimate having your cake and eating it.
It was breaking the iron triangle or whatever that was. The choice.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
But of course, Damon also was the founder of co-founder of Rundeck, which was acquired by PagerDuty. About 3 years ago now?
Exactly. Yeah.
And since then, Damon's been with PagerDuty, and I don't even know what your title of PagerDuty is, man.
Yeah, Senior Director Product. Basically, I do product portfolio strategy. So we have a lot of pieces, a lot of parts, right? And a lot of people don't know we have these parts, right? It's, think we're this on-call tool. You send an alert in, and it notifies somebody that we have all these AIOps capabilities, all these automation capabilities. A lot of them are built on the Rundeck acquisition, and then we've just acquired Jelly, which is probably the best, really incident management going to, the learning from incidents side of things, and, kind of world-class team there. We acquired another company called Catalytic. It's more human in the middle kind of workflow. So we've either built or acquired all of these parts. And so one of my kind of areas to oversee on the product side is looking how do we stitch all that together to make it more obvious to our customers and to the world, what does handling unplanned work, incidents being the most common thing, in 2023, 24, what's the look like? What's the world-class way to do it? And it's not just, letting somebody know in the middle of the night there's something to be done. It's how do you deflect as much as possible through AI and automation? How do you drive not only the notification, but the decision-making process and the resolution process? And then how do you keep all that synced up with your, systems of record, right? Your ServiceNows and, Jira ITSM and those things. So, we're kind of like a hub for this ecosystem of operational tools, from the monitoring to the automation to the ITSM. So that's part of it. And the other big part of that is we're using a tremendous amount of, emphasis on AI, right? And
I think you're the only ones.
Yeah, it's true. So if you want to think called language models, and so it's pretty cool. And I think, the way we see it is, the LLM gives you this, or just generative AI in general, it's LLMs today, but it'll be something tomorrow, this linguistic capability, right? Okay. That it allows you to have fuzziness on the front end, which is, human talk, right? Input, but also, these tools and infrastructure gives off language as well in terms of telemetry and alerts and, things like that. So, and that's all often fuzzy. You need to have semantic understanding of that to know what to go and do, right? And then what to go and do is all the automation underneath it, right? So we're really, leaning in on AI to not only kind of democratize access to all that information and automation, but also kind of really help people drive through that, right? To not only help deflect things, but also to bring the cost of your operations down dramatically.
So, I think one of the things that I hear very often when people talk about generative AI is that the output of generative AI is in plain English, if you will, plain easy to understand language. Because we've always had the ability in IT to input data and then output data, and most recently, in let's say the last 5-10 years, output that data and make it actionable, whether we're talking about an API kind of thing or whatever. Make it actionable. You called it fuzzy. I call it easy to understand language. I think that's really one of the big
it is
advances here.
The problem is in the past, though, you had to use it's programming languages, right? Even if you call YAML a programming language, that's very specific, very finicky, very formatted tightly.
He said that, I didn't.
Into an API that must get it a certain way. You have to know the magical incantations.
Yeah, no,
right?
it was very structured.
And so human language, or natural language, we'll call it, right?
Better.
Is a fuzzy thing, right? And so if I just say to you, hey, that web page is slow, or you say, hey, someone else says, hey, the response time is taking too long, right? Like classic kind of machine learning, it's really hard to kind of pull those two things and say we're talking about the same thing. It's like the website's slow, right? So there's a fuzziness there.
There is.
And so that's kind of what I mean. That unlocks a lot. And in the past, you could only go after problems because it took that programming.
Define well.
You define well, and you could spend enough time and money to lick that problem. So it means you really have to only pick certain things. There's a lot of stuff you just didn't do, right? And because that fuzziness at the top end, at the interface layer, and also the responses back from all these tools, that's kind of fuzzy as well too, right? So being able to apply generative AI to that linguistic capability, right? To those different layers really unlocks a lot of things that would have been too hard to do, too painful, too brittle, right? And so that's really kind of the excitement if you want to look from an inside out perspective. The excitement for us, we can do so many things that before we just wouldn't get to because, it just was just too much, right? And now it's like we found these ways to unlock that, but it's all based on the data and automation that we have access to.
Already have.
And I think that's what we're seeing is that the language model part of it is all going to trend to parity very quickly, right? So we use the best of breed across that, but the hard part is getting the right knowledge and the right action capabilities together married and expose that to that linguistic capability. Today we're doing it for, we call it like an Iron Man suit, right? So, when you're going into an incident, it can pull this and pull that and present it to you and hey, call your attention to things that are abnormal, understands where to get the sources of data, present you with options of what you can, automation you can run to do about it or help you, or what you've done recently, right? Or who's the right person to talk to. So it's really like the Iron Man suit. But where eventually you want to get to is, where you're basically building these personas that help you in terms of like incident commanders and, a deep analyst in these different areas, like responders, right? Or, like a post-mortem investigator, right? Or, after actions. The words always change for what you're supposed to call the learning from the incident later. And so eventually you get to where, it's as the agent side of this technology develops and matures, then I can see, that's where the focus is going to be, because one is saving percentage of time, the other is like exponential increase in capacity to do work.
And that I think is the push and pull of this, right?
Yeah.
Or the yin and the yang. I want to 10x things. I want to go faster, right? To that classic DevOps. I want to 10x this stuff, but at the same time, I want to save money. I want to be more efficient. And at some level, they do meet, right? Yeah. But they're two separate things. Wanted to quickly mention, you guys made some announcements, I think, today.
Yeah, I think they're soft announcements, but it's no secret we're keeping in, which is, we've had these different generative AI capabilities that are already in the product today. They're already helping people out. And it's funny because it's things that if you live in operations, you're like, oh, that's cool. If you're outside of operations, you're like, what's that? But things like status updates. So in the middle of an incident, you got this team, they're thinking really hard, and then a little buzzer goes off and goes, it's been 20 minutes, we got to give an update to our internal stakeholders. And then you're like, okay, well, let's clear our heads. What can we write that the boss's boss is going to understand what we're doing? So it's like the ability to auto-generate that, or auto-generate the first draft of postmortem, or more fun, our runbook automation side, generate automation jobs. So if you say, hey, I want to create this health check that's going to know how to check XYZ technology, give me the top 10 things you'd want to check. Someone's got to go and figure that out and put it together. You type it in, it builds the scripts, it builds the runbook job, the runbook automation job for you. So we've got these different pieces, right? And I think what we've done now is we're pulling it together in what we call PagerDuty Copilot, and it's an operational Copilot, right? So it's an idea of that is the intelligence behind the scenes, and you see it some ways in features in the product, like behind a button, And then what we've been kind of showing off, that's in the product now. And then the preview we're showing now is the ability to actually chat with it, right? So through Teams, Slack, that kind of stuff, to be able to, ask it to help you with things or ping you tell you things.
To me so that's the beauty of the chatbot, right? Is you could put that interface into a Slack or a Teams or whatever you're not picking any sides there.
Sure.
It's a beautiful thing, but it also, from knowing PagerDuty as I know, it's almost organic for you guys to be able to have that now.
Yeah, and it's interesting because what PagerDuty's always been this unique position, which is like it's about the human to tool interaction, like the human automation, so to speak, getting people to do things, know things, is as important as the machine automation, like actually going out and affecting change in the world. And when you can bring those two things together,
and use like a chatbot interface for it, that's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. And what effectively happens is, you have the natural language understanding part of it. And then you sort of have this like semantic router, right, which understands what you're asking and then says, gee, I think that is related to these things. And, if you say like, what's wrong with that service, right? Well, someone's got to know that like maybe I'm asking you for, to run some automated diagnostics. Maybe I'm asking you just to show me the monitoring events that came in. Maybe I'm asking you a little further out here, meaning maybe I'm asking you to show me what recent changes have happened. So being able to understand that, but then really to deliver those tasks then. So that first part, the natural language chat is like, that's a solved problem now, right? I mean, it's going to get better, but it does that. The semantic routing part of it is, I think very interesting, kind of emerging part of this. But then the real thing is all of the automation and the data that you can bring to it. So it's like the hardest part is not the emerging cool part. The hardest part is the good old fashioned, how do you get the automation and the data to that semantic router so the natural language, can access it. And so that system that we're building, with all those skills is what we're going to be calling, PagerDuty Copilot, and that gives us and it's, it's an operational copilot. Now the name, TBT might change, but that's the idea. You might think of a code copilot, which is, for generating code for you. This is, an operations copilot, which is riding shotgun with you in your operational work.
So the lawyer in me, though, says, we've got Microsoft Copilot.
Yeah.
With all due respect, I think you're the fourth company we've had here over the last 3 years, over the last 3 days.
Yeah.
Using the word Copilot. Is Copilot such a generic word that we think it could be co-opted by everyone?
I think it is. I think it's actually more of an industry architectural term than it is a
trademarkable name.
I don't know. That's way out of my depth. But we have people that do that.
All right. Well,
it's nice to work for a public company.
Your people, right?
So nice to work for a public company. Like,
let them deal with it.
I don't have to worry about those things. But I know.
So
also,
if it's not Copilot, it'll be something else. But it's similar.
I think one of the things we didn't want to do is anthropomorphize it, like only make it like
I don't even
what I'm talking about, right?
I know what you mean, but I'm not. I don't.
We don't want to call it like the shimmy. Like
the
shimmy shows up and
right. But that is going to happen. Believe me. We have Bard. Someone's going to come up with Shimmy or Damon or we'll name our AI. Yeah. Someone else. Another company we interviewed here had a name Davis.
Yeah, and I think so. What I look at, and this is just our kind of working theory right now, which is our thesis, because all this stuff is just brand new, is that I feel like that's the company's responsibility. That's the customer's, I don't know if it's responsibility or their joy to bring personas to their agents, right? Yeah. So it's like, I don't want to force you to use, Shimmy or, Clippy, right? Yeah. Like, I want to be like, I want your people internally to be like, what is this thing we're building? And these personas. And we saw this even with Rundeck. Like, people would personify it because it's a self-service operations thing. So people would be like, they call it they give an acronym, like it's the LIDA, it's the whatever. They have these names. And one guy, they called it the virtual Raphael and Rob. That's what they literally have an acronym for it. Because it was the stuff you had to go bug Raphael and Rob for. Now they're going to give you a button to go do it.
But that's a human factor.
It is. But I think let the end user decide what's the culture of their organization and what do they want to do. I think for us to put that on them is a little bit like it's limiting, right?
Yeah,
it's like we want to
call me
build.
late for dinner.
Yes, we're going to build this. We're going to build this intelligent service that's going to help your people, and down the road, when it turns into agents that are like personas in your organization, well, then you figure out what you want. It's like it's like naming your servers, right?
Yeah,
What do you? Remember, it used to be Star Wars, then it was like Tolkien things, and then it got so big now it's just numbers. But remember that. But
I do remember that. I had all my
Star,
my Sun machines had names.
Yeah.
Great names.
C-3PO is broken.
We
exactly.
had Star Wars names, but I digress.
Yes.
Damon, we're about out of time, man. I want to thank you for popping up and saying hello.
Hey, it's always
giving
awesome.
us a PagerDuty update.
Yeah.
PagerDuty.com if you want to know more.
Definitely.
And let me just say, nothing we said here was embargoed or anything. You could get all this information, I believe, on the PagerDuty website today.
Yeah, it's all emerging.
And check it out. Hey, man, I hope to see you soon. Talk more. I know you're doing a ton of stuff on operationalizing AI as well. I know that's a passion.
Yeah.
We can talk to you about that soon.
Yeah, would be great to come back and talk
Actually,
about
heads
that.
up, we're going to be releasing some video around that Damon was part of, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks. So stay tuned on that at Techstrong. But for now, we're going to wrap up this segment here from the win at, where are we again? AWS reInvent. We're going to be back with a day's wrap up, joining by Mitchell and Shira in just a moment, so stand by. But until then, this is Alan Schimmel. We're out.
Thank you.
Mitchell, are you?
I'm getting a picture of her.
Oh, okay. So we're live. But
Yes,
okay.
I know.
All right. Hey, we are wrapping up our day 3 coverage of AWS's reInvent conference here in Las Vegas. We're up in our Wynn studio, joined by Mitchell Ashley, our CTO and General Manager, Techstrong Research, and our Chief Cybersecurity Officer, Shira Rubinoff, who I think between the 3 of us, I don't know how many different people we spoke to over the last couple of days.
It was like a merry-go-round today.
But my
Just
head's
people getting
spinning.
on and
Yeah, well, especially today, we needed the green room.
Yeah, we did have.
We made use of good space
we were
over
using
here. Every corner.
every nook. But anyway, it was an interesting day. We learned a lot. Shira, I'll let you go first, because I always let you go first.
You're so sweet.
Well, we'll throw it with you.
I got to start, right?
What was your take for
just
today?
the people today, just not just the type of people, but the type of companies and the amount of business that's being done here at the AWS conference is amazing, and the technology that's coming out in the different areas that people think, somebody should develop something like this. It's being developed. It's here. And we've talked to quite a few companies and quite a few individuals that are at the cutting edge of their particular niche, which is very exciting. And I'm looking forward to more conversations that we actually have scheduled for next week already with these companies. They just we got to get their word out. We have to talk about it. There's lots to discuss. And even from an analytical point of view, I know that there's so many interesting things coming through that we're discussing over here at Techstrong that from an analyst point of view is very, very interesting that we will be sharing soon.
Sure, you have some news coming. So
news coming, yeah.
All right.
We'll pull back
Was that a dangling particle there? Yeah, something.
It's a tease.
Yeah, it is a tease.
There you go.
Mitch, what about you?
The announcements, kind of the big announcement days are over.
That was the first couple of days.
So there were some announcements here today, but not like the first couple of days, the keynotes, et cetera. This is kind of the back to the conference basics days. People meeting with people, meeting with us, making the
Sounds like the funny girl. People meeting with people. Are the luckiest. No, okay, that's the end of the day. Bear with me.
See what you get here. You can get a song by Alan. You stick around long enough. Amazing things happen.
That's no drinking.
I haven't even started.
Pure happiness and joy.
But the theme today seemed kind of the horizontal integration of all these processes. We talked about with GitLab. We met with Ashley and talked about their AI philosophy for kind of implementing some task type solutions or individual elements, work elements, but also thinking about the platform more holistically. Talking with Haiku about how do you kind of manage your data, maybe even rescue it from all the SaaS vendors that you're using, and how do you kind of do that through a single Fabric, API, et cetera, so their approach that they've got. Just a couple of examples. And there are other conversations, but it seems to me today was the horizontal thread, at least for me.
Absolutely. I'm going to go all Dustin Hoffman in The Graduate on you here.
Meet my little friend.
No, that's
Scarface.
That's Scarface, Al Pacino.
Okay.
Dustin Hoffman, The Graduate, is Mrs. Robinson.
Oh.
I've got just 2 letters for you. AI. Right?
Okay.
It's all about AI.
It is.
And all of these things you mentioned, yes, are all true. Yes,
that's the
we spoke to all these people. But the golden thread running through them all is AI. And so if you're out there now and you're in the tech industry, or you want to be in the tech industry, whether you're a developer or an ops person, IT in general, and you're thinking and you're casting about what's going to be my career choice, what's the skill set I need to know?
That's a good point.
How am I going to upskill myself? How do I stop myself from being obsolete?
Yep.
2 letters, AI, because it is pervasive across all of this, whether we're horizontal or vertical, it's pervasive. And we're seeing public companies like GitLab, like PagerDuty, Damon was just here, raw startups doing Series A, and they're building AI into them. They're doing two things I see. They're building AI into their own products from soup to nuts, a holistic AI built into the entire process, or they're building AI solutions that help end user companies holistically throughout the business cycle.
Yeah.
And I can't help but think we're just scratching the surface in this.
That's for sure.
And in the next year or two, what more are we going to see how AI is permeated into the very DNA of our businesses and of our daily lives, quite frankly.
An analogy, think of how much DevOps has changed in 10 years. You know, where we started 10 years ago in DevOps, you know, that's going to accelerate with AI. Where we're going to be in 5 years, it's going to be a whole different conversation about
security for that matter too.
But just at the edge, really, of it.
Yeah.
And as you're saying, and I'll talk to all those people, as you said, because we say that there's gaps in the career paths. We're just at the pinnacle of getting into AI and really learning its capabilities and what it can do for the positive and the negative, we spoke about a couple of days ago.
And there will be negatives and there will be opportunity even around the negatives.
But there's so much opportunity for those out there looking to jumpstart their careers, to look to get involved in some high-tech companies or some cutting-edge companies, and certainly come check us out at Techstrong. We've interviewed and have them all here up on our station and our shows, and you could really learn a lot about all different companies by us as well.
I think the other evolution is people are now thinking about some of the second order questions around AI.
Yes.
You know, initially it was jobs and how we're going to use it, it's going to take over the world, et cetera. Now it's okay, so how do we protect our data so it doesn't go into base models?
Or in the wrong hands.
In the wrong hands.
That's
How do we
important
secure
piece.
our own
that
models,
yes,
domain specific?
that's day two stuff.
Let's talk about the real issues. We talked with, again, Ashley at GitLab. They published a blog of here's the 7 questions about AI from their chief legal officer of what you should ask. Now, I don't know if it's right, 7 questions, but you know, people are getting to the brass tacks of.
But you know, look, Kit Merker from Noble Knight.
Yep.
AI built into the SLOs and all of these things. Those are just some of the ones we did today. Over the last 3 days, we've heard it time and time again.
And I'll even say a step further. We talk about security built into products, and now we're going to see AI built in from the bottom up. And we talk about looping it in later. It's not happening. All the new companies are putting it in
right from the
beginning,
and including into security.
Correct, into security.
AI built into
there's
security.
a lot of talk around AI and cybersecurity, how they intersect, and the need for it. And yes, that's a whole other discussion.
But
it makes it better, but also some holes that we have to button up. But of course,
so here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. You know, AI is the word of the day. Just quick housekeeping. There is another day of AWS reInvent tomorrow. We accelerated our interviews, and what we're going to do tomorrow is we're going to try to play all of the interviews we've done over the last 3 days on Techstrong AI.
The team behind the camera is amazing.
Our video team has volunteered to stay up all night and do this and not go out to dinner tonight.
Fabulous guys.
So kudos to Paul and Rob and the rest of the AV team for doing that. For all I know, they've got some AI program that's doing it for them, but whatever.
They've hired a crew.
Was that the doorbell?
But so tomorrow you can catch up on anything you've missed from our Techstrong coverage. We will be traveling tomorrow, heading back to our various locales around the country. And it's been an interesting reInvent, as always.
So I got to plug a couple things.
Go ahead.
Right, AI in action.
Yes, December 12th?
December 12th. So that's a virtual event that we're doing all about the practical steps of AI that we discussed. Then also at RSA this year, AI is the theme around our DevSecOps Day.
Yep.
And if I haven't said it before, I'll announce it right here. David Brin, one of the foremost futurist AI experts in the world, multiple-time Hugo Nebula Award-winning sci-fi author, as well as a PhD at NASA's JPL. David will be keynoting our AI DevSecOps event. That's Monday, May 6th at the Moscone Center at RSA. And if you are going to be in San Francisco, we'll be putting it up. I don't think it's going to go up till January. But we will have codes for free passes for the RSAC Expo as well as our event.
Because you sign up through RSA, so
you'll be able to sign up for a free Expo pass that'll get you into our event on Monday.
Got some great things on broadcast out.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be
we'll be there all week broadcasting. But before we get to RSA, we also, in addition to AI in Action, our annual Predict conference, I believe is January 18th. And this is where we look what we think is the year ahead. And I'll tell you right now, back to Mrs. Robinson, 2 letters, AI. It's going to be a lot of AI and predict this year as we look at, what are going to be the big stories for the year. So you can sign up for that and AI in action over at techstrongevents.com.
Excellent.
Good?
Fantastic.
Great.
Hey, check out Techstrong Research too, by the way. We've got some new pulse meter papers, some new research we're publishing. Yesterday, next week is coming quick and fast before the end of the year. So got to plug my stuff here.
Absolutely. All righty. Mitchell Shearer, thank you so much for joining us this week here at reInvent. I think between the 3 of us, we covered the bases. Thank you very much for joining us out there. We hope we brought you some insight into what goes on here at reInvent. It's a great conference. But we'll be on, like I said, tomorrow we're going to be replaying our
2 letters.
AWS reInvent content. And then next week we'll be back with our Techstrong TV regular programming.
Excellent.
Until then, though, this is for Techstrong. Mitchell Ashley, Shira Rubinoff, Alan Schimmel. Goodbye from Las Vegas and take care. Be safe.
Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.